This story begins with a random meeting of two young warriors in a forest glade. One of them is surprised that their paths crossed here, because the last time they saw each other about 5 years ago. The young man in white clothes listens carefully to him. Then he replies that since then, a lot of water has flowed. He looks at the interlocutor and notices that he has changed. Grew up. Chon Ep, a young man in a dark suit, silently looks at him. A strong wind flutters his hair. The young man continues to speak. He understands that there will be no hot embrace. Chon Ep replies that they are not needed. But they once started quite differently. His interlocutor pronounces only one word, I remember. Chon Ep, smiling cheerfully, says that his memory was especially crashed in how he was caught. He learned a lot from that day. The second young man is surprised that he never released that long-standing incident. The guy in a dark suit replies that unpleasant memories are not easy to forget. His interlocutor agrees with him. Chon Ep waves a sword and says that now everything is different. He attacks the interlocutor, but he is ready to fend off his blow. Opponents envelops the haze of energy. The young man in a white suit resolutely rushes forward. He lunges with a sword, trying to hit the enemy. Chon Ep, smiling wryly, says that perhaps now the outcome of their meeting will be different. He notices that the young man's hand envelops an unusual aura. The enemy again attacks the Chon of EPA, whose blade is unnaturally bending as if it was made not of steel. The battle continues. Not one of the warriors is inferior to the other either in strength or in courage. The Chon of the Ben looks at his opponent, Solsu Boma, amazed that he managed to master the technique of Sim. He, looking at the enemy's aura, replies that he also changed. He admits that he always wanted to fight someone like that. The story that led them to this meeting began long before the birth of the Chon EP, or rather for 6 tests of the sword. The Salt family has acquired a very great influence. Once, on one cold winter day, the poor left their child at the threshold of their house. The baby picked up the nanny, and since then he lived a servant in their house. This child is a Chon. He honestly served them for almost 10 years. He tried very hard and never despaired, realizing that patience and labor, everything would pull. During this time, he understood something about the family sheltered. He thinks that the head of the family, Sol Sadak, is dull murders. Every morning at dawn, a man hones his sword possession technique. She looks like a white crane dance. The head of the family called her so. The Chon EP is watching him every day, and he constantly haunts certain points. It seems to him that the technique is more aimed at protecting its position and allows you to retreat at any time. He believes that it is important to breathe correctly here. Once Sol Sadak screams at him for the fact that he is constantly nearby during training. The boy is justified by the fact that his technique is impressive, and he simply stared. Looking at him, the man thinks that he is unlikely to understand something, because he just looks. Chon EP decides to talk to the owner after those moments that he does not like in this technique. He thinks that a man developed it for decades, but even he can notice her imperfection. The old man who came up scolds him and orders to go to him immediately. The boy runs up to him and welcomes him, calling his grandfather the praise. He reports him, saying that a simple servant cannot just come and watch the master. Chon EP thinks that it is difficult to believe that a person with such skills is included in the top of 100 martial arts masters. But there is another reason why he doubts the mental abilities of the Salt of the Dock. The first time the head of the family married Mingan, the boy heard that the man did not care about her well. There were many rumors about this. Mrs. Ming he really liked. But the spouses constantly cursed. In 10 cases out of 10, they could not converge. The mistress was very wise. Everyone was respected. Sadak simply envied his own wife because of a sense of reverence that everyone around was experiencing her. Therefore, he treated her coldly, and she suffered from this. This attitude Sadak transferred to their children. His tears did not touch him at all. This went on until Gayan died. Due to its infantility, Sadak has lost people close to him. Such a person cannot be the head of the family, says Chon B. City streets with dawn are filled with people hurrying about their business. Salt Subam watches the young servant. For some time he just looks at the boy. The Chon B goes with a full basket in his hands, rejoicing in a good harvest. Suddenly someone's hand grabs him by the collar. Turning around, the boy indignantly asks, "What is needed?" But seeing a young master in front of him, he is scared. City Street is flooded with bright sunlight. The EPA Chon was picked up to make a slave. At the age of 7, he became a boy on the run, performing small assignments, as a result of which he remembered the surroundings well. Once, walking along the street, he sees a crowd of people, next to which the little boy stands. The EPU Chon has already seen him earlier. Most of the guys of his age were orphans, and since they had no money, they stole to survive. Quite often, such thieves were caught by the hand, and if they came across the theft, then they were simply scored to death. Chon-ep, looking at such boys, thinks that he is different. In the crowd, he, without even looking around, feels 1,000 eyes that follow his every movement. Instinctively, he begins to avoid other people's attention, realizing that there is nothing good to expect from him. He knows how to remain unnoticed, and easily takes dumplings, rice pancakes, and other goods from the trays. But the guy tries not for himself. He helps orphans. After all, they do not have his abilities. The guys greedily absorb the treat. Among them, he feels necessary. He is pleased to help someone. That day, everything was as usual. The Chanbais were not prey to his comrades, pleased that he was lucky to get a lot of food. Nothing foreshadowed trouble. He did not notice the young master standing behind. Suddenly, a strong hand grabs him by the neck. He turns around and begins to be indignant, but instantly stops, seeing who is standing in front of him. The young master says that he has a product in his hands from the store of Mr. Hong. Then Salt Subom adds that another product is from a bench at the end of the shopping series, and from the store of Mr. Y. The young man asks the boy, when did he manage to become a thief? Chon-ep is trying to deny everything. To himself, he feverishly thinks, how did the young master find out that he was stealing? Yes, he accurately called all the outlets where he visited today. He stands in front of the young man and continues to think that it is very strange. After all, he did not see a young master there. Sol Subom asks him, how does he dare to lie to him? He lets go of the boy, and he, falling to the ground, thinks how he did not notice him, because he had already twisted this more than 10 times. Chon-ep is trying to rise. The young master, rising above him, is interested. Does he really want to leave? The boy is scared. He first got caught. The master sees everything and knows. He seems to him by God, but he feels himself a small bug, which Sol Subom examines, holding in an open palm. He first feels animal fear. It seems to him that the young man sees him through. The young master says that he would understand him if he stole him to feed, but they give him food. Therefore, there is no excuse for him. He continues to say that the boy will disgrace the family of Salt. The young man believes that he should be ashamed. Salt Subom promises to pay for everything from his pocket, and he says that in the future, when he goes into the city, he took his wallet. But 8 he dares to leave again without paying. At the same time, the young master significantly puts his hand on the handle of the blade. Having instructed the sword on the boy standing in front of him, he promises to cut off his wrist. Chon-ep thinks that if he does everything as the master tells him, he will atone for guilt and deserve forgiveness. The young man leaves, leaving the boy to think about his behavior. Azart disappears for theft. He thinks he was wrong. Sol Subom immediately guessed where the looted was from. He clearly knows that in front of him for a person, only looking into his eyes. The boy believes that the master is the worst person of all he knows, but the head of the family did not appreciate the ability of his son. He was blinded by love for his second wife. In the eyes of a young servant, he looks like a miserable puppet that a woman controls. This is another reason for the contemptuous attitude of Chon-ep to the owner. His new wife is the eldest daughter of the Hansuk-chu family Chan San-mi. She is a very smart woman. She knows how to force people to take her side, and was able to quarrel her father with her son. The Chon-ep, looking at the upset Sol Subom, is perplexed. Why did such a great master happen to happen? He could prevent it. The boy doesn't like it all. The guy thinks that even though he is just a spectator, but if he had been asked to intervene, he would have done it. He carefully monitors what is happening in the house. The boy sees somewhere in a hurrying girl. In a rapidly walking young person, he recognizes the Salt of Sanhai, the second daughter of the Sol family. He becomes curious, and he continues to observe. He is surprised that the girl entered the chambers of a young master. The boy is trying to understand. Why is she here? In the history of the family, Salt conflicts is a common thing. Is there really something between Sanmi and the great master? He looks into the chambers, thinking that the clumsy Salt of Sanhai would probably leave a hint of his presence. So it is. The girl forgot to close the cabinet. Chon-ep is taken by the door. He is interested in what the girl started. He takes out a scroll from the locker and begins to study it. He understands that the great master wants to accuse of disappearing documents to Earth. The boy realizes, if the plan turns out, then the young man will be kicked out with shame. The Chonbite thinks, propping his head with his hand. The boy understands. If the documents are found in the room of the master, he will be accused of a serious crime. He is sure that Chansemi wants this. Chonbi recalls the day when the master scolded him for theft. Since then, he has never violated this promise, and always paid for the food of the orphan. At first, the boy thought that he just wanted to clear the reputation of the family, and after a couple of days, he would stop buying food for children. But the young man secretly, despite the snow or on the rain, left him in the applied place, a small hole, money. Salt Subam keeps his word in front of each servant. This is worthy of respect. But this does not save him from the reaches of Chan Sanmi. The young servant is perplexed how you can be fooled by this woman. If the master leaves the family, what will happen to him? He believes that the war between Sammy and the master can end, without even starting. Chan EP thinks that he must do something. And to make the battle more interesting to watch, both sides must be in equal terms. If one of them is too strong, the battle will end quickly. He takes the documents and leaves the room, believing that he does everything for the spectacle. The boy is trying to convince himself that he does this, not because he respects the master or appreciates his kindness, and not because he is not indifferent to orphans. Not at all. A few days in the estate are calm. The whole family is assembled. Father with curses is pounced on his son. He asks, does he know why he was called? The young man responds negatively. Salt Subam is concerned that today everyone has gathered so early. The head of the family says that the land agreement, which he recently signed, disappeared. He asks his son, does he know where the document? The young man, bowing his head, replies that he is unknown. Enraged Salt Sadak screams at his son. He asks how he dares to lie to him. His wife says that he is not sure, but it seems that the young man has often visited slums recently. She laments that he can pick up something there. The young man looks at them in bewilderment. Chan Senmi continues to pretend to be worried about the guy. He says that he seems to be understood. They are trying to expose him with a thief. His sister intervenes in the conversation. She assures that during yesterday's cleaning, she noticed something like a scroll in the master's room. Salt Subam understands that they want to substitute him. He thinks that he made every effort to keep the promise given to his grandmother. But now everything is literally in the balance. Even the second daughter of the Sol family is involved in this. She says that perhaps he just fell under a bad influence. Father believes that she has a good heart. The young man thinks that this is a lie. After all, those who are lower in status, she does not even consider to be people. She repeatedly beats slaves for the smallest providence, and even without them. And recently, a Chan EPU also hit her. The head of the family gives an order to search the room of the son. The servant brings the scroll, saying that he found him in the room of the young master, as the young lady said. Father holds out a hand behind the document, saying that he knew that. The young man, bowing his head, thinks that even the servant does not like this situation. Salt of the Dock unfolds a scroll to make sure that this is exactly the document that he is looking for. He fluently looks through the scroll and is surprised. The man asks, "This is still, what is it?" He hands his son a paper on which something is drawn, and asks what kind of kalyaki it is, and where is his contract. The young man recognizes the technique of a white crane in drawn figures, and understands that these are the tricks of the EPA Chan. He blames that he hid these drawings in the closet, because he is ashamed of his ability to draw. The boy from afar observes the events. The young master is interested in his father. Is it forbidden to draw? He does not know what to say. And Salt Subam looks directly at the boy, from the tree watching what is happening. Chani P is perplexed. How did he see him? He thinks that the abilities of the young man are really scary. The young master is interested in his father. Can he be free? He lets him go. San San Hu is trying to object, but he interrupts it. Chan Sanmi is unhappy that the incident is exhausted, but nothing can do. Chan EP comes for a wallet located under a tree in a hole. He reflects that it is unlikely that anyone will suspect that the agreement has a simple servant. He thinks how long he should endure. You need to be able to protect yourself. You cannot allow others to paste you. Suddenly someone is hiding him. Looking around, the guy sees the young mistress. The youngest daughter of the family's sole son apologizes for scaring him. He is interested in why she is not sleeping, because it is too early. The girl replies that it seemed to her that he was hiding something. She says that her brother told her how he stole food for poor children. The Chonbite, gritting his teeth, thinks that the young lady is quite insightful. Suian says it is bad to steal, but he did a good job. It is nice to know that good people are still in the world. The guy objects. He considers himself a simple thief. Even now he helped the master only because he was angry with the second daughter of the Sol family. She beat him recently. He says that not as good as it seems to the girl. She stares at him. And then he says that all the same she is very grateful to him. He helped her brother, and he acted quite smartly. Chan EP is at a loss. He thinks that the young master would never call him smart. He believes that the girl is very tender and sensitive. She is able to find something good in any person. The guy thinks about everything that happened and draws a conclusion. How good it is to be a servant. He has nothing to lose. But what will happen to the brother and sister if the fact that they are so desperate to protect will disappear? A servant hurries to the young master. He brought the news of his grandmother. Saltsubam is struck by the news heard. He goes to the room where the grandmother is located. The woman's body lies on the bed. Her face is covered with a cloth. The young man slightly lifts the bedspread. He knelt down in front of the bed and grieves, covering his face with his hands. He recalls how his grandmother told him that intra-family conflicts would only lead to discord. He should always protect his family, because he is the eldest son. Saltsubam asks her forgiveness. He says that he can no longer look after his family. The funeral is gloomy. The old servant offers a Chani Pu, observing the mourning young master. Leave him. On Mount Suyun and suffering Solsuboma is very difficult to watch, but the guy understands that he cannot intervene. As it was with the document on Earth, he cannot. He can only observe. Looking at Sanmi, he thinks that the whole family is now completely in her hands. He thinks that, oddly enough, but recently a woman left a young master alone. It seems to the boy that she saves him for later. A month has passed since that mournful day. Saltsubam is constantly in thought, watching how the young man's hand squeezes the hilt of the sword. Chan EP can only guess what they are talking about. The young master once again brings money to a agreed place. He throws a wallet into the hole. At the same time, he thinks that he may do this for the last time. He walks away rapidly. Suddenly, someone's voice stops him. Looking around, the young man sees the EPA Chan sitting on the tree. The guy says, if the master decided to leave, then he himself will need money. And he also needs this. And he holds out a document to the young master on Earth. Saltsubam is surprised that the young servant seemed to know that he was going to leave. The guy, going down from the tree, replies that he expected this. He does not understand why he leaves his family. After all, he must behave, as befits his eldest son. Chan EP admires his wisdom and perplexes. Why does he hide his abilities? The young master replies that grandmother would very much like him to stay. He continues to explain that she would not want her son and grandson to be at enmity, and the daughter-in-law would fall into decay. He is glad that she does not see this. Saltsubam says that grandmother is gone, and there is no more reason to keep the word. He encourages the young servant, promising to return. The young man is sure that now that Sanmi leads everything in their house, she wants to get rid of him. The next will be his father. The man will come to their senses, but it will be too late. He, like the eldest son of the family, will not just stand and look. He will return more strong. He sadly lowers his head, but the guy encourages him, saying that he actually understands him well. Chan EP sees that the young master cannot become stronger in the current situation within the family. The young man is interested. What is he hinting at? The guy replies that there is nothing to study here. Take, for example, this technique of a white crane. He shows him 5 fingers, saying that the 5th stage of this technique is the style of 2 swords. He imitates military movements and continues the conversation. One sword protects, the other attacks. He recalls the training of the head of the family and says that he does not accept this position, thinking that she does not fit into the original style. Perenek believes that it is time for the young master to go beyond old traditions and learn something new. Saltsubam squeezes a sword in his hands and replies that the guy is right. But he is not trying to discredit his family in his eyes. Chan EP assures him that he does not seek this at all. He grew up here. Just someone does not want to let go of the old. The young servant hands him the documents, saying that they met due to the fact that he was worried about him. The young man takes a scroll from his hands. He thanks him but warns, if he still steals something, he will personally punish him. After standing a little, he dares to ask the guy to look after his younger sister just as he looked after him. He asks not to leave her. Saltsubam says that he continues to show interest in her, as now. His words bring the boy to confusion. He begins to be indignant that he had never talked about his interest in Su-En. The young master is interested in that he was so alarmed. Does he like the girl? He gives the documents to the young servant and says that he would do everything he wants with them. In parting, the young man says that his disobedience makes him alive. He leaves, leaving a confused boy to stand with a sweat in his hands. He looks after the removing salt of Subomu for a long time. Only then the boy understands that they said goodbye, like brothers. The hand reaches for a small plant and breaks it. He carefully puts in a basket to the rest, and someone says a voice, "I think this will be enough." The matured Chan EP decides that everyone is waiting and cannot be late. Time flew quickly. The young man rejoices, lifting the baskets filled with greenery. He thinks that spring came, and it became warmer. The young master left them less than 6 months ago, but during this time he grew strongly. Thanks to this, he began to fulfill more instructions. But each time, going into the city, he looks to ensure that the guys that the young gentlemen care about, everything was fine. Fortunately, and Sun-en in perfect order. Sanmi does not see her threat. The young man walks along the street, thinking that the master had foreseen their conflict, and therefore asked him to look after her. He believes that the abilities of Sol Suboma are much better than him. He hears the servants whispering that someone from the Yael family is going to them. Chanbi says that he returned and gives baskets with herbs. Women are surprised by his quick return. He is interested in what happened. The maids report that someone from the Yael family will stop. You need to cook everything quickly. The young man believes that they are important people and will surely find fault with everything. He thinks about the fact that it is quite strange. Before, this family did not deal with such honor. Behind him, the boys fight on sticks. They call him to see how they can. He asks them to behave quieter, and having given money, he sends himself to buy something tasty. The maids say that they were ordered to set the festive table. The young man replies that there seems to be a reason. While the boys rejoice in money, Chon-ep reflects on what they celebrate. He believes that nothing else happened to them. So the feast is still about the arrival of guests. The female hand points to the box. Sanmi says this is a gift and asks to accept it. She talks about the young master of the Yael family who put a lot of effort to like Su-ien. She explains to the girls sitting opposite her that their turn has come to take care of people, and she is confident that the youngest daughter of the Sol family also counts. The woman says that the head of the family is busy, and the young master left without explaining. Now it is the responsibility of San-hai to establish useful connections. Sanmi asks the girl, she will not let the family down? San-hai carefully listens to the speech of a woman. Near Polanitsa there is a young man with a stick in his hand. He makes it a few attacks, representing a sword in his hand. Chanbi reflects that in the absence of a young master, Sanmi is trying to reduce the risk of an external threat. She is even ready to use sons as a tool. He thinks that he knows a little. He is a servant. But if the girl leaves somewhere, he will not have any other exit. Chanbi stops. He is dissatisfied with the technique of a white crane. The young man believes that he needs something more serious. Suddenly, a voice is heard behind him, outraged that the slave is played with sticks instead of working. Looking around, he sees in the doorway the salt of San-hai and salt Sanilia. The guy is perplexed. What are they doing here? They ask. What does he do? The Chon-ep, bending in a deep bow, says that he cleaned the garbage scattered around the firewood. But they do not want to believe him. Salt Son-il, the second son of the family, says that he heard that he watches every morning how their father practices the technique of a white crane. The young gentleman insults the guy and says that he will never be able to master martial arts, unlike himself. Salt-san or beats a young man? He flies back and falls on the floor. The guy is interested. How is he a blow? And he says that he will teach him how to behave. Chon-ep understands that the young owners are following each servant on the orders of Sanmi. The girl tells him to get up. She offers him to try to protect himself. Looking at the servant, she is interested. Is he really shy and does not even want to try? Salt Son-il, armed with a stick, attacks the young man, saying that he does not respect them at all. Chon-ep asks, does he really want to fight him? He is not even a master. The young gentleman tries to hit him, but he easily evades him. The guy who did not expect this loses his balance and falls to the floor, covering his face with his palms. The sister is concerned about his condition. She holds the guy's hands behind and calls on her brother to teach him. Salt Son-il is outraged. He asks how the young man dared to evade. Now there is an abrasion on his face. He beats the servant with his fist in the stomach, insulting at the same time. The young man bends in pain. He thinks that he got angry and the situation got out of control. Now he can only endure the blows. While the young master beats him, he thinks that these children only spoil everything. If only the young master took with him the documents for the earth, he would be free. The battered Chon-ep is trying to figure out what to do. He represents how he beats on swords with Sol Subom, and he believes that it would be great if they met. He would show him his martial arts skills. The young man continues to dream of a fight with a master. He bitterly thinks that he is now forced to endure the beatings for training with a wooden stick. Martial arts are his pipe dream. He realizes that the master will instantly deal with him if they meet. He himself understands that his thoughts are absurd. What are his skills? What can he show? He cannot even protect himself, and safety is not in his power to ensure. Lying on the floor at the feet of San Sanilia, he asks for forgiveness. He is forced to admit that it was stern. Before his mental gaze, the face of a young master arises. His hand, clenched into a fist, is unclenched. He believes that he will never become like Salt Subam. Lying on the floor, he thinks that he is sick of himself. Suddenly, a person appears in the doorway. He looks at the picture that appeared before him. Then he approaches and carefully lifts the head of a beaten guy. He sees Su Yun leaning over him. The girl looks compassionately at the beaten guy. He thinks, how awkward it turned out. After all, he must protect her and not vice versa. Chonep wants to tell her that next time everything will be different. The old servant is trying to bring the guy into himself. He says that the young man was talking in a dream. And in his words, an elderly man concluded that he was very upset by beating. Grandfather Juan complains that the guy always gets into history. He is interested in what happened this time. Chan EP touches his stomach and is surprised that nothing hurts him. The young man asks, how much did he sleep? The old man replies that everything happened about a day ago. He recalls that yesterday he was found by Su En. Having examined him, she said that his ribs were badly injured, and if everything is left so, then he would experience severe pain. She put her hand on his chest and healed him with her own energy. The girl said that San are deliberately beat in the most vulnerable places and apologized on his behalf. For a while, the girl continued to treat him. Then, touching his neck with her fingers, she promises that she will soon become better, and asks him to sleep so far. Chan Ep reflects that he really had seen with Su En. She turned him off so that he would not feel pain. The old man asks why he has such a frustrated look. Was he so upset by the news about the wedding of the young lady? The young man is struck by his words and says that this is nonsense. But the old servant, smiling, replies that at his age it happens. Grandfather Juan continues to talk about raging hormones and jealousy. The young man is trying to deny everything. An elderly man says that their protest does not play absolutely any role. Chan BP understands that grandfather is also against marriage. The guy grabs the chest, saying that from the scream of the interlocutor his ribs are shuddering. The old man is perplexed. The young man recalls that grandfather Juan used to live with Yung Wan, and the fact that Su Un sent him here suggests that the man is a confidant of the family of Seoul. Raising his index finger up, he says that now everything has gained meaning. He remembers how unfortunate the old servant was at the funeral. He asks the old man what was associated with his grandmother. Is this similar to his relationship with Sun? The guy is satisfied with his own confusion. Grandfather Juan is interested. What does he want to say this? Chan EP tells the old man about what is happening in the family of Salt, about the case of the land agreement and the young master. He also told about how San San Hai and Salt San Il are connected with Chan Sanmi, and now also the news of the marriage. He says that his suspicions that Sanmi was involved in everything does not seem so groundless. The old man is struck by his story. Chana B considers it to be suspicious that Chan Sanmi is actively involved in the wedding. The young man is concerned because the mistress always deceives. Grandfather Juan is interested. Why did he tell him all this? An elderly man says that he always managed to fool a stupid old man. The embarrassed young man replies that he often hears it, and adds that he did not want to mock him. He complains that his stomach hurts. Grandfather Juan looks thoughtfully at him. The old man approaches the guy sitting on the floor. He sits nearby and says that the guy has damaged his ribs. Su En stopped internal bleeding, but it is still waiting for the recovery period. The girl has reached such a level of martial arts that it can control internal energy. Grandfather Juan is sure that only thanks to her can a young man sit and talk now. Then he orders to repeat after him. He wants to teach him to breathe correctly. The Chan EP is interested. Did his grandfather also study martial arts? But an elderly man puts off the conversation for later and invites him to take a slow breath. For a while, the guy looks at the old man, then decides to follow his instructions. Grandfather Juan says that proper breathing contributes to better circulation of internal energy. And after a couple of cycles, the pain really leaves the guy's body. He is amazed and is interested. Did the old man come up with this? An elderly man says that when he was at his age, he met a sage in the mountains. He gave him a book in exchange for raisins. There he read about this technique. It is possible that that man was a master of martial arts. The old man opens the closet and says that the young man has a bright head. Perhaps he will also find something useful in her. He takes out the book and blows off from not dust, arguing that the guy is still supposed to bed rest. The old man holds out a book to him, saying that he himself did not go further than the first chapter. He is sure that she will help the guy if he wants to comprehend martial arts. Chan EP thinks that the sage knew about proper breathing. What else can you learn from this book? The old man tells him to rest. The young man is interested. Where is he going? The man replies that from their conversation he understood something about him. And now he is going to Young Unan to say that the guy will stay with him for a while. The old man is glad that the young master recognized the young man. Chonep sits on the floor, holding a book in his hands. He looks at her and says he is also glad. This means a lot. He will decide to open the manuscript, and he begins to read. There is heaven and earth and people between them. In every person, the energy of the sky and earth flows. Containing it clean, you can achieve balance. A lot was written further, but after the first sentence, the young man understood the feelings of the sage who wrote a book. He was too weak and abandoned everything to become stronger. Therefore, in the book, the sage left a guide on proper breathing as the basis of his inner power. The manuscript says that one who is ready to work day and night will reach incredible heights. Chani P practices breathing technique. The pain almost left his body, but this is only the first chapter. He is dissatisfied with himself. The young man believes that he cannot even breathe well enough. Chonep in despair from the fact that the science of martial arts is so complicated. Suddenly, he realizes that he no longer feels pain. He again takes the book in his hands and thinks that she is very unusual. He falls to the floor, arms outstretched, and firmly decides for himself that he will choose everything that is there. Before him, the image of the beautiful Su Yen stands in front of him. Suddenly in the room the girl really appears, accompanied by a maid. She says she came to visit him. Su-un apologizes on behalf of his brother and sister. He interrupts the young mistress, because she already helped him relieve pain, so do not apologize. Looking at him, the girl rejoices that everything worked out, but she is still worried about him. Chani P replies that everything is in order with him, at least until he again stumbled upon them. She says that she brought medicine, and asks him not to forget to take them on time. Smiling, the girl repeats his words, until you come across them again. She leaves, ordering to convey hello to Grandfather Puke. He again returns to reading, thinking that Su-yun is very worried. The young man wants to become stronger, so he begins to practice respiratory technique again. The old man enters the room and asks why he is not sleeping. After all. Chan Bi is surprised that already night. After all, it was just morning. On the street, the night darkness reigns. Grandfather Huan says that he was not half a day. He is worried about the guy's health. The young man is lamented. He only honed the breathing technique. The old man is surprised that he can already stand. He is interested. Does he have anything? The Chan of the bill himself is surprised by the lack of pain. He feels his body. The guy rejoices that he does not even feel discomfort. He is full of strength and energy. The old man asks to sit closer. He wants to tell him something. The young man sits opposite him and asks where he was and what brought. Grandfather Huan says that he sorted out his things and remembered one very exciting story that happened before the guy's birth. There were two families struggling for power over the castle of hags. The first is the Gates of a Meteorite Sword, led by Dan Mok Jun. The second, less famous, is the Fortress of the White Dragon. But it was the latter who won. This happened thanks to their unique martial arts skills. The Bakdo Alliance watched the struggle. After that, nothing was heard about a single family. The old man continued. Only recently the successor of the Fortress of the White Dragon revealed himself. The young man believes that this is someone from the Yael family, and Sanmi with them in conspiracy. He tried to find out something about the groom Su-yun, but there is very little information about him. He is sure that Chan Sanmi knows everything for sure. Chan Bi begins to better understand the current situation. The old man says that this is all that he knows. He does not know if this marriage will bring trouble. They do not know anything about the family of her groom. Grandfather Huan points to the bundle brought by him, and says that this is the clothes that the grandmother sewed him when he was alive. He complains that after the funeral he could not even touch the costume. The young man says that he understands his feelings. The old man replies that he needs to deal with this himself. The young man asks him to be careful, but he says that maybe he is not as smart as his interlocutor, but he had seen something over his years. He assures that he can handle it, but Su-un on him. Grandfather Huan left at dawn. Granny meant a lot for him. Now she was gone, but he left, the young man thinks. He opens the book, thinking that he promised the master and grandfather to defend Su-un, and now they both left. And she herself takes care of him. The young man wants to become stronger. He needs it for revenge, or in order to protect loved ones. He looks at his hands and thinks that it doesn't matter for what. He just wants to live life without regrets. He thinks that he is a servant, but wants to equip his life differently. The young man seeks to be free, so that there is no one above him. He recalls the young master, and he thinks that he should become stronger. Dark magic would be more effective here. But on the dark side, there is no love. Chani P mentally asks the girl for forgiveness for not being reliable defense now. He believes that she is smart and will be able to survive difficult moments on his own. Mentally, he sees the young master who moves away from him and Su Yun. He thinks that the girl has his own path and he must find his way. He represents a nearby grandfather of the hut. The young man nurses him. He mentally tells him that perhaps he doesn't understand his feelings 100%. But he saw sadness in his eyes when a man could not protect the one that was dear to him. The guy is sure that he will be different. Suddenly, he hears his voice asking inside whether the Chan Bai. The young man comes out and sees the person to whom he turns. Uncle Jung-un. He says that knowing his infestity, he was frightened that he would go crazy from the bed regime. He believes that the young man was haggard and holds out the dish, offering to eat. The guy eats with pleasure. The man, looking at the chewing young man, says that his grandfather Juan ordered him to give something if he himself did not return in a few days. Chani P is amazed at what they heard. Did an elderly man get into trouble? The young man clarifies. Grandfather Juan said so? The man answers. Yes, it seems he has gone far. Chani P believes that the old man seems to need to think a lot. He believes that Chan Sanmi got to him. San Hai and San Il were not just sniffed. Madam wants to get rid of all the objectionable to the wedding of son. First, the young master left. Now, Grandfather Juan. He thinks that the turn will come to him. The young man decides that the time has come to act. He looks at the bundle. There was a combat suit in it, and Chonep gratefully thinks about his grandfather. Dressing new clothes, the guy mentally turns to the young master who asked him to take care of his sister. He promises to fulfill his request, although he understands that now his help will be small. Completely putting on a battle suit, he proudly straightens and mentally promises that nothing will happen to her. Su Yun sits in a chair, plunging into deep thoughtfulness. She is worried that no grandfather Swan has not been for several days. The girl thinks maybe something happened to him. A maid enters with a bundle in her hands. The girl holds out to his young lady, saying that Chonep asked her to convey it. Su Yi thanks her and allows him to return to his duties. She looks at the contents of the bundle and sees documents for the land of the theft of which her brother was accused. She notices that there is still a letter. Su En unfolds it. In it, the young man asks for forgiveness for not taking care of her properly. By the time she read these lines, he will be far away. The sunset stains the sky in crimson tones. The young man reports that the person she marries is not the one for whom he gives himself out. He is sure that she will come up with something, and asks, as soon as possible, to leave this place. The guys on the street, looking at a man in a cloak and a headdress hiding his face, discuss him. They decide that he is not local. The Chonep, without listening to their conversations, continues its way. Girls look at the bracelet and crest left by him by an unknown person. The young man on the street examines the coins thrown to him by a stranger. The Chon EP, finding himself outside the village, decides that he left them enough money and he has no more connected with this place. From the hill, he examines the place where he lived for more than 10 years. The guy thinks he is different. It was always, and it will always be. And now he wants to focus on himself. The servant says Chan Sanmi, who comfortably located on the sofa that Kavan was dead without blabbing. The woman replies that now that his personality is known, she herself will cope. She orders to get rid of the body and rejoices that now no one can terminate the wedding. Chan Sanmi did not expect the old man to remain. She is glad that she made the right decision, forcing San Hai and San Ilya to follow him. The first lady of the family Salt is confident that now no one will hinder them, even her husband, whom she considers a clown. Having covered her eyes, she thinks that this is only the beginning. There is so much more to crank. There should be no mistakes. The night sank to the mountains. 5 days have passed since Chon Ep hit the road. Despite the darkness, he continues to walk along the forest road. He decides to arrange a halt and rejoices that they did not send anyone behind him. After some time, he is already sitting in a clearing in front of an inflated bonfire. The guy plans to migrate here for a couple of days and then go to the mountains. To comprehend the whole book, he will need a year or maybe 2. He thinks that he needs something stronger than what Salt is taught in the family. The young man decides that, as soon as he finishes training, he will find Su En. Even if you have to spend several years on it, he longs for revenge and believes that one day he will be able to become a worthy opponent himself. He settles more conveniently near the fire, hoping to fall asleep. But something prevents him from doing this. He thinks that all of the previously listed, this is not his entire plan. The young man sits down, looking at the stick that fell under his leg. He takes her in his hands and carefully examines. Then the Chonbil takes out a knife and tries to give her the form he needed. At the same time, he thinks that his whole life was a servant. But as soon as it all ends, he will heal as he himself wants. From a stick, he makes a training sword. He decides that he will certainly gain freedom, and plans to declare himself to the whole world. 2 years pass. A woman turns to a man who trots the street. She is surprised that he was already on his feet in the morning. He replies that she had already managed to run away somewhere during this time. His interlocutor complains that she has no choice. The new servant does not fulfill his duties. The man says that he is the same servant as they, but builds himself out of himself. Under the young master, this was not. The woman asks him to talk quieter. Suddenly someone will hear. After all, the atmosphere will never be the same after even Su-eun escaped. They continue to talk. It is not surprising that people talk about the fact that the family of Salt lost positions. There is no former glory, as well as honor too. It is unlikely that there is at least one person who considers them the best family. The man asks, "Is it normal to marry the firstborn of the calculation?" They hope that one day the young master will return and marry. This would return the greatness of the Salt to the family. The one who goes along the road of evil is absorbed in dark power. He makes atrocities, forever remaining an enemy. Internal demons prevail, and then the soul comes to the end. But there are always those whose will is unshakable. So out of the 10 best masters, only 2 remained in the original faction, not succumbing to the temptations of the dark side of the Force. JV is a legendary hero, and his competitor is a righteous demon. The rest bowed their heads in front of them. Jay and the righteous demon were very modest and fair. The righteous demon, Gala-min-hake, settled in the heavenly fortress located high in the mountains. A gray, bearded man sits, bowing his head over the board game. And on the contrary, a young girl calling him a grandfather rejoices at him. Galmin Ran, granddaughter Galmin Huck, says that he won his grandfather for the 3rd time in a row. She recalls that in this case he promised to teach her martial arts. The man objects that this can be dangerous, but the granddaughter continues to insist on his own. She asks, wasn't he even going to keep his word? And begins to cry. Grandfather claims that she did not understand everything. He believes that he really should teach her, because she grabs everything on the fly. He himself in childhood was not at all interested in martial arts. But his talent and physical strength were not only for books and games in the master himself begged him until he convinced him to step on the path of martial arts. His family, like himself, was more attracted by science. But somehow, the minds of the Russian Academy of Sciences captivates only martial art. A man enters the room and, bowing in a bow, reports that the stranger challenges him. Before giving him a rebuff, he wants to know the opinion of Galmin Huck. The old man says that no one had called him for battle for a long time. The granddaughter is trying to stop him. He promises to finish the conversation when he returns. Girl evil. She complains that grandfather always changes the topic. The gray-bearded man is accompanied by warriors. Seeing the one who challenged him, he is surprised. He asks what the name of the young man who decided to conquer the heavenly fortress. The guy answers Subom. There is no surname. He came to the greatest. Galmin Huck looks at him in bewilderment. He asks, does the guy think that he can just burst here and demand something? The old man is interested. Is the young man looking for death? Subom replies that in fact he is not here for a battle with the lord of the heavenly fortress. Its true goal is to get the local experience. The man thinks that for a simple provocateur, the guest is too modest. He examines the guy and believes that he was impudent but straightforward. He has not met such for a long time. Galmin Heck is interested. Does the young man play in the TH? He answers in the affirmative. The righteous demon sets the condition. If the guy wins the party, he will receive what he wants. The party in Thai is a test that everyone who decided to challenge the heavenly fortress should pass. A man believes that this is a simple test that can say a lot about a person. He invites the guy to take a place near the game board. He argues that this is a logical game. To win, you need to calculate the enemy's tactics. If you play well, you expand the theory, but let luck not turn his head. Without a good strategy, you cannot win here. The game is not for average minds. Only one person was able to beat a man, but now he is not playing against her. The night came. The lunar disk illuminates the heavenly fortress. Galmin ran with a servant stand in the doorway. They are excitedly talking. The young lady explains that players should play 3 times. The one who has 2 victories will win. Galmin Hake looks puzzled. The girl is worried. Will they really win, grandfather? Looking at the young man, she thinks that he is not like everyone else. She believes that this guy is just a genius. Usually everyone makes the same mistakes. She is sure that there is something in it. The game in the TH perfectly reveals the character and personality of the players. If a person is smart and quick-witted, then his style of play is similar to water ripples. If he is honest and fair, then his style of play is like a mountain. Subom reminds her of a wolf. He also protects his territory and does not allow anyone to get. He is an impressive opponent. The lunar disk shines brightly in the night sky, illuminating the heavenly fortress. Galmin Hake delights the abilities of Suboma, but does not understand why he needs a fortress. He thinks that if the guy is so talented as he says, then he can enter any fraction. The old man believes that his guest can also be a potential threat, but still he is a newcomer. Although, with the right approach, a powerful master will make it out of it. Moreover, the level of his internal energy suggests that he is on the right path. This means that a young man from a prestigious family. But why is his status to someone? Subom says that he wants to achieve the goal that he set for himself. The young man does not want to bring people dear to him. He cannot hesitate. After all, someone is waiting for him, to whom he promised a bright future. He gave a word and restrain it. At the same time, he recalls the younger sister, the Chon of the EPA, and the servants. He wants to become stronger as soon as possible. The old man replies that in life there are things that take time. He tells the guy that he is destined to become great. If he is patient, he will be able to achieve even more. Galmin Huck makes the next move and announces his victory. Subom is upset. It seemed to him that he was leading, but the enemy beat him. He believes that this happened because he was distracted by extraneous thoughts. He recognizes his fiasco. The man asks him, he really wants to fight him? Subom says that he never really wanted a battle with him. He soberly evaluates his chances. But it seemed to him that if he challenges such a great person, then even from a conversation with him, he could learn something. The interlocutor is impressive of his modesty. He thinks that there is something in this. He calls the minds of the Russian Academy of Sciences, saying that she stops eavesdropping and went to them. He represents his granddaughter. The girl is interested in, as he understood that she was behind the door. The man says that he's not just a game. She can say a lot about the player. Galmin Heck is interested in what if he puts them two in sparring. The old man thinks that the girl had just begun to study martial arts, but she has a steel endurance. This is a great chance to find out her abilities. He says that if the young man still wants to fight him, then let him wait a couple of days and they will play another batch. The girl is outraged. She is a beginner, and her grandfather wants her to fight the master. The man says that she had evaded for training with him for 3 days. He believes that a young man of approximately her age. But the girl is still outraged that he first did not ask her. She clarifies. If she agrees, will he train her every day? Grandfather agrees. The minor of the RAS addresses the young man, confirming his readiness. The guy believes that his grandfather just threw his affairs on him. Time passed, and the day of the fight has come. A crowd gathered near the house. Everyone wants to look at an unprecedented sight. People cannot believe that the guy is going to fight Galmin Heck. Subom was surprised that a huge crowd gathered. But most of all, it is amazed by the aura of people. He believes that their movements are smooth, like waves. But in the case of chaos, they are ready to fight about the rock at any time. Minhak is able to calmly calm this storm. This clearly indicates how wise he is. The enemy is declared, the granddaughter of the great master. The old man believes that his presence confuses the young man. He hears the question, put his own granddaughter, and are you proud of himself? His wife with Chien, standing nearby, asks, does he really consider it necessary? But the man says that everything is wrong. The woman continues to be indignant. She recalls that he promised everything to teach his granddaughter. But instead, he arranged a duel with some kind of rogue. Galmin Hake asks her not to say so. He knows the girl well, and is more worried about the security of the young man. He personally controls the battle on the swords of the heavenly fortress. The minds of the Russian Academy of Sciences, standing in front of the young man, asks him to take care of her. After all, she is younger than him and her experience. Her opponent replies that she is very modest. He knows that the girl is doing huge successes. She offers to start the battle and rushes on the attack. The young man beats the blade of Minran by his sword. The battle continues. The girl admits that he has good protection. The minor of the Russian Academy of Sciences, avoiding a blow, makes an incredible somersault. Having landed, she attacks the opponent again, but he easily evades the blade rushing at him. Subom expertly raves the next blow, and he thinks that do not underestimate the opponent. He barely manages to recapture the next attack. Now the young man is attacking, and the girl hardly manages to evade. He retreats back. The rival is preparing for the attack. Subom believes that the girl is flexible and fast. You can't relax. The Minran thinks that there should be a reason why his grandfather chose him. She praises the skills of a young master. He says that for the first time her high expectations were met, and he is interested. Will he be able to withstand this blow? The Minran raises the sword, preparing to attack the young master. He thinks that this was not there before, and something interesting begins. The girl makes an incredible jump. She seemed to soar in the air. Subom understands that she uses the technique of a sort of snow cloud. He manages to fend off her blow. A man named Miena He, a demon of a snowy mountain, enthusiastically shouts that the minds of the Russian Academy of Sciences is capable of, and she is his student. A standing person is looking at him in surprise and asks, "What does the student mean?" He lost a bet. Gale Minhuk, who observes the battle, believes that the granddaughter has achieved impressive results in such a short time. He thinks that despite how she owns a sword, the young man does not care at all, the blade that rushes near his face. The old man continues to watch the battle. Subom carefully monitors the girl. He literally shies a millimeter from her blade. Gal Minhak notices his amazing reaction. He continues to analyze the boy's battle technique. He likes that he does not twitch in an attempt to dodge the blade, but with his eyes looking for the mistakes of the opponent. He is sure that the guy went through many battles. Subom decides to attack and becomes a fighting position. His opponent is surprised. Men in the crowd continue to talk. They believe that the guy dares to imitate the technique of snow cloud without even learning it. Galmin Heck is amazed. He cannot believe that the young man has learned this technique only a couple of times looking at her. Where did he come from? Subom rushes forward. The girl manages to recapture his blade. She believes that no one learns the technique of owning a sword through observation, and he says that he does not cease to surprise. She again performs an incredible somersault. The minor of the Russian Academy of Sciences believes that he only gives himself an imitation. The girl, ending the jump, says that her skills go far beyond the same technique. She waves a blade and is interested. How will he repel this attack? The minor of the Russian Academy of Sciences uses the technique of 7 swords of home, and, having made a jump, attacks from above. But Subom puts forward a sword, reflecting the blow. Spectators, amazed at the talents of fighters. They cannot even assume which of these two will leave the winner from the battle. Miena Hahe, along with a friend, worry about the girl. Opponents again cross their swords. With Chi-En, nothing else should have expected from the granddaughter of the righteous demon. Minran thanks Suboma for the duel, saying that she learned a lot. The young man believes that, on the contrary, he was a student here. He considers her talented. He hears both Galman Huck praise them both. The minds of the Russian Academy of Sciences turn to him displeasedly. Miena Gu He and his friend, the son of the Higher Attestation Commission, believe that it is necessary to express gratitude to the creators of the Snow Sword and 7 Swords of Huma. They deserve respect. The minor of the Russian Academy of Sciences asks with distrust, did he really learn 7 Swords of Home? She doubts this very much, despite the fact that she considers the guy smart enough. The son of Vak shouts that she is right. The young man could not master his technique, looking at her only once, because she is the culmination of many years of his life. This is impossible. Galmin Hake replies that he himself watched the battle. The guy was able to repeat the movements, although I saw only a couple of times the performance of this technique. Men demand to check if this is so. Subom silently listens to the skirmish. Galman Huck asks, did he hear? The old man believes that if the guy has not learned anything, he will definitely not repeat. The young man and the girl continue to stand against each other. The son of the Higher Attestation Commission is interested in why he should not stop being so restrained and finally show all his strength. He is sure that honesty and openness will play in his favor. Subom agrees to fulfill their requirements. He makes a lightning attack with a sword. Gal Minhak watches him from elevation. The minor of the Russian Academy of Sciences, looking at the sheath-hiding blade in a sheath, delightedly says that this is really 7 Swords of Home. She believes that it is simply incredible. The son of the Higher Attestation Commission cannot believe that the guy, only once looking, was able to master such a complex technique. People look at him with admiration, asking the question, who is he? He tells Miran that in this technique the blade moves extremely elegant. He admired this and followed the blade. Seeing the girl's displeased look, he assures her that if it is considered theft, then he is ready to never use her again. Galmin Hake asks him, how not to take someone else's equipment? But using telepathy, he mentally orders him to listen and be silent. He asks, would the young man have mastered the art of secrecy under his beginning? Mentally, the old man admits that he had been waiting for someone like him for a very long time. He believes that if a young man masters the technique of 8 greatest defenders of the heavenly fortress, then this, without a doubt, will only benefit him. ManhwaCapped promises Tsubomu, if he learns 5 sacraments of 7 swords of home, he will become a master. The young man replies that he understands that he wants to tell him, but he does not want ManhwaCapped, his teacher. The old man is furious. He believes that the young man has already dressed the crown. Enraged, ManhwaCapped shouts that he can do as he wishes. Words such as magic and blades, which are the root cause of bloodshed, will be created by the masters that you will serve. The man continues to be angry. In his hand, energy is concentrated. He continues his speech, saying that they share black and white, believing that it is simply impossible to coexist. ManhwaCapped asks Tsubomu, does he really think that he has a chance against him? He believes that the young man is trying to paint the world in one color, such as it needs to be destroyed in the bud. The old man attacks the guy. Energy, ManhwaCapped beats Tsubomu directly into the chest. The blow is incredibly powerful. The young man throws back far. The affected minds of the Russian Academy of Sciences is staggered to the side, covering himself with his hand. Through the blow of Tsubomu lies without moving. The son of the Higher Attestation Commission is in a hurry to the old man. He is interested that he was so diverging. He continues to scream that the guy insulted him and spit on the heavenly fortress. It is impossible to rely only on talent and be such narrow-minded. He just mocks them. The Minran looks at him questioningly. Men who came closer to him do not understand why the young men excited him so much. The angry old man leaves, ordering them to throw a guy in a mountain of sonum. He says that anyone who will help Tsubomu meets his death. Men attribute the guy to the indicated place. They lament that they are forced to do so. But they obey the order and, leaving him to lie on the grass, leave. Consciousness returns to the young man. With difficulty he comes to his senses. And first of all he takes out a book hidden on his chest. Now he has a secret leadership of 7 swords of home. For this, he thanks the son of Vak, who quietly hid her in his clothes. Tsubomu thinks that having experienced the greatness of the heavenly fortress of demons, in his heart, the words will forever remain that the world is not black and white. Rising from the ground, he stands, examining his hand. He lifts her up and carefully examines. The young man recalls how the old man asked him a question. Would he have mastered the art of secrecy under his beginning? But mentally he asked him to just listen in silence. He told him that when this truth was revealed, most masters would want to kill the guy. ManhwaCapped warned him that until everyone completely understands, he should keep everything a secret. This should ensure his safe way out of here. And what will happen next is to decide. Tsubomu recalls as he said that he did not want ManhwaCapped to be his teacher. And then he added that the master was late, like the one who saved the kingdom of Asura by the transfer to the Combat Alliance. He says that his first teacher comes from a Combat Alliance, and asks not to be upset by the master due to the fact that he became his second teacher. Chani trains on the rock to control the sword that he was cut out of the branch. His movements are so fast that sometimes it seems the young man is bifurcated. He tiredly does one attack after another. Finally, he stops. The young man reflects on why his sword trembles every time he stands in the final rack. He believes that now his movements have become much better. He knows only the technique of a white crane. Therefore, he tries to improve her as soon as he can. The guy notices nearby the white fox watching him. He asks him what he is looking at so carefully. Did he really notice that interesting? Chonbi says that the animal considers him as an expert. He is interested. You are a sage, right? The young man is trying to scare the fox, but he only looks at him in surprise. Chon offers him to attack, and the animal immediately jumps on him. The fox is pushed off with his paws on his back. The young man freezes in surprise. He sees how the animal, grabbing a bundle with dried beef in his teeth, is running out. He rushes in pursuit. The Chanep is surprised at how a white fox can move so quickly with such short steps. He did not feel anything special on his pads, but he moves without effort and only on his fingers. He thinks that the redistribution of force from a palm to his fingers would help him. He immediately tries to check the plan in practice. The young man is delighted. The sword moves more easily in each direction. He screams in a fox looking in surprise at him that his lessons are better than that of the family of Salt. The night comes. A fire is on in the cave. Near the fire is meditated by a sequel bug. He thinks that he is already used to breathing correctly, and this helps to restore it. He accumulates internal energy better than he thought, but he still lacks a martial art technique. He believes that it does not matter how smoothly he swings. It is impossible to create a great technique with one blow of the sword. The young man is trying to lead the blade along a winding trajectory. He thinks about whether this is possible. He believes that this can turn out to be a great technique. He reflects on the possibility of looking for inspiration from other animals. Mentally, he is looking for a suitable beast. The snake, hare, and fish seem to him not suitable for his purposes. Suddenly he sees a butterfly and wonders, time is already too late for her. He tries to drive her away with the tip of the sword, worrying that the sparks flying from the fire can damage her wings. But she quite successfully avoids the touch of the tip, going around it on the left or on the right. And then he sits down at the very tip of the blade. Shorting, she flies away. And the guy overshadows the movement of the butterfly. A year has passed. The Chan bee continues to hone movements until the tip of the sword began to move easily, like a wing of a butterfly. He repeats the same trajectory again and again. The technique that he improves cannot be disclosed by an ordinary sword. The focus should not be on the form, but on the trajectory. The young man gives himself a command to copy the butterfly movement. The first position is a wave of a blade. The second position, the tip of the sword is directed upward. Third, he lunges in jumping. And the fourth is a blade blow. But the tip of the wooden sword does not withstand and scatters into pieces. The young man, who had already managed to jump from the place where the fatal blow deprived him of homemade weapons, looks back. He looks at the fragment that remained in his hands, and thinks that apparently he had already conquered his own. So he could not stand the power of the final position. Chan EP considers it necessary to go down from the mountains and find a new sword. It should be flexible and withstand all positions. Based on the remains of a sword that turned into an ordinary stick, he thinks that he is still pleased with the result. The young man is sure that when the time comes, the technique of a bloody butterfly, so he decided to name it, will be completed. When he decides to hit the road, the old acquaintance blocks the road to him. The white fox. The guy thinks that he constantly spins around him. And now he also brought a girlfriend. He decides that they want to make this cave their home. The young man believes that this does not matter, because here their paths diverge. Chang'ep thinks that 3 years have passed since he left his family Salt. Su Ian had to leave and disappear. He decides that the time has come to take revenge and win the world. The Golden City Transportation Service is one of the 10 representative services in Hanama. Customer trust and good reputation are vital for them. They are known for the readiness to transport goods of any size and type. But once one incident changed everything. No one noticed how the transported item was stolen. The unknown replaced him. They began to attack them often. The head of the service alone decided to return the lost reputation, but he was beaten. Other services fell behind the Golden City. The new organization of the Blue Dragon Bureau is trying to take their place. All this is like signs of a major conspiracy. The weakened Golden City is kept afloat only at the expense of the name. A girl, wiping the grass in a mortar, reflects about all this. She thinks whether there is at least something that they have not lost yet. And he decides that something needs to be done. The dream of Eju, the acting head of the Golden City, reflects on where to find accompaniment for the next mission. A brother, deputy head of the Golden City, Song A Hong, approaches her and asks her not to do such a person. He says that this can cause concern among the rest. The girl asks, "Did he find anyone?" The guy says he found. These people look skillful but a little uncontrollable. Sleep Eju replies that it doesn't matter. The fact that they found at least someone is already good news. She offers to meet with them. She is sure that when they send transportation, they are attacked. But if the delivery is guarded by someone who owns martial arts, this will be safer. The first in her eyes is a guy sitting at the table with a bored expression on her eyes. The dream of Ju, looking at the people who decided to go to her service, thinks that his brother doubted that they were suitable for escort. She decides not to judge the book on the cover and listen to them. The guy is interested. What kind of goods is she going to transport? He assures that he knows how things are with the Golden City. If she clearly explains what needs to be done, they will act. Sleepy Hong looks questioningly at his sister. The girl says that they have to accompany an empty wagon. Trying to fulfill this mission, she wants to honor her father's memory and restore their reputation. She hears the question asked by the second person. How effective will it be? A young man rises from the table, whose face hides the fields of the hat. The girl thinks, did this man be a bit out of her plan only when he heard about an empty wagon? She says that at least people will understand how nasty Bureau is. The young man says that they are either naive or stupid. The dream of Aju replies that he appreciates his desire to help. But this is not his business. What are their reasons and circumstances? The angry girl asks, who is he at all? He asks everyone to calm down a little and then continue. The young man leaves, and the girl is outraged that he left them in the middle of the conversation. On the street he stops, listens, and says that there are about 8 people. He offers them to get out of the bushes. His friend, who remained in the tavern, asks for security reasons to collect all trained workers in one place. Then he says that it has already begun and it is time for them to go. Brother and sister do not understand what it is about. They leave the tavern. The young man, with whom they recently talked, stands with a sword in their hands, surrounded by a crowd of armed people. One of them is trying to attack him, but with one wave of the blade, he knocks a weapon out of the enemy's hands. The girl, watching the battle, is interested. What is happening here? The attackers pay attention to them. Someone says that they finally appeared and gives the command to kill them. A guy accompanying his brother and sister rushes to their defense. He says that if the head of the service is dying, then who will pay him? The girl is amazed at his skill, seeing how quickly he straightens the attacker. She watches the battle with admiration. The young man has already dealt with his opponents. He touches the hat, and then he takes it off. The cup, who appeared before them, is interested in. Can they finish the conversation? The guy asks what to do with the bodies. Chani P offers them to bury them. He is interested. Are there any wounded? The dream of Iju replies that thanks to him, everyone was ready for what happened. The guy says that they are dealing with guys who cannot even fight a worthy rebuff. The Chani P is interested in, why should he complain? Even with one really did not get away. He is outraged, saying that he defended the owners. Chani P replies that he is a bodyguard, and this is his work. The girl believes that both coped well. Looking at the guys, she is perplexed. Why did they even respond to third-rate work? She believes that they can become a decisive factor in the restoration of their territory. The dream of Ju, examining the young men standing in front of her, is confident that the situation is now under control. She turns to them, saying that if they agree, she would like to continue an unfinished conversation. They are again in the tavern. The guy, filling the glass, says that he no longer remembers when he drank for the last time. His name is respected by his interlocutors. The girl incredulously asks, is he really Han Pil, the ghost of the bandit, who defeated the northern twin ghosts and the dream Doc Ho? The guy corrects her, saying that he is not a ghost of a bandit, but a ghost of a sword. Sleep Iju asks where the rest of his group. He replies that if we are talking about a young man with the style of a butterfly, then he will look around and return. He is a rather scrupulous comrade. The guy does not know him close enough to say whether he is always like that. Brother and sister are interested. Are they not old acquaintances? Khan Pil replies that for the first time they met about 2 months ago. He heard that there was a suspicious gambling tribute nearby. He thought that he would find something interesting there. But in the end he was robbed. There he noticed a boy who only recently became an adult. He tore the jackpot in illegal gambling. For some time he watched him, and considered that he was familiar with martial arts. He decided to check the young man. Noticing how he returns with a complete knapsack from the gambling establishment, the guy entangles him. He accuses him of getting out of deception of people and stealing their money. But the young man only mockingly says, does he really think that he looks dangerous with this rusty knife? The guy answers him with insulting words and squeezes the hilt of the sword tight. He calls his name Khan Pil and asks, does it say to the young man about anything? He adds that he has one business to him. But he decides to wait with him and offers the young man to go with him. He will show him how huge the world is. Chanbi believes that the guy came here because rumors about this place reached him. It may be useful. They find a suitable place away from prying eyes. Guys expose blades picking each other. Khan Pil is interested in the name of the enemy. He replies that he does not have a suitable name yet. But before they start, he asks him to say it later. How good he is in comparison with famous masters. He believes that Khan Pil is strong, but he knows little about him. The guy replies that he recognizes him in battle and rushes on the attack. Their blades are crossed. They are surprised by each other's skill. The battle continues, but all attacks are successfully parked by rivals. Khan Pil strengthens the onslaught and with incredible force, falls off the sword on the enemy. The young man at the last moment barely manages to avoid a blow. He says that only watching how he was conducting the battle, we can say that he is good. And thanks to him, he also understood how much he became stronger. Looking at the enemy, the young man says that he deliberately slowed down the blow to make it easier for him to dodge. He believes that Khan Pil does it on purpose so that he can talk during the battle. The young man thinks that the guy acts as if he is provoked, but in fact, he approaches the battle with caution. It is more important for him to understand the opponent's intentions than to respond to provocations. The young man offers a dispute. If Pil won, he will give him all the money that he could win, and all the information he owns. He even promises to settle all his affairs. But if he wins, then Pil will help him for 6 months, without complaining at the same time. He now offers to arrange a real battle. Pil is perplexed. In principle, he does not object, but if he wants to involve him in some dirty deeds, then he refuses to take part in this. The young man says that he is looking for someone, but if it continues to search alone, then it will take too much time. He raises the sword and says, no excuses after losing. Pil prepared for battle. He believes if the young man is such an incomparable master at this age, then he is one of the 2 people whom he is looking for. He delighted with his inner energy. The young man decides to apply the second form of his technique, fluttering a bloody butterfly in the wind. Chan EP attacks the enemy. He is surprised by the unfamiliar battle technique. He is trying to resist, but he does it badly. The battle does not last long. Soon Pil is on the ground. The guy is surprised. He put all his strength, but could not resist. He looks at his handout. Chan B says that he won, and now the guy will make him a company. He, grabbing his outstretched palm, rises, complaining that he was not contacting that person. He asks the young man, what exactly is his inner power? After all, this level is not just to achieve at his age. He asks to say at least what faction he is and who is his teacher. He warns, if the young man poses a threat to the world of martial arts, then he will be forced to get rid of him. Chan EP thinks that the guy is probably from a righteous faction, although there are only persistent warriors. After the defeat, it is too scattered in words. The young man does not like misunderstandings, and considers it necessary to answer something in order to avoid unnecessary conflicts. He says that he does not belong to any faction, and he does not have a master. The book is his teacher. He took the theory as a basis. The technique of the breath of the great Inhai. This is his strength. Pil first hears about such a book. The young man thinks that this is quite natural, because he himself called her that. The guy is interested in what the interlocutor has a plan. The Chan EP asks if it is possible that people from the righteous faction are smoking something about the gambling of a gambling. It seems that something is wrong with the world of martial arts, and therefore, the guy is here. The young man is interested in where he was headed initially. He needs to know this in order to achieve his goal. They decide to go to the Khans. And here they are. Pil summed up his story. To defeat the demon, he needs to know who he is. Brother and sister carefully listen to his story. The guy admits that the technique of a bloody butterfly that his companion created is really impressive. Therefore, he calls his butterfly man. He participated in many battles, but he sees such a beautiful equipment for the first time. The Chan EP, which arose behind him, is interested in why they talk about him. The young man sits down at the table. Pil asks him to tell them his story. The guy believes that for his age he is too calm and experienced. The girl thanks them for their help. They reply that this is their work, as bodyguards. The dream of Iju looks surprised. She believes that they are difficult to call that. Brother looks at her inquiringly. The girl says she does not know why they are here. But their goal is to restore the message throughout Hanama. They want to raise a golden city from the knees. Turning to the guys, she says that she is ready for anything to restore the honor of their services. Therefore, she asks them for help. Her hand clenches into a fist. She promises to give them the house. If their bureau sends a wagon, then she asks to protect her loved ones. Even if they and brother are killed on the way. The Chan EPU becomes clear how the Golden City survived. He believes that acting so recklessly. The young man says he refuses. He explains to the girl that even if you subtract a mortgage loan at the house, they still do not have enough. Chan B believes that the house is the second problem. The first is transportation, including security. Will make them go minus. It doesn't work like that. The girl begs him to help make a service from the Golden City, which can provide compensation. The young man replies that their well-being is more valuable to him. He hands her paper, offering to take it. The girl sees that this is a bill from the bank. The Chan BE says that transportation can end in a few months, and years will take years to restore the Golden City to again establish their name. They need a firm ground. The young man believes that if she takes a bill, she will be able to pay a loan for the house. Then he will be her. He says that he does not need him, so they can leave documents with the governor or from his father. An excited Dream of Jew asks why he helps them. The young man replies that what he wants takes time. He says that if the Golden City regains a reputation and things go uphill, they will owe him. He invites them to consider this investment. Chani P thinks to stay here or leave. The decision is after him. No one has the right to stop it. But while he remains here as a bodyguard, brother and sister agree to such conditions. Khan Pil reproaches a friend for making such wide gestures, but he didn't even treat him with beer. Chan B recalls that he made an investment, and from his beer there is no benefit. Besides, there is enough drink on the table. He offers interlocutors to drink. I understand everything that he is trying to change the subject. The young man, looking at his brother and sister, recalls Su Boma and Su Eun. He is wondering what the young master is doing now and where is the girl. He thinks that what is experiencing a golden city has already happened earlier. He believes that everything is interconnected and is sure that he will upset the plans of enemies. A man enters a man sitting in a luxurious room. After listening to the news, he menacingly asks what it means. We could not cope? Kwak Chi-o, the leader of the Blue Dragon Bureau, believes that since his servants could not cope, it means he lost. The deputy head of the Blue Dragon Bureau, Kwak Guan, reports that the Golden City helps refugees affected by the natural disaster. The leader of the Bureau cannot believe that their competitors use these people to strengthen their positions. But his deputy says that he was there and saw everything with his own eyes. Krok Chi about angry. He screams that he ordered a man to watch the situation and not resort to strength. Kwak Guy Ryan is justified by the fact that the skills of the martial arts of the masters whom they met that day were above all expectations. The head of the Bureau is surprised that the fallen competitors have a master that can easily deal with 10 people. The man believes that he did not just appear. Kwak Chai is interested. Will they be able to identify the dead soldiers? His deputy, leaning in a deep bow, replies that the victorious masters got rid of the bodies. The head of the Bureau believes that now this is in no way connected with them. He thinks that after the matter is settled, they will go around the family of Salt and take the position of a leading family. He warns that there should be no mistakes. Kwak Guy Ryan replies that he understood. Leaving the chambers of the head of the Bureau, he thinks that the most regrettable for those two masters is a service on the verge of bankruptcy. He decides next time to meet them personally. There are many recently arrived people on city streets. Kwak Guy Ryan, looking at them, thinks that they recently worried about terrible winter colds. But now they do not look worried. He decides that he found the place he needed, the main residence. His attention is attracted by the dream of Ju, who is accompanied by Pil and Chonbi. The girl asks them to do everything as she said. The man will recognize the guys. It was they who killed 10 of his guys. The desire to deal with them right now just boils in his chest. He decides to personally check how impressive they are, as masters of martial arts. The cup of the EP stops sharply. A friend asks what happened. The young man replies that someone is following them. Khan Pil is interested in how he found out. Chan B says that in the mansion there was a man whom he sees for the first time. As soon as someone's face is seen, and he will never forget him again. The young man tells his friend to stay with the mistress, and he decides to lure him. The girl asks, why did the young master suddenly hurried somewhere? Khan Pil replies that it doesn't matter and asks her to follow him. The dream of Eju is worried that someone is following them. Khan Pil is interested in the guy. Will he cope alone and even without a sword? Chani P replies that his pursuer is too curious. It will definitely seem if there is no one with him. He himself is interested in knowing something about this guy. The young man warns the friend that if he does not obey and follow him, there will be problems. Khan Pil is lamenting. He is 6 years older, and he commands him. As the Chon, the Bing, thought a suspicious man followed him. Kwak Guy Ryan, hiding around the corner of the house, is trying to understand why the young man separated and does not accompany the head of the Bureau. He believes that the ideal opportunity introduced himself as itself. The man decides to find out how good the guy's skills are and accelerates the step. Suddenly, he loses the young man from sight. The man looks around in bewilderment, trying to understand where he was gone. But the place seems to him absolutely deserted. Suddenly, he hears a voice behind him, the asking, is he not out of a blue dragon? The man replies that the young man has a good chook. Chan Ep, holding out his hand to the butterfly fluttering nearby, is interested in the interlocutor. Does he really like to complicate everything? His hand almost touches the moth. He adds that all the problems in the world because of people like him. Kwak Guy Ryan offers to fight. The Chan EP easily agrees. He believes that due to the fact that his opponent is a person of high status and protects his image, it will be especially funny to see him lying in the mud. The man asks, is he really going to do this with his bare hands? He believes that the young man is well controlled with a sword, and even a stick would suit him. But he asks not to worry about him. and to attack as soon as possible. Kvak guy Ryan is sure that as soon as the fight begins, the guy will immediately understand that he should not contact him. Saying that he would not blame him for not warning him, the man rushes at the opponent. The position in which the guy meets him, the deputy head of the bureau considers it careless. He thinks that his opponent can only swing a sword. The fist of the EPA Chan passes a few centimeters from the face of Kvak guy Ryan. The man literally throws a couple of steps back. He is perplexed how to cause such pressure only with a fist. Chan EP raises his hand again to strike. Kvak guy Ryan barely manages to evade. The guy is unpleasantly amazed at the miss. The man rejoices at his luck. He admits that his opponent is a capable guy. He is sure that the young man has the potential to become an unsurpassed master one fine day. Suddenly, Chan EP is interested. Are they real? And it will probably hurt if you break them under the root. At the same time, he looks at the enemy's hands. Kvak guy Ryan demonstrates the technique of ghostly shadow claw. He boasts that he reached perfection of the 8th stage. Confident in his superiority, he rushes on the attack. The man believes that the enemy has nothing to oppose to him. He promises to first deprive the guy's hand. Chan B strikes, but he is a failure. Kvak guy Ryan grabs him out of the forearm. But having concentrated energy, the young man throws it off with an incredible power that knocks down his enemy. The Chan B now decides not to release all force at a time. He wants to divide it and quickly attack. Opponents continue the battle. The Chan bite beats again, and his opponent flies away a couple of meters ago. The man is amazed that the young man blocks all his blows. He believes that these attacks are more dangerous than the previous ones. And the fact that he is unfamiliar with his skills, but easily beats off his attacks makes him a special enemy. Kvak guy Ryan again attacks, thinking that he wants to see how long his opponent will last. Chan EP is ready to answer a blow. The man laments that he attacked the guy with all his might, but could not even cause critical damage. His opponent is in perfect order. Sleep Iju asks the bodyguard, maybe it is worth interfering, but he replies that everything is in order. For a young man, this is a common thing. Khan Pil is sure that he doesn't just beat one-on-one, but if it becomes hot, they will intervene. Now they will only interfere. The guy believes that his friend has quickly adapted and already avoids all the enemy blows. He knew that he had an exceptional ability, but each time he was becoming more and more unpredictable. Khan Pil considers him a good guy, but he had seen cases when people with such talent did terrible things. The guy believes that the world of martial arts is so arranged, but it would be better if they finished faster, otherwise he was hungry. The girl is amazed at the fact that at such a moment he thinks about food. She thinks that he had just talked about serious things and suddenly begins to chat about some nonsense. She thinks that he is difficult to understand. Kvak guy Ryan is unpleasantly surprised that his next attack was unsuccessful. His ghostly claws again do not inflict damage to the enemy. The young man with every blow deviates better and better. A man, amazed that the opponent reflects all his attacks, pronounces swear words in his hearts. Chan EP, carefully studying the opponent's battle technique, decides that he understood everything. The man is forced to bend down, avoiding his blow. Kvak guy Ryan looks at his hand, amazed that the guy copied his equipment. The girl, carefully watching the course of the battle, does not confidently say that the attacks of the Master Butterfly remind her of her. Khan Pil replies that their friend seems to copy the enemy. The EPU Chan to study the battle style of the opponent, you need to observe him. He understood the equipment of the opponent, and even figured out the basics. Kvak guy Ryan cannot believe that the young man comprehended the technique of a ghostly shadow claw. The Chanep, throwing a branch lying at his feet with the toe of the boot, says that now they would have to fight seriously. He raises a stick and reports that he will now use it. He is not a fan of fist-fighting. For some time, the deputy head of the bureau reflects. He agrees and immediately rushes on the attack, but the young man is ready to repel the blow. He beats in response with a club. A ghostly purple butterfly flutters before the man's eyes. The young man is preparing to deliver the next blow. He uses the technique of a blood butterfly sword. Next follows the rage of a bloody butterfly. The enemy is defeated. The girl is impressed by the final of the battle. Kvak guy Ryan cannot raise from the ground. The man is interested in which faction he belongs to. Chan EP replies that, unlike him, he does not consist in any of them. He does not know which organization his opponent consists of, but because of such as him, the woman he is looking for has to hide. The young man thinks that in order to find her, he needs to destroy either the organization of the opponent or any other that will seem involved in him. Turning away from the man, he leaves. Turning around on the go, the guy says that if he wants to kill him, let him send someone more difficult. He does not have time to nurse him. Kvok guy Ryan again attacks him, trying to kill him, but immediately departs back, thrown back by a strong blow. He's spread on the ground, and consciousness barely glow in his body. Chon B says that people like him think that the world is spinning around them. It is difficult for them to admit that there is someone higher, and only the loss can return them to reality. He leaves the battlefield. Looking at the defeated enemy, the young man thinks that it is possible to just kill him better. But then he decides that it is not worth it. Indeed, in this case, the rest will begin to attack secretly. Together with a girl and a friend, he leaves, leaving Kvok guy Ryan to recover. Chon EP thinks that if all this is behind a high flight, then the rest will come in a crowd. His friend believes that the young man will go out the whole world, but will find his woman. Amkan Pil says that, in fact, he is one of the best masters of high-sensitivity technology. His deduction is much better. Chana EP does not quite understand what it means. Increased sensitivity. He is interested in the technique unknown to him. The young man recalls Mrs. Chan Sanmi. He understands that she used this technique. Chan B says that he can say he has already met with this technique. The house of the head of the golden dragon. The girl thanks the doctor who brought the medicine. She says that her father's condition has improved. Bodyguards are watching them. The interlocutor answers the girl that this is nothing compared to what they did for their village. Kanpil says that the plan of the young man worked. He knew that the guy would win, but was not surprising a friend that the enemy was stronger than he expected. He believes that victory is not all, and advises starting with the technique of phalaenopsis. The young man asks what kind of technique this is. Chon EP believes that the proposed technique must be called a bloody spiral. A friend says that he doesn't care, but the next time let him fight as follows with a sword, to demonstrate the entire power of the bloody spiral technique. Its blade is not enough, the young man believes. He would have overcome Kvaki Ryan with his bare hands. It is unknown how much more opponents will come across. Kanpil asks, "Where is the friend gathered?" He replies that he intends to visit the arms shop. He believes that he needs a new sword. Chon EP examines the weapon in the shop. He picks up a sword and studies it intently. Its quality raises doubts among the young man. Suddenly he notices another door. He is interested. Is this also part of the store? Chon BE stands in the doorway. He tries to weapons, trying to choose the best of the assortment provided. The young man is looking at one of the copies. He believes that the weapon is not bad, but something is missing. A man appears behind him. He asks, "The guy really wants to buy a weapon?" Chon EP answers in the affirmative, because now he uses a wooden stick. The merchant offers him a sword. He says that he made almost all the weapons here himself, but the young man still examined the copies made by another master. Chon EP replies that compared to him it looks much better. The man says that it was made by the hands of his son, and only those who knew him can find differences. The young man is interested in where his son is now. The merchant replies that he has gone crazy with love. He threw his hammer and escaped. Clutching the shaft in his hands, the old man says that he hopes that everything is fine with him. But, given his character, he strongly doubts. Chon EP replies that his son has outstanding abilities. He is sure that wherever he is fine. But the old man thinks that now he can be chained in some crypt, if still alive, of course. He asks the young man what is he looking for. He replies that he needs a sword that can withstand flexible fluttering movements. The old man says that he has one, and demonstrates an unusually flexible blade. Having taken him in his hands, the young man asks, "Is it possible to call him a sword at all?" The old man says he will pierce many people after rotation in the air. Chon EP makes several waves and decides that he found exactly what he needed. He asks how much the merchant wants for him. The old man replies that he can just pick him up. He has not talked heart-to-heart to anyone for a long time. The young man thanks him and says that he has such a foreboding that one day he will meet with the creator of the sword. He promises that when the time comes, he will pay off. Chon B exercises with a new sword. His weapons are striking in its flexibility. Khan Pil, watching him from afar, says, turning to a dream, that owning such a sword freely and without fear is just great. He delights the technique of a young man. Watching a friend, he thinks that he has enough strength to break his 10-star attack. The guy thinks that Chon Ep of those people who hide their feelings. The Huna who approached behind his naughty sister. He says that he was walking, and thinks that a completely different atmosphere began to reign in the city. He believes that perhaps this happened due to the fact that new people appeared. But it seems to him that everything became in the city as before. If this calm will always be, then he cannot dream of more. Sleepy Jew listens carefully to him. She thinks that while there are bandits and demons in the world, they only dream of peace. There is still a risk that they can be attacking them. The girl decides and turns to her brother. She suggests starting preparations for the trip. Sleep Iju with his brother and bodyguard sits at the table. Kan Pil admires a drink. Chon B says that he speaks so about any alcohol. The guy replies that he saw his training with new weapons. Never before did he have to watch such a technique. The young man treated his sword, laughing and dancing. This is quite unusual. Kan Pil says that his friend did not listen to him and fought with the enemy with his bare hands. And now, apparently, he realized how important the sword was. He is sure that from now on, the young man will listen to his recommendations. Chon EP replies that he did not even think that the bear would give him advice on martial arts. The girl coughs slightly, trying to attract their attention. The guys understand that the time has come to prepare for the trip. The dream of Iju says that before that she would like to listen to the story of their skill. She would be very grateful if they told her about themselves. She offers to start with a master butterfly. The girl is interested in who he is looking for. Chon B begins a story about how one family picked him up and raised it like a servant. He believes that he had nothing to brag, but it was not so bad. Certain circumstances forced him to leave this family. He did this without even warning the one who was kind to him. And although it's too late, he still wants to find this person. Kan Pil asks, is he looking for a woman? The young man responds in the affirmative. He knows that she is a wise girl, so most likely everything is fine with her and without his help. A friend is interested. Is there a reason why he should help her? He replies that for the first time he can look at the world with her eyes. Despite everything that she went through, she always remained kind. Kan Pil considers his story a touching one. And he asks the last question. Why a young man of martial arts? Chon EP replies that there are someone whom he wants to win if they meet. He seemed to feel that this person is watching him, and this does not allow him to live calmly. He wants to fight him and show what he is capable of. The girl says that now she understands why he does not part with the sword. The young man replies that in any case, this is his story. And in this place it intersects with the history of their city and organization. He believes that since he told him so much about himself, then instead of calling him a master butter, let him call him a Chon Ep. A friend says that since he called his name, then maybe his title will remember. He is interested in what to call him. The Ghost of the Sword or Master of Sleep. The guy replies that his tongue does not fall off to call him a brother. Chon B says that if he wants to hear from the orphan brother, let him first find his parents. And he offers to listen to his story now. A friend believes that he can't argue. He says that he hadn't gotten so for a long time, and he needs to visit the restroom. The Chon Bill looks thoughtfully after him. The girl says, it seems to her that the friend became very attached to the sequel EPU, and judging by what he told her, he is also looking for someone. Her brother is surprised. When did they manage to chat? Han Pil, peering into the darkness, says that these guys appear exactly when he enjoys drinking. There are 3 guys in front of him, Yulgai, Muge, and Hoge. Kan Pil asks what they found out. They answer that they found everyone. They report that one person goes to the Mudan Mountains, where the other is unknown. Kan Pil is upset. He complains that he has been searching for 3 years. He asks Hoge to deliver a letter to Mount Mudan. If his assumption is true, then this person will appear shortly after the letter. The second will surely arrive from the province of Ankoi. He tells them not to take his eyes off him. One of the guys asks, that young man who is next to him, aren't they looking for him? He also looks capable. Kan Pil responds negatively. He is looking for a master from Shaolin. It is impossible to underestimate his strength. Legends are composed of his exploits. Kan Pil says that he is ashamed to admit the fact that this person would never confuse him, or with the guys. In this crazy world of martial arts, he can once become an enemy. Demonstrating the pendant of an unusual shape, he asks not to forget about it. A man sits in a huge hall on an elevation. He is interested in a man standing in front of him. Did Kwak Guan, who recognized the problem only after a direct confrontation? He confirms that everything is so. The deputy returned late at night. The expert on martial arts in the Alliance, Sochon, Hamjin Gyun, continues to report that Kvak Gai Ryan after a duel received serious physical and mental wounds. Therefore, now he went into closed training to recover. He continues to tell that all the tips of the man's fingers are mutilated and his nails are broken. Facing such a professional in Hanama is a rare bad luck. The person listening to his story is interested. Should he really believe it? Is there a place in the modern world of martial arts where qualified experts are hired to eliminate strong opponents? Kvak Gai Ryan usually explores his opponent and protects that no one else intersects with him until he destroys him. The expert asks, do they need to monitor those who can pose a threat to the Alliance? Man gives an order to send 3 demons of the northern forest. The expert clarifies. All 3? He confirms his order. He believes that 1 failure was enough. The second price will be too high. The expert is interested. By failure, does he mean the wedding of the Saul family? A person confirms his guess. He believes that because of this failure, he became the laughing stock of the entire Alliance. His interlocutor is perplexed. Did he really want to marry a girl from a family of such a low status? The man answers in the affirmative. He says that she was the first to introduce him to the word failure. He pronounces her name. Her name was Salt-Su-Un. The expert promises to find her so that she pays for everything. The man says that Ham Jin-gyuna believes and hopes that he will not spoil his plans. The current head of the Martial Arts Alliance, Sochi Yul-Sa'an, mentally gloating, believing that Kwak Guan was merit, and the nameless master is waiting for the punishment. Kan-pil complains about a hangover, and Chon-ep asks him to gather at last. He says that it was not worth grabbing the first thing that the head of the bureau suggested. A guy is watching the house from the corner of the house. He listens to their conversation. Kan-pil notices him. He thinks why he granted again. Then he turns to a friend, saying that they need to get rid of people from the Blue Dragon Bureau. And he adds that, even having drunk, he still thinks. Kan-pil asks the cup of EPA to go first, and he himself, referring to pain in the abdomen, is delayed. Approaching the guy, he asks why he came alone, where the others went, and why was he so out of breath. He complains that such a meeting in broad daylight will not slip away from the attention of the EPA-chan. The guy replies that he has urgent news. One of the people, looking for a senor, goes here. He adds that he is haunted by assassins from black killers. Kan-pil is unpleasantly surprised that these warriors are the pursuers. He complains that after 3 years of waiting, this person will probably create a problem. Kan-pil believes that he should save him right now. A person who is escaping from the chase holds his hat and grumbles that he was enraged by the pursuers. The headdress moves, opening the girl's face. She complains that one stupid mistake led to the fact that now she is forced to escape from the chase. And he wonders, what happened after her departure? 10 days ago, she sat at the table and rushed delicious food for both cheeks. Enjoying dishes, she thought that there were goodies, and besides the dried wild boar, some tipsy guy picking up her sword admired the weapon. Having hung, he asked where she got such a valuable blade. The girl was inflated by the arrogance of an uninvited interlocutor. She got up and took his weapon from him, saying that this is not for such bastards like him. If he wants to pretend that he knows martial arts, then let him remove at least the golden ring. The guy grabs his sword and rushes at her, screaming that she wants to die. The girl makes a light movement with a blade and turns away from it. The guy does not have time to hold the pants that fell on the floor. His belt is cut in 2. The girl laughs at the focused enemy. Now she is forced to flee, and to complain that the rich is able to hire the assassins. She thinks that her childhood passed in the mountains, and she just wants to see the big world. The girl, tired of running, chooses a battle. Suddenly a man is shown from a tree. Looking at the pursuers, she thinks that they are ready to even use ordinary passers by against her. She asks an elderly man to stay away from her, but he attacks the girl. She is surprised. Is he one of them? Chan Bake in a hurry to help her. She sees that he cleverly controls the sword and knows martial arts. He arouses her interest. He stands between her and the pursuers. She is interested. Who is he? But he has no time to answer. He is forced to defend himself. Ahead of them arises Kan-pil. Chan EP monitors his actions. He delighted with a friend, because he killed the leader of the pursuers with 1 blow. Their opponents decide to urgently retreat. Kan-pil throws the sword on the shoulder, which means the battle is over. He is interested in the Chan EP that he forgot here. He explains that his friend was suspicious, so he followed him. Kan-pil says that this is nonsense. He is not so stupid as not to notice the tail. A friend replies that he was here before and decided to wait for him. The girl is interested. Who are they? She says that they can talk more. She will not interfere with them and look around here so far. She achieved her. The guys left the skirmish and paid attention to her. Chan B says that they will go to look around while they are talking. Kan-pil handed her a pendant and is interested. Does she have the same? She shows him her decoration, exactly the same as his. The girl asks if the second guy has such a medallion, but Kan-pil responds negatively. Chan EP is pursuing an assassin girl. The runaway makes an incredible jump, and stretching out long needles from the hairstyle, attacks the pursuer. The young man manages to intercept an unusual weapon. He decides to use it. Needles pierce the girl's body. She sits under a tree, holding onto her shoulder. Chan EP is considering outlandish weapons. He recalls the old gunsmith and his son. He asks, where did these needles come from? Chan EP is interested in who created this weapon, but his interlocutor pretends not to understand what he was talking about. Then he calls the name Yong Li Yechen. The young man asks, did she see his sword with an engraving? It was he who made it. The Chonbil promised his father that he would find the missing son, and he feels that he had a hand in the creation of this weapon. Having attached the tip of the sword to her throat, the young man promises to let her go as soon as she says where Jori Jurkan is. In response, she laughs and says that he, rather unpleasantly responding about the mental abilities of the object of his searches, will spend his whole life in a dungeon with a hammer. The young man says, this means that she abducted him. The girl replies that her brother and grandfather died of his hands today. Black killers will hunt for him even in hell. Chon B says that not to her, who abducted someone else's son, talk about the family. He carefully examines the needle. Khan Pil is interested in the young man, whether his friend took care of the escaped black killers. Then he asks why he is so worried about this. After all, it seems to not touch him. But the friend replies that this is his personal business. Chan EP is interested in who is this girl whom they saved. Khan Pil replies that this is his sister. He heard that she was in trouble looking for him, so he hurried to the rescue. The girl says that her name is with Geyn, and thanks for the help. Chonep asks, is she also from Gabon, the fractions of the poor? The girl is outraged. Does she really look like a ragged man? The young man replies that he thought so, because her brother looks like a man from Gabon. Khan Pil grins that nothing can be hidden from him. Sleep Ju and Sleep Hun listen to a greeting. Han Pil represents them, his sister, saying that she studied martial arts in the mountains, and does not know much about the world. He asks to take care of her. Go En says that she is pleased to meet them. Brother and sister invite her to go to the house. The guy needs to resign some things now, and then he would like to chat with his sister and show her the city. Therefore he asks for a dream, to let the girl visit them. Sleep A Hong leads a guest to the house. With Go En is delighted with the house. She believes that the delivery mansion is really allocated. The deputy head of the Golden Dragon seems to her. He says that if she is a sister of a master, then also important for them, and he asks her to inform if something is wrong. With Go En replies that since she is something like the older sister for him, then perhaps they should go to you. Khan Pil asks the head of the Golden City to allow the girl to also participate in the mission to protect transportation. Such a capable master, like her, will also come in handy. The dream of Ju replies that if he vouches with Jen, then she does not mind. The guy thanks her and says that he had already talked with his sister on the way here. He tells the girl that there is a small problem. Khan Pil says that the killers are pursuing with Geyn. Moreover, she defeated one of the best experts of the Blue Dragon. The fact that they will come to take revenge is only a matter of time. Therefore, he is worried about her safety. Looking into the ground, he adds that, since the purpose of the mission is a trip itself, he does not want the head of the service in vain to risk himself. The Chan Be says that right now the transportation service does not have enough workers because of concern for refugees who arrived in their city. If the girl remains in this mansion, the Blue Dragon will not dare to attack her. He asks to provide the mission to them. Sleepy Jew resolutely refuses. She says that without her presence, the significance of the mission disappears. What is their service if its head hides behind others and shifts responsibility for his protection? The girl is sure that her father would be tuned as well, and now she takes this post, and it should be a worthy example. After all, this is her goal. Let the mission are risky, but it is ready to die. The dream of Jew, looking at the guys, says that she is sure they will not allow this. Khan Pil believes since she made such a decision, further conversations are simply meaningless. The Chonep agrees that, as accompanying, they are obliged to obey. The most ordinary empty wagon with the flag of the Golden City is set off on the road. The purpose of the trip is the head and those who accompany it. As soon as she leaves the central zone, the one who decides to harm the Golden City will soon reveal himself. Deputy head of Song Yi Hong also wanted to join, but he decided to stay in the mansion to take care of his father and refugees. With Ji Yun saying goodbye to the young man, he calls him a brother and promises to return safe and safety. Khan Pil is surprised when his sister managed to get another brother. The 5th day of the wagon is on the way. The Chonbel stands in front of the dream of Ju and with Go Yun folding his arms over his chest. He says that the 5th day of the trip is already going on, but yet nothing happened. Sister Hanpilya says that her brother told her that the cedar EP only did what he was eating, sleeping, and practicing with a sword. The young man is surprised by her informal speech. He asks, "Why does Miss talk to him like that?" The girl is surprised at his appeal to her, and asks to call her sister. She says that the young man looks younger than her for a year, or even 2, so he can contact her like that. He replies that he never had such a sister and asks just to leave him alone. The girl is outraged by such a rebuke. She tries to pounce on him with his fists for refusing to call her so. But the dream of Iju decides to stop their quarrel, and is interested in why they behave like that. With Go-en, she asks the girl to forbid him to talk to her like that. She believes that she, occupying such a high position, should establish a hierarchy. And he adds that it is impossible to leave it so easily, especially by the time when the dream Iju will marry her brother. The head of the service is in surprise. Why does she believe that they should get married? He asks Go-en. Do they not meet? She reports that every time some woman passed by the mansion, her brother muttered something like, "It would have looked good at the lady's dream," or, "Should I buy something for a lady?" The dream of Iju is struck by her words. Kanpil complains that this splinter is again saying nonsense. With Go-en, he drills the angry gaze of the drunk Chan of the EPA. Sleep Yuju notes that the wagon has stopped. The young man is alarmed. Kanpil says that they seem to appear those whom they expected. Armed people block the road. He is interested in his brother what happened. He says that bandits are standing in their way. Young people get out. They believe that they were unlikely to be sent by black killers. 3 men laugh at the fact that they are compared with second-rate assassins. One of them says that he is very disappointed. The second adds that it seems that they have been outside the world too long. A bandit with long, strong nails dismissively says that he does not intend to contact rats. He invites them to give the chapter and get out aside. Kanpil is outraged by his words, but he does not have time to say everything that he thinks of such a sentence as he attacks him with an unusually strong energy blow. Go-en scaredly cries, worrying about the fate of his brother. The guy manages to reflect the blow. Looking at the man's hand, covered by a greenish aura, he understands that there are unusual people in front of him. Kanpil with a sword beat off the blows of the opponent's clawed hand. He waves his sword again and again, successfully avoiding the blows of the opponent. The guy brings the sword over the enemy's head, but his powerful blow has to go past the target. He manages to evade and retreat. The man admits that he is not a mistake. The demon owner of dried trees carefully looks at the guy. Kanpil recognizes him and recalls the old legend, which is already 10 or even 20 years, but it is still very famous. He did not expect to meet him in such a place. Den Songlag is surprised that the guy heard about him. He again rushes on the attack, but Kanpil again successfully beats her off. Sister believes that they should intervene. Chan EP answers, "Not now." He says that in the event that others join the battle, then they will also join. The young man offers to believe in the forces of her brother, and that he will cope. In the meantime, they must concentrate on the protection of the head of service and the cart. Chan EP is studying opponents. He is sure that at the same time with the group that attacked them earlier. He understands that these are definitely those whom he was looking for, instigators of everything that was happening. Kanpil continues to successfully wield a sword. Den Songlag, a demonstration of dried trees, considers their confrontation funny. He regrets that a master of this level contacted a woman from a poor organization. He promises that he will personally force her to suffer before he kills. The guy is furious. He says that he respected the old man, but he crossed the line of what was permitted. Raising his sword over his head, he rushes at the enemy, promising to make a bunch of brushwood out of him. The fierce battle continues. Den Songlag attacks the guy from above. His hand literally shines with a green aura. He decides to strike a deadly blow, but the Chanbi bits with his unusually flexible blade and knocks it to the ground. The old man will no longer be able to harm them. He tells his friend to gather and not allow anger to prevail over him. Chan EP also immediately recognized the old man as soon as he seemed to him. One of the attackers says that, it seems in front of him is the one who broke the Noga Kavak Guan. The gut of Hu, a friendly smile, holding a formidable weapon in his hands, on one side of which is a sharp blade, and on the other, a spiked ball. Chok Perse, the demonic palm of raspberry flame, joins him. Together they attack the guys standing in front of them. Chan EP tells friends to protect the head of the service, and gives an order to kill anyone who dares to get closer to the wagon. And he himself enters the battle. He successfully reflects the fiery attack of the Chok Palgay, and it easily evades the formidable weapons of one who that seemed extremely friendly. The Chan of the Bug brazenly fights with two opponents. His friends are watching the progress of the battle. With Go En, he thinks that his brother is most suitable for the role of a bodyguard. She believes that her intervention will scare their enemies. She says that Chan Ep helped her, and now she should repay the debt. She uses the technique of the art of the cloud staircase. Brother with admiration follows her actions. Chan Ep successfully beat off the attacks of opponents, but he almost missed the last blow. He is beaten off with Gen. She offers to fight together. The young man answers rather unfriendly that they need to quickly finish with this and continue the expedition. Chanep agrees to accept the help of the girl, if only to deal with opponents as soon as possible. Chokpao J attacking tells her to clean, but the girl advises him to get lost. With Go En, it becomes so as to cover the young man's back. Opponents step on them on both sides. The young man tells her to retreat back and protect the wagon. She objects that he was the first to save her. Raising the sword, Go En says that he does not like to be proper. Chalk purse. He promises that they are not to do. There he sighs. This is what youth mean. He believes that since for so many years they first met someone, then they should be a little more affectionate with them. Joking, he calls his friend a hot-tempered grandfather and tells young opponents that he is enjoying such kids as they. There, he laughs, saying that some today will enjoy the feast, savoring every piece. Chan Ep replies that judging by his hands, the guy with a broken fingernail passed his greeting. The young man believes that he should also be polite. He becomes a combat position. The battle flashes with renewed vigor. Chan B barely manages to bend down, avoiding the blow of Ha-Hu. His sword flashes at an incredible speed. The old man is surprised by his technique. Chan Be says that he was taught how to use his power against monsters like him. The girl fights no less desperately. The enemy does not have time to keep track of her lightning movements. He threatens to turn her into ashes. But soon he is forced to admit that she is talented and is well evading attacks. Chalk Purse Gay is trying to get her again, but between him and the girl, he shakes the abandoned sword into the ground, throwing the old man aside. This Khan Pil hurries to the aid of his sister. He screams that the enemies are moving to the wagon. The guy is going to tie the opponents of the legs so that they could not budge. Chok Palji rams the whole power of his fiery power on the guy. Khan Pil looks into his red eyes. He is amazed at the power that the old man's technique possesses. He raises his sword and repels the attack. The enemy is forced to retreat, but having gathered all his strength, he is preparing to attack again. His rage is so powerful that his whole body is seemed to be embraced by a flame. Chalk Purse, he says that it is so. He will fight with a guy, but he will have to experience all his strength on himself. The old man applies the technique of red flames, and for some time the entire more field of the battle is hidden behind the fiery wall. But brother and sister steadfastly meet his attack. Khan Pil with a sword closes with the forces directed at him. A girl with a sword in her hand stands with a powerful back. The guy barely holds a red-hot weapon. The fire burns his hands. The sister is trying to consider something, peering out from behind his back. Having concentrated, she tells herself to gather strength and end with all one blow. She uses the technique of the art of the cloud staircase. The last words of the Chokpal guy was the condemnation of the master who has grown such a strange person. The girl hides the blade in the scabbard. She asks who he calls it strange. Khan Pil is interested in order? The girl answers in the affirmative. The dream of Iju is worried about whether one of them has suffered. Seeing a girl standing on her knees and her brother supporting her, she wonders what happened. Khan Pil and Go En stressfully look forward. The head of the service is trying to approach and see what they saw there. Chan B screaming warningly to her. There, Ha-Hu rejoices that she came out of shelter. Leaving behind the enemy, he rushes forward. The young man swears. Khan Pil, screaming, runs towards the wagon. There, Ha-Hu rams the dream of a spiked ball on his head. Noticing the danger that threatens her, the girl only manages to scream in fright. The old man is already looking forward to the victory. But the flexible blade of the Chan EPA stops the already ready to fall on the defenseless sacrifice of the weapon. The young man uses the first bloody spiral technique. The next goes the dance of the bloody spiral. The strikes of the young man fall on the enemy one by one. He falls to the ground. The frightened brother and sister are already standing near the dream, with anxiety asking how she feels. A stunned girl sits on the ground. There Hu cannot believe that these kids can resist him. He thinks that the world has turned into a performance, but still it is not so easy to defeat him. Khan Pil with a sword in his hands is going to protect the girls, but the old man nurses a Chan, saying that he is his opponent. There Hu raises his formidable weapon again. Having made rotational movements to them, he goes on the attack. He promises the young man that he will now demonstrate his coolant needle of the crescent. Chanbi thinks that he can only die or aim the old man right in his heart. There Hahu is rapidly approaching him. The Chan EP decides to use rotational strength inversely in proportion. He strikes a well-aimed blow, forcing the enemy to stop. The young man applies the second blood spiral technique. Then follows a whirlwind of a bloody spiral. There is a decisive moment in their confrontation, and Chan EP uses the third blood spiral technique. The bloody spiral scattering petals follow it. He breaks the stitches of the enemy's weapons, leaving in his hands only wooden fragments. An impressed enemy sits on the ground. He did not think that he would go into the next world so soon. But he does not want to leave alone, and having gathered with strength, lifts the shaft with a spiked ball. Chan EP prepared for protection. Khan Pil rushes forward, holding a sword in his hands and covering the girls. With one wave of the sword, Chan EP puts the enemy on the ground. Khan Pil, feeling relief from the fact that the danger has passed, is scolding. The girls, although exhausted, are happy that everything is already behind. Chan EP believes that this is not enough. It should become even stronger. With Go En, it cries in pain when the sequel EP tries to heal her shoulder with the help of his own energy. He asks her to be patient a little, because he is doing this for the first time. The girl is interested in what sect or faction he belongs to. Khan Pil asks not to blame himself, because they were ready for this. Their opponents are known as the demons of the northern forest. In the near future, it will not be easy to replace them with some similar level, so they can rest. He is wary, and then he says that 2 carts are approaching them. 2 carriages are shown on the night road. With Jen Yan excitedly asks, can it be people from the Blue Dragon Bureau? But the brother answers negatively. The carts stop, and people come out of them. Khan Pil says that, judging by their behavior, they are not enemies. Perhaps they are from some other bureau, and arrived when they heard the news about the Golden City. The guy asks an approaching person to stop. He seems to be asking for security reasons to confirm their persons who arrived people. The man replies that they were from Loyan, and arrived here because of the news. He asks, is it possible to see the head of service? Seeing the dream of a guy behind the guy, he recognizes her. The girl looks at him in surprise. The man rejoices that he met the dream of Eju. She is incredibly surprised, obviously not hoping, to meet him here. Seeing a girl behind a man, she rejoices and calls her Ju Ren, and she turns to her companion, an uncle. The Chan EP is interested? Are they by chance not from Hanam? The dream of Eju rushes towards the man and the girl whom she calls her sister. The named brother, Sleep Il-san, the former head of the Golden City Transportation Service, Samguan Jingol, says that if he is not mistaken, 5 years have passed since their last meeting. Jin Jurin, the eldest daughter of the head of the bureau, the Dead Sea, admits that she missed her very much. She says they were looking for their wagon. Jean-Ju Rene, who knows well, as well as several other people, the request to meet them. The girl does not know what they decided to do with the Golden City, but her father insists on their return home. She is interested. Will they go with them? The dream of Eju believes that they have not seen each other for a long time, and she should accept an invitation. The man asks her to tell what happened here. Khan Pil, looking at the animatedly talking about the dream and her relatives, thinks that it seems that friends had friends. He listens to their conversation. Suju believes that relatives have gone through a lot. Samguan Jingol admits that in view of certain circumstances, he was also forced to leave the post of head of service. He admits that he always spared about it. After all, if he had remained, he would have eased the burden of the named brother, and would help her cope with everything. He asks for permission to help her, even late. He will immediately go to the Golden City and find Il-san. The girl likes his offer. She believes that if he is with her father, she will be able to continue the path with a calm soul. But the man says that she did not understand him. He will reassure Hen and return. He thinks that she better go to the Dead Sea. Samguan Jingol promises that from that moment, he will no longer leave her. Suju asks not to worry about her. She believes that it will be better if he helps her brother, who remained in the mansion. The girl says that it is very intricate to look after the sick father and refugees. Everything will be in order with her, because she is accompanied by amazing masters. She recalls the moments of the battle, and praises their unsurpassed skills. She asks her uncle not to worry and transfer greetings to her father. Samguan Jingol is interested in, is it really a young man who looks younger than her brother is also a master? The other two, in his opinion, are more experienced, but look suspicious. He believes that they are not like typical accompanying. The man decides to trust the girl. He advises her to carefully think through every step in his absence. Jin Jurin asks him not to worry, they will return to Loyan safe. Jin Yu-so, the eldest son of the head of the bureau, the Dead Sea, stands, listening to what is happening behind him. Without turning around, he is interested in a person standing behind him. Why does he pursue him? He mockingly remarks that he finally decided to speak. The young man demands to answer his question. He turns around and suggests that the pursuer in conspiracy with those who slander their bureau. But a person asks him not to rush with conclusions. He needs to introduce him to his elders today. Jin Yu-so takes a fighting rack. The pursuer, defending himself, folds the hands in a special way, and, sighing, says that today they will finish the conversation on this. He assures that he respects the descendants of firmly settled families, so he offers the young man to attack first. A person with a fan in his hand says that the leadership ordered to deal with this quietly, sitting on the couch in front of a man kneeling in front of him. He argues that the determination of the head of the Dead Sea is comparable to his stubbornness. It cannot be underestimated. Jae-sun, the head of the association, the blue flag of the Black Turtle Pavilion, would prefer to use more active methods, not backstage tactics. The man tells the master that he was informed of the abduction of the eldest son of the head of the bureau's Dead Sea Chi Dal Double. IOC Dai Min, a participant in the association, the blue flag of the Black Turtle Pavilion, says that the kidnapper took advantage of the moment when the young man came out early in the morning. Jaja-sun with force folds the fan, noting that he did not expect anything else from Chudal. He says he heard about him. That very good master. It is a pity that someone who occupies a position too far from the head cannot join the unification of the blue flag. IOC Damin believes that this time negotiations with the head of the Dead Sea should end successfully, because they now have a valuable hostage. Jaejaji-sun replies that he does not know what tactics they prefer, but does not advise provoking people from the bureau too much. A wagon drives up to the bureau of the Dead Sea. Sleepju asks the satellites to wait a bit while she greeting her father Jinju Ren, and then she will introduce them. The girl tells her that they had not met in this house for a long time. Her accompanying people answer that they understand everything. Jinjuren watches in surprise how they move away. A man who appeared in the room welcomes them. Jin Sangon, Mr. Bureau of the Dead Sea, is so clearly dejected that the daughter is in a hurry to ask what happened in her absence. The man says that her older brother was gone. The girl cannot believe it. The father replies that he left early in the morning, saying that he would prepare for her arrival. Since then, no one has seen him. He continues to say that, given the situation in the country, a series of terrible events continues. The dream of Ju is struck by the news heard. She says that similar is happening with their bureau. The man is interested. What does she mean? The girl replies that such things happen to them. During transportation, they either attacked the bandits or stole goods. Even one day they attacked the mansion. Jin Sangong replies that he heard that such things are happening in Loyan. Obviously, this is the whole work of the hands of the same people. He believes that this is a big problem. Chonep with a friend and his sister listen to their conversation from afar. They believe that the situation here is not very different from the one that is now in the Golden City. He asks Go-en, "Is it normal to be so poor when you work for the bureau?" Two warriors are talking. They turn to the young man who approached, wondering what brought him here. He asks him to organize a meeting with their master. He came here on business related to his son. Under the arches of the house Jinsan-gon, an excited voice is heard. The head of the bureau is interested in the guest drinking the drink offered to him, how he is associated with the disappearance of his son. He replies that his master is concerned about the position in which his heir fell. He believes that the owner of the house is to blame for the situation, and he says that, as lower, he must calm the anger of the one to whom he serves. He believes that Jin Sangon is now in a position when even a terrible event would not have been a surprise for him. The man is concerned that a young gentleman can commit suicide, so he came here to resolve the problem. Jin Sangong understands that the guest is trying to blame him for everything, while the reputation of his son is stained. If he tries to do something, then his enemies will use force. If he satisfies their requests, then he will have nothing to fear. The main thing is that next to him will be his children. He cannot do anything with these blackmailers now. He clarifies the guest. Did he understand him correctly? If he transfers the estate to him, then the life and reputation of his son will be safe? Jin Sangon asks him to give him a day to think everything over. The guest agrees to wait. He hopes that the head of the bureau will make the right decision, and his son will not have to worry. He mockingly continues to say that in the event that a man is difficult to sleep due to the sentence, he will give advice to his higher ones. Frankly mocking, he adds that they will certainly offer a higher fee. Jinjurin says this madness. She is sure that her brother would not have done so. and it insists that you need to find a way to reveal the truth and save it. The father replies that if they do not fulfill the conditions, they will put the life of Jin Yutaka at risk. The girl agrees. She believes that the main thing with the family will be all right, and they will find a new house. The dream of Eiju silently supports the relative. Chan EP attracts their attention. He suggests telling the blackmailer that before they sign the contract, he brought the young master to the indicated place. He asks them to allow him to accompany them there. Jin Sangon replies that now the situation in which the young man can take part. Why would he accompany them to a deal about the estate? Tearing a leaf from a plant decorating the room, Chan EP says that he himself does not like to interfere in other people's affairs. But this one can be somehow connected with the enemies that he pursues. He believes that this business can help him achieve his goals. With a quick movement of his hand, he grabs the sword and instantly cuts the leaf into small pieces. Those present are impressed by his skill. The young man adds that he only mentioned this because he thought that he could help him save his son. Jin Jurin is trying to count how many parts he cut the sheet. Khan Pil tells his sister that Chanep clearly watched her technique close enough. The girl replies that his behavior, of course, infuriates, but impressive. Jin Sangong reflects on the offer of a young man for a while. Sleep Eju asks a man to trust her and listen to the advice of the Chan EP. She says that thanks to him the Golden City came out of the crisis. She believes that he can help them. Jin Sangon replies that today's guest will return tomorrow evening. He asks to tell him their plan. Chan B says that all they need to do is meet in the indicated place. He asks to wait until they return. He is interested in Go En. And who else is coming? The young man, accompanied by Jin Sangon and his daughters, go out into the yard. The owner of the house tells the men who came for his answer that he would send 2 people, and as soon as the contract is transferred, they will accompany his son to them. The guest is interested. Why does he send 2 people? Does he really not trust them so much? Jin Sangon replies that they use dubious methods to achieve the desired. How can they expect his trust after that? The man says that his people will take care of his son well, and asks him to follow him those whom the owner of the house decided to allocate for escort. Girls carefully observe what is happening from the mansion. Sleepjuice asks Khan Pilya, why did the young master take his sister with him? The guy says that, most likely, to return the hostage. He believes that Chan EP is fast and knows how to navigate. He will return after he examines the terrain. The young man is trying to find their main ones. The man fleeing. He calls the man who attacked him a monster. After all, he weakened vigilance, thinking that there were only 2 of them. He would never have thought that there was such a skilled fighter in the subordination of the Dead Sea Bureau. He complains that he was circled around his finger. The man rejoices that at least light attacks can reflect. He wants to warn the boss as soon as possible, and decides to use a signal rocket. Behind his shoulder there is a Chan bite. He asks where the fugitive is going and assumes that he rushes to the hire. The young man quickly dealt with the blackmailer. Looking around, he sees a mountain and believes that their main enemies are there. He decides to visit there after sunset. He finds a signed agreement in the clothes of a man who he was battered. For some time he carefully studies him, and he believes that there are not quite ordinary people there, since they are ready to pay gold coins. The Chanbil thinks, since everyone was quiet, not having time to give a signal, the main ones will not hide. He hopes that Go An definitely followed their plan. Jinyu is in a hurry to meet his father. The man hugs his son. Everyone rejoices at his return. Khan Pil tells his sister that, as planned, she returned alone. But what about the young man? She has no answer to his question. She turns to the owner of the house, saying that she understands everything, but they need to start training. Sleep Eju asks what she has in mind. The girl replies that this is the plan of the Chan EP. He said that at night it would be attacked. The young man is interested. Do they expect an attack by his abductors? The girl replies that he does not know all the details, but Chan EP is still there. He is trying to find the lair of the kidnappers. The young master returned home, and those who were sitting at the negotiating table are defeated. Also, Chan EP is going to spy there. Their opponents have no other choice but to start a full-scale attack. She is confident that they also prepared, and will come with reinforcement. The girl offers to start training. Her brother thinks that it will be hot if warriors come like that Claude. The head of the association Blue Flag, Ju Jaj the Sun, asks, are all members of negotiations dead? Warriors confirm the news, and they say that it seems that there was a battle in the indicated location. The man thinks that Jin Sengon voluntarily agreed to the exchange, so he planned it from the very beginning. He orders everyone and attack the Bureau of the Dead Sea at night. He believes that now they are looking for their main base. They should attack before opponents find her. They tell him that it's already too late, and the base was found. Men see a Chan EPA in front of them. He says that he prepared for the section. The young man fearlessly looks at 3 soldiers armed with swords. Jajaj-sun asks, "Who is he?" Then he decides to stop the conversation and tells the soldiers to fulfill the order. Chan EP is interested. Does a man think he will let them go like that? He waves his sword, preparing for an attack. A man using a fan will attack the first. He tells his soldiers not to stand a pillar, and again attacks the young man. He asks, why did he come here alone? And he promises that if he reveals his motive for him, then he will kill him painlessly. Chan EP replies that he is asking questions here. The enemy considers him an arrogant boy and promises to make him answer. They continue the fierce battle. The young man asks whether he tells him something Yal Sa'an. He says that the chapter should know him. The man is surprised and tries to understand how he knows this. He again tries to attack the EPA Chan. He easily raves the blow. Jajaj-sun believes that the opponent's martial arts are unusual. He decides that the execution is prior to interrogation, and applies the technique of the fan of the golden thunder of 16 transformations. He thinks that even if the guy has been engaged in martial arts from birth, he still does it for no more than 20 years. A man is amazed at the skill of a young man. He decides to finish all this with one blow. He understands that his opponent is not one of those with whom you can agree. He uses the technique of a fan of golden thunder and a fan of the thunder killer. Chanbi says that since he does not want to answer in a good way, he will answer in a bad way. He uses the technique of bloody butterfly, and then a whirlwind of bloody butterflies. His attack reaches the goal. The enemy is wounded. He is on his knees in bloodied clothes. The young man tells him to lay out everything he knows. The man thinks that it was necessary to immediately use force. He did not expect to meet such a master. Jajaj-sun says that since the abduction is his idea, he will answer one question, but no more. Chonep asks, does he know Sol-su-en? The man replies that he has never heard this name. The young man says he thought so. He believes that the girl is hiding well. He learned everything he needed. It is time for him to return to the Bureau of the Dead Sea. There is a battle in the courtyard of the mansion. With Go-en, who repels the attacks of enemies, believes that they are pretty good, like black killers. Her brother is alarmed that the girl is attacked at once from 2 sides. He sees that they were surrounded, and believes that his friend had turned off the horned nest. The guy is going to fight to the last. But suddenly a person arises before him who tells everyone to retreat back. The man, demonstrating an unusual weapon, promises to figure it out with everything. Kan-pil is struck by the fact that he has iron claws. The enemy offers to fight one-on-one. Kan-pil says that would be great. The man raises his clawed hand up. He attacks the guy without any further conversation. Meanwhile, several warriors are attacking. Kan-pil is worried about his sister. He would like to help her, but a man with iron claws blocks the road to him. He asks where the guy is in such a hurry. They agreed one-on-one. Kan-pil rushes at him with a sword, but the enemy easily beats off. The guy considers himself a good warrior, but admits that he, unfortunately, is not a genius. In addition, he also needs to follow his sister. With Jenin Heights, the young master Jin, who falls to the ground. She hurries to his aid, and asks to get up as soon as possible, because a warrior with a kainheg brought to him is already approaching him. The young man, desperately defending himself, grabs the man's hand. He is trying to take a weapon that is in dangerous proximity to his neck. Kan-pil also notices the plight of Jin Yutaka, but he understands that he cannot help, only distracted. The guy barely restrains the onslaught of the enemy. He beats the next attack of a man with iron claws with a sword. The enemy says that during the battle he should concentrate on him. He believes that the guy does not need to worry about something else. The Dead Sea Bureau will disappear today. Kan-pil thinks that opponents surpass them in quantity. With Go-en, a sword pierces the sword into the chest of a person trying to kill Jin Yutaka. She is perplexed. Did Chonep leave the whole mess to them, but he merged? The battle continues. The enemy considers Kan-pil rather hardy. The warrior is covered with a sword with Gen. Suddenly, a sequel EP appears, and relieves her of danger. The girl, helping Jin Yutaku, reproaches the young man for the fact that he was not for so long. A man with iron claws immediately switches his attention to him. Jinyu thanks them for salvation. The man is trying to understand whether the Chan is the brother of Kan-pil and with Go-en. Meanwhile, the young man also studies him. He draws attention to the drawing located on the forehead of the man and to his claws. Chan EP believes that apparently he has long been in business. Suddenly he recalls the warriors of the Chan's family, whom he saw when he lived in the Seoul family. It was the members of this family who made fists with dragon claws masters of martial arts. Chan Sanmi also owns such weapons. He rejoices at their meeting and says that he recognized the warrior. He belongs to the Chan's family. Channel EP is not going to let the man go so easy. He offers him to attack with all his strength. He understands that the young man is the core of this faction. He believes that he must first deal with him. Khan-pil attacks him. The guy says that now he will not concentrate on him, but the man is now more interested in the fight with Chonep. He rushes on the attack. The guy manages to avoid his blow. He also reproaches Han-pil's sword with lightning speed. A man takes a fighting rack. He looks at the opponents with hatred. Then he raises his hand and collects all his strength to strike. Chan B says that he is better than that man with a fan. He is also sure that his opponent is more aware than the previous one, and requires an answer from him. He wants him to tell him everything about Chan Sanmi and the alliance west of the Dalshi River. The man asks, how does he know this name? Looking at the young man, he concludes that their meeting is not accidental. He, preparing for the attack, promises to defeat him and find out who he is. The Chonbite, waved by a sword, offers him an agreement. He says that if the opponent defeats in the battle, he will let him in. If he becomes a winner, he will let him go after he receives answers to his questions. Khan-pil, looking at a friend, thinks that something has changed in him. He believes that this may be connected with the Chan's family. The man agrees in cases of defeat to answer his questions. But he says that first, let him try to win. A furious fight is tied. Opponents are standing each other. Attacks follow one after another. Chan B strits a crushing blow, but the man manages to evade. He will raise his clawed hand about to hit the young man. Chonep again waves a blade. His opponent admits that he is strong. However, he believes that with such a sword technique, he does not pose a threat to him. The young man again accepts the combat rack, preparing to deliver another blow. With force, he waves his sword, and he makes an incredible jump towards the enemy. Loosing, the young man asks, is the man really thinks that he can win fighting like this? To overestimate yourself is a characteristic feature of their families. He promises to retrain him. The young man uses the technique of a blood butter. The man is trying to defend himself. He understands that the enemy wins. Chonep attacks again. He uses the second technique of a whirlwind of a blood butter. With Goen and Jin Yu, they are so stressed by the fight. Chan EP rises above the defeated enemy. Standing on his knees and unable to get up, a man laughs. He believes that the young man did not even reveal his potential completely. And this is his obvious defeat. He hopes that the next time everything will be different. Chonep asks, does he really think that their paths will still intersect? The man says he is too arrogant. The young man waves a blade and replies that instead of mocking others, he exposed his sword hundreds, thousands of times in places that he had not even heard of. And all this to correct the slightest deviations from the ideal in its technique. Leaning over the man, he demands that he keep the promise that he gave before the battle. He asks, what faction does a man belong to? The defeated enemy tells about the alliance of the Black Turtle Pavilion. Their leader is Yul San. Chan B is surprised that his voice hears in his head. He understands that this is telepathy. The young man tells him to leave and pass the message of Chan Sanmi. He says that the revenge of an old acquaintance who hides his location is coming. There are many people in the courtyard of the mansion. The dream of Iju looks inquiringly at Jin Yutaka. The young man says that they saved their life. The sister is standing nearby. She clearly shares her brother's opinion. The girl looks at the smiling with Goen. Chonep sits on the railing about something. Out of the corner of his eye, he notices that someone was holding out a bottle for him. He is offered to drink. He asks, what is it? With Gen, it replies that it is definitely not poison. She says her brother is wounded. She thinks that Madame Sleep Eju will be very concerned. The girl believes that the young man is too serious. She is older than him, and although he refuses to call her a sister, she is still ready to listen to him. With Gai Yun, it holds out a bottle and offers a drink. The Chan EP looks at her thoughtfully for some time, not daring to accept the proposal. Sleep Eju listens to gratitude. Sitting at the table with Jin Sangon, she listens carefully to him. The man says that only thanks to her diligent work their bureau is still afloat. He is interested. Where did she find such assistance? She replies that she met with them when she needed it most. He believes that the girl should still not lose vigilance. Jin Sangong thinks that if they are such experts in martial arts, then one day they can use it against it. No one knows what they have on their minds. He should not tell her this, because they helped him. But he is simply afraid that the girl could suffer. Sleep Eju believes that he is right. On their part, it is very strange to provide such assistance to a bureau that cannot even pay. But the girl intends to be faithful to them until they abandon her. When she began her expedition, they risked their lives many times to save her. She does not think they are bad. The man believes that since the girl trusts them, he can also trust them. Jin Sangan is interested in her transportation plan. The girl says that he is going to open again after the break, so nothing special. She is going to stay here for a while, and he wants to hear his opinion on this. The man, smiling, says that he did not notice when she managed to grow. A quiet conversation is heard indoor. With Guy En, it says that if her opinion can help with something, then he can turn to her. She asks, he is so serious because he is looking for a woman? Chan EP replies that she brought alcohol on purpose, to ask him drunk. On the eve of Omkan, Pil told his sister that they need to gently get closer to the Chan EP. He admits that if not for the young man, then many would have died. The guy asks, did the sister see how their friend's gaze changed after it turned out that clawed guy from the Chan's family? He tried to determine his fraction. He says that none of the beggars had heard of this before. The girl believes that since Chan EP is not of the poor, it means that there should be no problems with him. The brother continues to share his guesses with Gi En. He says that in the province of Kamosok, they created a new faction. She was called the Gates of a Flying Dragon. She formed from the union of family Chan and Salt. The guy considers it suspicious that two huge families have joined the union and invite experts. He thinks that they need to find out what relationships are connected by the EPA Chan with the guy who showed special alertness against the Chan's family. He doesn't care if they are allies or enemies. With Gi En, Chan EPU says that as soon as the expedition ends, she will move as a family member. It seems strange to her that she knows only the name about the interlocutor. The young man asks, is it so important? He drinks from a glass and says that from infancy he was a servant in the house of aristocrats. And when he felt that he wanted to leave, he went to the mountains to hone skills. The girl asks, did she correctly realize that he met his master in the mountains? She is very interested in where he studied martial arts. She considers his technique unique. The young man drinks from a glass and looks at the interlocutor. He thinks that everything is written on her face. He wants to know his pedigree. Chan Bi understands that her brother sent her. He thinks to make Su Yen in such a situation. He believes that how many people are so many opinions. She probably also tries to understand others. It is natural that he is suspicious for them, because the origin of his technology is unknown. The young man says that nothing special really. He just likes to be free. He wants to find the way to get closer to the desired force. Since he is not sure within the limits of his capabilities or in what he will do in the future, he simply trains to become stronger now. But he thinks that trying to change like that person. After a little pause, he adds that this is not such a bad idea. With Guy E, he remembers his brother. She thinks she understands his intentions. But Chan Ep is not the one who could cause problems. All that the young man did was save the lives of people. She offers him still to drink, so they will not have secrets from each other. The person who solders him does not cause confidence, she tells him, and then adds, at least now. The night silence in the forest was disturbed by some sounds. I pursue warriors. One of the fugitives, turning around, thinks that the pursuers are 5 and they are very persistent. They are all exhausted by a 5-day pursuit, so they took only a short break. He would never have thought that they would be caught up so quickly. A lumen is visible ahead. Next to a running girl covers her eyes with her hand. A warrior with a sword blocks her path. They are surrounded, nowhere to run. All this is watched by a young man. His eyes sparkle menacingly. Fugitives also expose blades. They intend to resist, but they have no chances against more numerous opponents. A girl is hiding behind the girl and the guy. They, calling her sister Bo Hang, calm her and promise to protect her. The young man is quietly scolding, unpleasantly responding to the pursuers. The girl is interested in one of the warriors. Is he going to speak on behalf of the fraction of the Gates of the Flying Dragon? The man replies that in her weakness she can only blame herself. He orders to kill them. Suddenly, someone's voice clarifying their belonging to the fraction of the Gates of the Flying Dragon sounds. The man looks back in bewilderment. On a rocky elevation, he sees the silhouette of an armed man. The fugitives freeze in confusion. The warrior is interested. Who is he? A person asks, what is the name of the head of the Gates of a Flying Dragon? He promises to kill a warrior if he does not tell everything he knows. He answers mockingly, try. The guy takes the sword from the scabbard. He attacks, using the technique of 7 flowing blades. After a moment, all his opponents were already spread on the ground. The guy approaches the defeated warrior. He repeats his question again. He scaredly replies that they only comply with the orders of higher ones, and they themselves have never seen their faces. They know only the masters of the pavilion. the salt of the dock and Chan Pil Yen. The young man repeats the names heard. He says he knew that. According to his investigation, the fraction of the gates of the Flying Dragon was formed as a result of the merger of two families, Salt and Vat. He is interested. For what reason did they attack these people? The warrior tries to say something, but fear squeezes his throat and he cannot get together with his thoughts. The young man understands that it is easier for him to ask people themselves. He tells the warrior to get out, and promises that if he returns, he will kill him without regrets. The man, taking advantage of his offer, immediately runs away. Saved people thank him, but he interrupts them, saying that now it is better for them to move to a safe place. The guy thanks again and seems to be. He says that he belongs to the SOP family in Kamsoka, and his name is SOP Brand of Sleep. For a while, the young man looks at them silently. Then he says that he caught a rabbit, but he will not be enough for 4. He offers to go to the nearest hotel. The inn shines brightly with lights. The fugitives are sitting at the table. Bo Hanga eats with pleasure. SOP Bo Slams believes that he is in the eternal duty of this young man, but for some reason he is restless. The atmosphere is so tense that it's even hard for him to talk. Bo Kiana asks the young man what does he have to do with the fraction of the gates of the Flying Dragon. He replies that he is not directly connected with her, but there is something that he must find out. Therefore, if they know something, then he will be very grateful if they share. SOP Bo Dream is ready to tell them to the Savior everything that he knows. Once in Kamsok, the Sol and Chan family united in order to establish the fraction of the gates of the Flying Dragon and proclaimed their independence. They tried to make each family their property. Their family also received an invitation to join the new faction, but they refused. Then they were treacherously attacked. His grandfather, father, and younger brothers died. He and his younger sisters, Bohanga and Ben, survived. They are going to look for a shelter in their uncle's house in a dream, located in the province of Xinhai. The sisters are sitting at the table, listening to the story, and without interrupting their brother. The young man is perplexed, because the SOP family is included in the top of the 5 families of the province of Kamosok. Why was it necessary to involve them in a new fraction? SOPBO is interested in a dream. Where does the young man go? He replies that his path lies in the Tsaidam, where his master is now. SOP Ben clarifies what this means. Is he going towards the province of Xinhai? She asks the young man. Can he compose a company for them until they reach their uncle's house? He suddenly freezes, listening. He says he hears suspicious steps, then he adds, they are here. The young man rises from the table. SOP Bo Spio is concerned, interested in what happened. He replies that the bandits made their way to the hotel. He offers to end the meal and leave, as if nothing had happened. So other guests will not suffer. The SOP family follows the young men outside. Boa Dream is interested. Why are they here? The young master replies that their pursuers will come out soon. Girls gasp scared when armed people appear in front of them. One of them is interested in, did this man kill one of their people? The warrior, previously released by the young man, confirms that this is so. The guy looks angrily at the opponents. A person heading the pursuers, flashing with long claws, says that you should no longer spend time on words. He adds that the young man prevented their work, so he can only die. Seeing the claws, the guy clenches his fists with hatred and asks, does he belong to the Chan's family? The young man repeats his question again. He wants to know if the enemy belongs to the Chan's family. The man answers in the affirmative, and is interested in what he is now going to do with this information. He asks, does the young man think of dealing with them, despite the fact that there are 3 of them, and he is alone? An energy ball is formed in the guy's hand. He replies that the man understands him correctly. Holding the luminous sphere in his hand, the young man once again clarifies whether they are true, that they are from the family of Chan's province of Kamosok. The man was alarming his behavior. He was sure that the enemy would contrast his claws with a sword. Satellites of the young man with fright watch how the ball that has reached the goal explodes. The guy stands watching his hands. His opponent is on the ground, unable to rise. He takes a step towards the warriors accompanying him. The young man points to them with a finger. Then he turns to one of the trembling men, saying that he warned him. He will stick again, and he will kill him. He tries to defend himself by putting a sword in front of him. The young man mockingly says that everyone who belongs to the Chan's family is the same. He believes that even in a world where there is both good and evil, mercilessly spare an ungrateful person. A ball appears in his hand again. Satellites are surprised. Where did he get so much resentment that he lives like that? The young man applies the technique of the Asura Sutra, devouring extermination. He straightens with the opponents with one movement of the hand. The explosion is so powerful that its companions settled on the ground, unable to stand on their feet. They are amazed at his technique, and they cannot believe that a simple person is able to fight like that. Without taking their eyes off, they look at the young man standing next to the defeated enemies. They believe that he is a real demon. Jin Sangon, Mr. Bureau of the Dead Sea, sits at the table, plunged into thoughts. He believes that under current circumstances it will be difficult to revive the Bureau. They are not enough for this. Looking through the documents, the man thinks what to do. From his thoughts, his voice is distracted, interested in what he is so worried about. Raising his head, Jin Sangong sees a cup of EPA in front of him. He asks the young man, "What happened?" He replies that the head of their service was faced with a dilemma, so he came here to see what worries her. The man says that in vain he made this child worry. He asks to tell the girl so that she does not worry much. The young man replies that he will do so. He takes one of the papers and asks, "Isn't this a receipt?" The man confirms. He says that he already has 10,000 debt. The young man says that he will borrow money to him. Chan EP confirms his words, and he asks in return to give a written promise to the head of the Sun Service. And it would be good if he calculated this at the percentage rate on the elite market of their city. He would be very grateful to him for this. The young man asks him to do this after the completion of their expedition, since this is a budget for the restoration of the transportation service of the Golden City. A man is interested. Where does he get so much money from? Chan B says that he took them from those who abducted the young master. Since these guys went to the next world, they no longer need money. Jin Sangon was a little dumbfounded by his words, but he is very grateful to him for the salvation of his son. He believes, his bold man. The man decides to accept his proposal, especially since this will help the Golden City. He thinks that with such people the prosperity of this place is only a matter of time. He gives a written promise in the name of the head of the dream. Chonep thanks him and leaves. The man looks thoughtfully after him. He believes that his brother is nothing more to worry about. A few days later, the celebration of the 80th anniversary of the master Namgun Song Yu, the main elder of the Namgun family, begins. Hearing this news of the dream of Ju, along with his bodyguards, goes to Lone for relaxation. The girl treats the whole company in the tavern and asks not to deny herself anything. With Go-En, he thanks her, but the dream of Ju believes that she should thank. This is all only their merit. The Chonbil does not agree with her. People entering the tavern in raincoats note that here and however is very noisy. Kanpil notices strangers. Chan EP asks, "Does he know them?" They are watching them quite closely. The guy replies that he noticed it too. He suggests that they can be survivors from the faction that they won the day before. The young man thinks that they radiate a strange aura. And they are not like ordinary provocateurs. Chan B continues to look closely at the new visitors. He says that there are 3 of them. Kanpil is wondering where they came from this time. He believes that many are now sharpening a tooth on them. He thinks that it can be people from the Sochi Alliance, or these are disguised members of the Black Vielle, who had calmed down for a while. Chan EP believes that this cannot be. In his opinion, if their goal were a dream, they would attack at the intersection, and not in such a place. He recalls the Battle of Wanhu, in which he almost died. Then their opponents were also disguised as ordinary people. He believes that now it is definitely a Black Veil, and they should be the first to strike. The Chan EP tells everyone, except with Gen, pretend that they are changing places. If these people attack her, then this is a Black Veil, and if their other companion is an alliance of Sochi. He asks for Ju to get up for a moment. Kanpil considers the pursuers too annoying. Go-En grabs the sword and shouts that she will now kill them all. She attacks a group of people standing nearby. They scream. One of them drops the needle. Chan B recalls that once I had already seen such a weapon. He recalls the day when he held the same needle in his hands. Meanwhile, the girl is ready to deal with opponents. Chan EP stands in her way and asks to stop. He assures her that these are not ordinary people. He asks Go-En, how does he know this? Then the girl who took off the hood shows the green medallion. An intricate pattern is visible on it. The Chan EP turns into unlucky visitors. He is interested. Who are they and why are they following them? A person with a needle in his hands asks if they can talk about it elsewhere. He promises to explain everything to them. He seems to be Tangai Chol, the head of the Tan family of the province of Sichuan. The girl is his niece Tang Snui. The dream of Ju is surprised to repeat their last name. This family has succeeded in creating and using poisons and antidotes. They are able to destroy hundreds of people with 1 drop of poison and send opponents to the underworld using needles thinner than the strand of hair. Their experience in the production and use of poisons and antidotes has no equal, and leaves no place for comparisons. Pil is interested. Why did they need them? Their interlocutors reply that they need people from a black veil. With Gay Ian and her brother are perplexed. They are interested in why they need these people. Tan Gai Chol, bowing his head, replies that he cannot tell them this. Tan Southwing says that they simply followed them after they received information that the black veil was aimed at them. The Dream of Ju is interested in, will they really pursue them until the black vole comes for them? The girl replies that they have such a plan. Chonep asks her to pay attention to him. He demonstrates her unusual weapons. The young man says this is his sword. He looks like an amulet that she dropped earlier. It seems to him that they are made by one master. She asks if he knows the manufacturer of this weapon and how to find it. Chon EP replies that he himself is looking for him. He offers her to explain the situation, and then they will be able to work together. The young man standing next to her, calling her sister, says that since she said so much, then hiding the rest does not make sense. The girl takes from them a promise not to tell anyone to the story that she will tell them. Their family has an amulet, the creation of which they tried to complete for a long time. This is a long desire for their family. However, a glimpse of hope recently appeared when she saw an amulet of a black veil. They thought that the creator of this needle perhaps could help them. She managed to find out that his name is Young Lee Jekon. With Jian, it clarifies. Did they understand correctly that their interlocutors are looking for Young Lee Jekon, who made an amulet of a black veil? Tan Southwing answers in the affirmative. She believes that if this man can create an amulet for them, then he will become an important figure in the family of Tan Province, Sichuan. Sleep Iju asks, what will they do next? The girl replies that it is possible to follow them very well. The head of the bureau is thinking for some time, with Go Yen offers, just traveling together. The girl believes that since they want to meet with Young Lee Jekon, they can take a wagon and go with them. The Tang family fluctuates a little, but soon Tan Southha agrees. She believes that it will be better than continuing to conduct secret surveillance. Pil thinks that the Tang family does not have to attend the Namgun family festival. Although he heard that this is a very important event, the interlocutors agree that their mission is much more important, and their older relatives went to the holiday. The guy is surprised that even the elders attended the event. Are they usually present on simple holidays? The girl replies that this is not the point at all. There they will discuss issues about the creation of a new faction of the Gates of the Flying Dragon, which unites the families of Seoul and the Chan of the province of Kamosok. Chon EP listens carefully to her. He was interested in the news that these two families united into one. He understands that Chan Sanmi still took control of the Salt family. A man whose face is illuminated by the glitter of flame is a rude shout. Looking around, he sees a doc in front of him at the gun, deputy head of the Black Vulia. He asks whether the man ended the arrow chill, on the tip of which there is an explosive powder, detonating when the goal is reached. A shot from a crossbow with an incredible force amazes with it. Doc on gun thinks that a technical specialist is required for the manufacture of such weapons. So he took this guy. Looking at the man, deputy head of the Black Vuel, who was inclined above the anvil, he believes that he is just a miserable boy who came here in pursuit of a woman. The guy without extending asks, what is Gimrin doing? Doc on gun thinks that he cannot even say that she died. He replies that the woman is on the assignment now. She took with her a weapon that he made. He continues to lie that Gimrin really liked the weapon made by him, and she waits for him to complete the arrow. He hears in response, 10 days. To his question, what does this mean? The guy answers that he needs another 10 days to make it. Doc on gun is pleased with his answer. Going to leave, he says that the guy continues to make weapons for them. He is impatiently waiting for the arrow Molnia is ready. And then he will personally deal with his enemies, Chon Ep and Omhan Peel. The man leaves and the guy continues to do his job. The Tan family seems to the head of the Bureau Dead Sea. The man welcomes them and says that he did not expect to see someone from such a respected family with his own eyes. His son is also glad to guests. Jin Sangon invites them to go to the house. Tan Xinhua asks the Chan EPA to linger for a second. She wants to talk to him. The girl asks to devote a little time to her. She asks, did he know from the very beginning that he needed a person in a black veil? The young man replies that this is not the point. He just heard this from an elderly man who gave him a sword. Therefore, he suggested that his son was holding a black veil hostage. He promised that he would repay for his sword. The girl is interested. Does he want to thank the old man with the salvation of his son? She offers by force to pick up the guy. Chonep clarifies, does she intend to do this? The girl answers in the affirmative. She will go to everything for the good of the family. For some time they stand silently. Then the Chanbil says that the lady is not from this type of people. The girl is interested in why he thinks so. Throughout his life he met many different people. There were passion, desire, despair, sadness, fear in their eyes. There was relief, anxiety, and many other emotions. But in her gaze, he sees the desire to defend the honor of the family and a slight fear of uncertainty that everything will end well. He believes that such people usually avoid serious problems and always act carefully. The head of the Golden City community is the same as it, but the young man promises that if such a situation develops, he will hold back the word. The girl thinks that he has honest eyes. She believes that he is impossible to deceive. Tang Southware asks, if that person decides to follow them, he will allow him to do this and will not say anything? The young man replies that until they force them to take him with them, deceit. The girl says that he will keep in mind what was said by him. Kan Pil looks around when they enter the hall. Everyone is already sitting at the set table. They are invited to join. With Jen, he is interested in where they were. But Tang Southwa answers her that this is a secret. The girl believes that since this applies to the EPA Chan, it is unlikely to be suspicious. Tan Southwing replies that it seems that she trusts him. With Go En pours a drink into a glass. She says that Chan EP will help to make their name of the Golden City Transportation Service famous. The interlocutor listens carefully to her. The girl says that she trusts him as a colleague. With Go En walks around the yard, setting at the fact that it is cold and the fact that she drank yesterday. Some kind of noise attracts her attention. She sees how Jin Yu is so gaining volunteers. The girl believes that a rather large group has already gathered. She notices the Chan of the EPA with a box in her hands, and the Tang of Yuva next to him. What is happening surprises her. She rushes to the young man, wondering what is his plan this time. Dokon Gun, deputy head of the Black Veil, is trained in shooting. He is satisfied with the results. The approaching servant reports that the news came. Their scouts successfully introduced themselves to the enemy bureau. The man is glad. He believes that the time has come. A few days later, night. Kan Pil stands, thinking that he sees his pears from his mouth. It seems that the cold has come. He asks his sister who came closer to him. What happened? She replies that nothing is like that. She believes that Chan Ep has planned something with the Tang family. He does not allow them to approach, and does not tell anything himself, and then suddenly asks them to help install an ambush for a Black Veil. She is angry and asks, is this not enough to arrange his death penalty? The girl says that when everything is over, she will try to find out what happened. Suddenly she notices the Chan EPA. He says that he asked them to be a bait. Why are they still here? The girl replies that she thought they will manage to attract more attention. The cup of Ep is catching a familiar smell. He is sure that he will recognize him 1,000 miles. He says she thought correctly. One way or another, their enemies are already here. Kan Pil asks what side the sister chooses. The girl prefers to take a position on the left. They are attacked by a group of armed men. Finging from the opponents, the brother replies that then he will take the right side. Chan B believes that so far, everything is going according to plan. Having waved his sword, he thinks that perhaps he should also try something. The young man easily beat off the attacks of opponents. Kan Pil believes that a friend's skills have improved again. His sister wields a sword, fighting off the opponents from all sides. Suddenly she understands that this is their volunteers. She asks if Chan had known about this. He answers in the affirmative. Suddenly 3 arrows fly in his direction. The young man manages to reflect them with a sword. Hearing the explosion behind, he is interested in Gi En. Is he in order? The enemy considers it a shame that his attack was unsuccessful. Chan B determines that the leader was aiming at him. He believes that his weapon can cause them problems. He clarifies. In front of him is the dock on the gun from the Black Voya. The man is surprised that the young man knows his name. Attacking, Chan B says that getting information about him is very simple. The enemy is amazed that the young man easily dissects the arrows put into him. He barely manages to avoid a shock by a sword. The man is scolding, unable to believe that he is opposed by such a skilled opponent. He decides to resort to another weapon, a smoke grenade. When the smoke is dispelled, Chan B understands that there is no one else to fight. He is annoyed that the opponents had retreated, and he believes that they could not go far. The Chan of the EP rushes forward, believing that the enemy did not just run away. Kan Pil offers him to hold together. The young man thinks that since the man is hiding in the mansion, then he is looking for asylum. But the dock on the gun and in the mansion was met with weapons in his hands. The annoyed man is scolding. The Chan of the EP overtakes the enemy. He decides to resort to another weapon, Of course, he did not think to use it in a similar place. The master warned him that it was effectively against a large number of people. It is necessary to use it only in case of danger. He screams that now they will all be sent to the next world. Doc on Gun considers them arrogant fools if they decided that they can leave intact and unharmed after they dishonored a black veil. He tells Chan Epu that he will start with him because he wounded him, and then he will go to his friends. He threatens that now all his opponents will disappear. Chan B looks warily at him. He is trying to use weapons. An explosion is heard. A stunned man stands and looks at what remains of his hand. Others do not take their eyes off him. Doc on Gun does not immediately realize what happened. The master promised him an unsurpassed weapon. He understands that he learned about the death of Gimran, and therefore gave him this weapon. He was furious, pissing curses. Chani P attacks a man. He uses the technique of bloody butterfly. A man runs through the night forest, while he is amazed that everything turned out not at all the way he planned. He believes that Younglee Jekon is to blame for this. He is sure that he specially made a self-destructive weapon. He promises to kill the culprit. The man continues to run, and a greenish haze stretches behind him. From thoughtfulness, Chan Epa leads a voice interested in what his plan is. With Go-En, he asks him how he found out that the Black Veil sent a spy to them. She asks to tell her how it happened. The girl just dies with curiosity. Tan Southwing is standing next to the young man. She says that he will tell them everything. Their family did not lose sight of the Black Veil. They received information that they penetrated into various agencies in the province as mercenaries. Knowing their interest in people from the Bureau of the Golden City, the girl suggested that they would pay a visit to them. Chan Ep has developed an appropriate plan. They created a reagent of extremely poisonous plants, the aroma of which can be recognized as 1,000 miles. The mercenaries signed a brush moistened in it under the contract. Since such people constantly take poison in small doses, accustoming the body to it, when their hands came into contact with them, a weak glow arose that betrayed them. Then they themselves spread the fragrance. With Go-En, he guesses that the young man, by smell, realized that the enemies were here. The Chanbi says that now they can follow the trail of those who escaped and go to their main base to save young Lee Jekon. The young man looks at the greenish haze indicating the direction where they need to go. Tan Southwing clearly see the path of movement of the bandit. Chan B says that they need to overcome 5 miles somewhere. He believes that at least it has not been so much time. They need to hurry. Khan Pil asks, will they go with him? The young man thinks that if the distance was shorter, then everything could be different. But in this case, it would be easier for them to pursue the aroma at such a distance. A friend agrees with him. The young man, along with Mrs. Tang, hurry to hit the road. The aroma becomes more sharp, and they understand that they have reached the goal. Chan B caps the Yuva running ahead. He believes that people from a Black Veil did not notice that they were being persecuted. The girl says that she personally created this fragrance, and only her family members will be able to distinguish it. But she is worried that the bandits, realizing that in their defeat, young Lee Jekon was guilty, will not be silent. She wants to free the guy before they kill him. The girl heard that people from the Black Veil are the most proud assassins of all. They will brutally deal with the one who tarnished their honor. She is in a hurry. Chanbi says that he wants to go alone further. He believes that she was exhausted and should rest. The girl prepared this medicine for many nights, but did not make reagents, so it should be fine. He asks Tanyuva not to worry. The young man promises that he will not take the power of the one who is dear to her. He recalls their conversation, and says that even then he understood her feelings for that person. The young man felt that they were so sincere. He saw her sadness when she held in her hands a weapon made by that guy. The girl looks at him silently. She decides to trust, and gives him a potion. The girl says that this drug will temporarily make it more susceptible to aroma. She asks to save a person dear to her. Young Lee Jekon lies at the feet of a scolding man. He asks how he dared to betray them. His eyes sparkle angrily. Young Lee Jechon says that since he is tearing anger on him, it means that his plan was a success. The man threatens to kill him. The guy laughs and says that he can do it because he came here to this. But the bandit believes that killing a guy is pointless now. He promises to do it very slowly and painfully. And he says that he will start with his fingers. An unexpected noise makes him turn around. The technique of the bloody butterfly quickly calmed the man. Young Lee Jechon, kneeling, watches what is happening. He raises his face to a person who rejoices that he finally found him. Chanep clarifies, is the name of the guy Jung Lee Jeshon? He will recognize a soft sword, packed with his hands. The young man seems to be, and says that he came to fulfill the promise that he gave him to his father. He offers a guy to go home. He objects. How he, who lost his head from behind a woman and left his elderly father, dare to do this? The young man with the sword cuts the chain on the guy's feet. He says that everyone is doing nonsense. Wise is not the one who does not make mistakes, but the one who studies on them. He believes that the guy has a chance. Handing his hand, he says that he would not miss him. The old warrior cannot believe his eyes. Before him with a guilty head, his son stands. Hugging the guy, the old man reproaches him for not returning for so long. He asks him for forgiveness. Chan EP believes that he managed to repay the master for the sword. His thoughts are interrupted by the appearance of Tan Yuva. He asks, "Is she okay?" The girl answers in the affirmative. The young man is interested. Did the girl come to meet them? He says he will wait for her. Tan Southwing asks for forgiveness for interrupting their long-awaited reunion. The old man apologizes to her. The son whips off tears. An elderly man asks the Chan EPA how can he pay him a favor for this. The young man replies that at the moment when the gunsmith gave him his sword, he decided that the salvation of young Lee Jekon was his duty. The old man thanks him, and is interested in who this young lady. The girl calls her name, Tan Suma, from the Tan family of the province of Sichuan. He recalls that their family is famous for the production of poisons and antidotes. The old man asks why someone from the family of Tang decided to visit them. The girl is embarrassed and does not know what to say. The cup of bite comes to her aid. He says that the young lady greatly helped the salvation of young Lee Jekon. The old man is surprised. Now he does not know what to say. The girl believes that it was her duty. Tan Southwing decides to turn to an elderly man. She reports that she wants to talk about the young master. The girl honestly tells the whole story about the tracking of the origin of products accidentally purchased from a Black Veil. As interested in weapons of an unknown master, they were looking for a meeting with him everywhere. She shows the needle. The old man looks at the object made by his son. He understands that the Tang family is interested in his talent. A puzzled expression appears on his face. Tan Southware says that they would treat his son as a nobleman. If he does not mind, then their family will provide him with protection. The Chan EP, turning to the old master, says that until his son's talent fades away, people will continue to pursue him in this way in the future. In this regard, it should be sent to a reliable place. This is the best solution to the problem. He believes that he needs to be where they respect his talent and can guarantee security. The old man replies that he understands everything. Looking at his son, he says that it is not to decide for him. The guy thinks that he disgraced his father with his act, so now he will do as he will tell him. The girl says that she also creates weapons. She is aware of the value of the talent that young Lee Jekon possesses. She considers it an honor to cooperate with a young master, and asks to provide her with such an opportunity. The old man thinks for a while. Then he says that if she is confident that her opinion will never change, she can take his boy. The guy thanks his father for trust. Tan Southwing promises to do everything to help the young master. Chan EP believes that no one thought about young Lee Jekin as much as this young lady. The young man is going to leave. The old man stops him. The Chan EP, turning around, says that it seems, as everything is said, and sees the guy standing in front of him on his knees. Young Lee Jekon says that he considered him a monster. All he knew was how to handle a hammer. Therefore he was going to die like this. But when the young man cut the chain on his ankles, he seemed to be reborn, and again felt like a man. The girl sympathetically touches his shoulder. She says that the guy wants to honor the Chan EP as a named brother. The young man asks, "What does this mean?" In response, he hears him called his older brother. He is amazed at young Lee Jekon. The young man says, if he goes to the Tang family, he will live better than anyone. Having contacted a wanderer like him, the guy will not achieve anything. The old man thinks that his son felt a strong fraternal love for the young man who saved him. Chan Be understands that even an elderly man would like to contact him with such a request. He thinks that he has offered to tie himself to the bonds of the named brothers. The young man recalls his whole life. He considers it a stupid venture. Mentally, he asks the guy, does he know how much trouble can cause attachment? He believes that they make a person weak. Does young Lee Jekon do not understand that he helped him only thanks to this freedom from attachments? He thinks that the guy asks him to make stupidity. But then he recalls how Subam treated him as a younger brother. He even thought that he was trying to use it for the sake of Madame Sol Su-un. But he was the only one who had feelings for her. Chan EP demonstrates his sword to the guy. He says that due to the fact that he made it, his blood butterfly technique is finally completed. He believes, if the fact that he saved him with the help of this particular sword, fate, then so be it. He makes a cut on his hand and asks the guy to stretch his own. Having waved his sword, he slightly wounds his forearm. The girl looks alarmed at his bloodied hand. Chan EP presses his wound to him. Now they are brothers by blood. The young man bandages the wounded hand. Suddenly, they hear a voice behind the door, saying that it seems that this is the place. Two men appear on the threshold asking, can they enter? Tang Southwa jumps joyfully when he learned his grandfather and uncle. Men are presented. The elder of the family Tan Mong Chan and the head of the family Tan Chan E. The young man thinks that they could, using the poison, demand to give them Young Li Jechon. But, probably, the girl did not want to resort to such methods. He cannot now stand aside, because it concerns his brother. He believes that if they had not ignored his orders, then the young mistress would have done it very well. A wagon from which a conversation is heard on the way. One of the men says that the Satu believes that he helped a lot. The second is interested. Where is the hometown of his brother's son-in-law? Chonep asks what he has in mind. Son-in-law? Tan Moon Young believes that perhaps over time, his granddaughter and young Lee Jekon will become a couple. The old man says that from the very moment he first saw them together, he had the feeling that they could get a strong family. He is interested in the opinion of the EPA Chan on this score. He thinks that, it seems, the man deliberately decided to return with him to ask about it. He thinks that you need to come up with an answer that will arrange Tanmul Chon. It will be easier. The young man says that the lunar gate belongs to the fraction, which continues the traditions of the sutra, the technique of breathing transmitted from generation to generation. The old man asks to name the name of his master. Chaonep asks, did he hear about the divine monk Taze, the great hero one? The old man replies that he seems to have heard, or maybe not. He thinks. The young man is sure that he is not familiar with this name. He just came up with him. He believes that the one who wrote the lines, born by extremely weak, I sacrificed everyone for the sake of strength, read by him in the book, and really could be called his master. The old man says that he is very interesting to his lunar breathing technique, but he simply cannot cope with her. He asks him to give him a chance to appreciate his strength. The young man understands that sparring was his goal from the very beginning. He believes that a person with such a disposition is a continuous headache. Understanding that he has no other way out, Chonep asks what he should do for this. All inhabitants of the mansion gather in the yard. Tan Mu Jung, with the help of energy, raises a rather large sphere. Tan Jung-yi says that they will have a competition for pushing this iron ball with his father. Having drawn the lines, and putting the participants to equal distances from them, he says that they should move the sphere hanging in the air, half of its original position. Both participants are ready to start the competition. The young man likes the proposed method. He believes that this is a good chance to compare his strength with the capabilities of the elder of a prestigious family. He must take advantage of this chance to assess the degree of internal force acquired with the help of breathing technique. Tan Jung-a is struck by the fact that the father is retreating back under the onslaught. The old man understands that his inner force fluctuates smoothly and dissipates. He never met anyone with such energy. The man thinks that this is really mysterious and sophisticated. Very smooth, but at the same time strongly and graceful. He feels the unquenchable and immeasurably evil ki. He believes that despite his grandeur, it is not oppressing. Rather, it can be called refreshing and clean. He decides to try again. His son is alarmed that his father weakened power. Having concentrated, the old man is trying to withstand the powerful onslaught of the enemy. His relatives are concerned about what is happening before their eyes. The ball falls between the rivals, making a decent dent in the ground. The old man looks at his hand. He thought that he was ready to reflect everything that could be released like a bullet. He delighted with the strength of the young man. In the yard night, an unhurried conversation is being held in the mansion at the table. The old man is interested. Did the divine monk really not teach him the last breath in the technique of moon breathing? Chonep asks, is he missing something? Tan Moon Young asks a question. If he takes possession of this last technique, will this mean that he knew all the techniques of this teaching? The interlocutor answers in the affirmative. The young man says that in the final stage of this technique there is a side effect. The technique gives great power. The better he owns it, the better it works. But even more poison accumulates in his body. If he cannot completely neutralize it, then he will not be able to use the equipment as it should. Chanbi drinks from a glass and thinks that he came up with all this. Tang Moon Young believes that for this reason, his master was a hermit and never went into the world of martial arts. The young man agrees with him. He says that if you forcibly try to master the technique, then side effects are aggravated. The old man considers it regrettable. Chanbi says his master discovered one opportunity and entrusted him with a mission. The interlocutor is interested in what kind of assignment he received. He replies that since even when using all types of elixirs, only a temporary effect can be achieved, the master considered it necessary to always have something that would support it with him, and will also have a continuous effect that does not lose effectiveness for a moment. He believes that since the old man gives him unpleasant tasks, then let him be ready to get the same. He talks about an immortal ball, resistant to all poisons, but it exists, unfortunately, only in legends. So his master and asked to get. We are talking about white warm jade, resistant to poisons, the best martial arts in the world at the moment. Tan Moon Young is amazed. After all, white warm jade is a rare object that is difficult to get even to its clan. He is perplexed. How does the young man know about such a curiosity? The Chan EP mentally asks him to react so that his acting game costs the effort. The young man believes that he was very helped by the insistent questioning of Omkan Pilya about the Sichuan family of Tan. He continues his speech. The interlocutor listens carefully to him. The young man says that this tool is so valuable that it cannot be reached even for a lot of money. And even if you have the necessary means, it is still unknown where to look for it, because no one wants to reveal such a secret. The young man complains that without fulfilling the mission, he will not be able to look into the eyes of his master. The old man supports him. Tan Moon Young complains that he is dizzy and he wants to take a little walk. He apologizes and promises to return soon. Chan B tells him to be in no hurry. He is a little ashamed to deceive the old man. He notices that an elderly man says something to his granddaughter. The young man thinks that perhaps he can get white warm nephritis. He understands that now he can only wait. The night dusk envelops the mansion in which the Golden City Service is located. Samguan Jingle, sitting at the table, carefully studies the confidential document received from Don Ho. He learns that the 10 largest Hanam Bureau almost collapsed, and their positions are quickly occupied by the Bureau of the Heavenly Dragon, the Bureau of Jinan, and the Pegasus Bureau. These 3 services secretly destroyed competitors and captured their bases, but no evidence of their connection or illegal activity was found. Everyone in sight, they lead a completely ordinary business, and nothing suspicious is found. However, given the terms of their appearance and similar methods that they use to absorb the bases of the fallen bureau, Don Ho is sure that this is all just like that. The man decides to read the following letter. He learns that among the accompanying dreams, in one large man, the demon sword Oma was recognized. The individuals of the other 2 could not be revealed. A month ago, when 2 of the accompanying were hired, 10 attackers attacked the Golden City, but they were all killed by these 2 people. Subsequently, during the trip, they were attacked by 3 famous bandits. The demon master of dried trees, a friendly smile, and a demon of the crimson flame were killed by the accompanying. The man is amazed that these people were able to defeat 3 northern demons. He believes that it is easy to guess who was the fast master of the sword demon, but it is difficult to judge who uses a soft sword. Isn't it because of them the blue dragon has recently become careful in its actions? He thinks that he still does not have enough information. He continues to study correspondence, from which he learns that the transportation service of the Golden City is still working at the Dead Sea branch in Loyan. A couple of days ago, it was confirmed that in the early morning there was a major battle. The enemy's accompanying forces were destroyed. At the same time, the activity of the Pegasus Bureau, which was about to expand, ceased. At the moment, the possibilities of the Golden City have no equal. He is perplexed. Who are these people in whom the dream is so confident? The man thinks that he, as a person with a special aura, felt strange energy. Like it or not, they are not like ordinary accompanying people. Remembering the Chan EPA, he once again asks himself the question, where did this guy come from? A man decides to go to loan when he finishes business here. Suddenly, an alarmed Dream Ahong rushes into the room. He reports that his father's condition worsened sharply, and he calls his named brother. Samguan Jingle hurries to the call. He asks a man sitting in bed not to overload himself and hold on. Sleep. Il-san, a former head of the Golden City Transportation Service, is trying to say something. He pronounces the name of his daughter. The man asks him not to worry. He says that there are simply brilliant people with her. Holding his brother's hand, he thinks that the situation is dangerous. His blood and energy flow in the opposite direction. He believes that you need to hurry, and, putting the palm on the patient's back, shares his energy with him. He asks the young man to support his father while he is trying to help him. Samguan Jingle applies the technique of 9 revolutions of Blue Yang. He thinks that the blood flow block is more serious than he thought. If he cannot get to the dantry in this way, then the matter is bad. Suddenly, the energy flow that comes from the patient's body helps him, and he understands what kind of energy it is. She is gentle, like a stream, but strong, like waves. It is not fragile, but not rude. She exactly looks like the one that he smelled at the Chan EP. He feels that the bloodstream begins to flow in the right direction. The man asks, who used to look after his brother? The young man replies that this was one of the accompanying. If a man met with his sister, he had to see him. Samguan Jingle is sure that this man is the young man whom he thinks about. Suddenly, the sick begins to cough it very much. The man believes that this is a sign of the disappearance of a large block overlapping the bloodstream. He understands that it was this mysterious energy that played a decisive role in improving the state of health of Sleep-Il-san. He thinks that it would be good if there was someone who was able to control the life energy of his brother. The man tells the young man that everything is already fine now. They now just need to track the situation. Samguan Jingle is sure that they managed to overcome a difficult crisis. He thinks that only an exceptional doctor like young Ma-hep can have such energy. A man is perplexed. What is the past of this guy? He does not know who you need to be in order to have such a huge force at such a young age. Chanep thanks for the hospitality. He says that now their paths diverge. The interlocutor asks him to wait a bit. He wants to give him something. Holding a medallion to him, Tanjung-yi explains that this is an honorary sign showing the young man's belonging to the clan. Chan EP thinks, do these people do not understand what he wants to say? He replies that he had previously said that he was a monk. But a person insists and explains that he does not give him a sign in order to tie him to something. This plaque also serves as protection from poison. Although it is not made of white jade, it is able to resist most poisons. He asks to accept her in gratitude for the fact that he followed the will of his father. Given his skills, not so many people could defeat him. He continues to say that when you take the sword in your hands and go traveling around Jianghu, you have to face unpleasant people. They find out that their clan is standing behind the young man. They will not dare to act recklessly. It is for this that you need a plaque. He asks to accept her. Chan EP replies that he is pleased to hear an honest answer, and he will gladly take it. He is surprised that there are so many kind-hearted people in the Sichuan family of Tan. He believes that he should not worry about money. The man promises that warm white jade will get for him, and he asks, as soon as it all ends, to visit their clan. Tan Young-yi says that when his niece and young Li Jehon will become a couple, the young man will also not be a stranger for the clan. Chan EP thinks that this does not mean that he will agree to their cunning tricks. He folds his hands again in a farewell gesture, and he offers to exchange warm white nephritis when he will visit their clan. The man thinks that the young man turned the conversation as he wanted. Chan EP hears his name, and turning around, sees the carriage. Looking at the flag, he thinks, where is the wagon of the Golden City here? Tan Young-yi says that their transportation service seems to be quite popular recently. He believes that they came to greet the EPA Chan. With Goen rejoices at their meeting. He is surprised that they, however, decided to resume work. They emerged from the wagon. The dream of the young man welcomes. Chan Be looks at the person who is following her. Night. The hotel building is drowning in darkness. Chanep asks the dream of how they found him. She says that after his disappearance with Madame Tan, she asked Mr. Gi Chol to find them. And hearing that they were accompanied by people from the Tong family, she decided to come here. At the table, except for them, Khan Pil and his sister, and Samguan Jingle. Chan EP asks why they arrived all together. The girl replies that the deeds of the Bureau of the Dead Sea are settled, and now they can set off again. Just in time, her uncle appeared, and, after discussion, they decided to go to the Namogun family. Thanks to the prudence of Samguan Jingle, they were able to find a young master. Looking at the man, the young man thinks, Madam Sleep believes that many people gathered in the family of Namgun, so he has no reason to refuse to come there under the flag of their service. The young man thinks that several people from the Orthodox faction should arrive there. Then this is a great opportunity to learn more about the sect Flying Dragon. The Chan of the Bing looks at the man. He brings a glass to his mouth and takes a sip. In the hotel courtyard, the young man talks with Samguan Jingle. He believes that the choice of the hotel is successful. The path was long, and the head of the service will be able to properly relax for the first time in a long time. The man says he heard a lot about him. Since there was very little time left before the start of the holiday, he also asks him to relax well and prepare for the trip. But the young man does not agree with him. He believes that the hotel is too quiet. Although there are usually a lot of people here, the impression that someone deliberately got rid of the locals. He asks the man, Does he know anything? He believes that he will be very interested in learning about the flying dragon. He asks him not to worry, because his niece trusts him, and he does not want extra victims. The young man believes that the interlocutor may also be connected with this sect. The man answers negatively, and adds that he will not say anything else. He says that if a young man wants him to tell him more, then he will have to do something to begin with. The cup of EP waves a sword, repulsing the attack of several men. He easily makes a jump, increasing the distance. One of the opponents is struck by his lightness and mobility. He believes that the guy cannot be underestimated. Warriors understand that they will have a hard time. The young man successfully repels the next attack. His eyes are widely opened in surprise. A girl who is in the company of 3 men shouts a team for partners. Opponents attack him on both sides, but he manages to substitute his blade under the sword that descends on him in time. The young man manages to recapture the blow of the second man. He uses the bloody butterfly technique. Samguan tells everyone to stop. He offers to continue the conversation. The man says that since he had exhausted him in the middle of the night, he first offers a drink, and then continue the conversation. The young man replies that first to arrange an ambush, and then pour. This is a rather strange hobby. Chon Ep and Samguan are sitting in front of a spread fabric on which there is a bottle and glasses. Behind the men are warriors. He apologizes for checking. But this was the right way to test his abilities. He believes that the guy's reputation is quite deserved, and now he can speak with a calm soul. At first, he expresses his gratitude. He thanks the young man for helping his brother to overcome the disease. Chon Ep replies that he just shared his energy with him. He believes that there is nothing special about this. But the man does not agree with him. Saving his brother, he pressed the acupuncture point of Minman and tried to direct the life stream inside the patient's body. But at that moment, the energy hidden in his body helped in unlocking other, originally blocked, points. Samguan says that it was truly mysterious energy. The young man replies that there is nothing like that in her. It all happened thanks to his brother's life force. He thinks that the old man who uses the sutra of the respiratory technician Yin must be really an outstanding master. He decides to learn more about him. Chon Bi says that if you think about the questions asked by him, you can assume who his interlocutor is. He believes that the man already realized that one of his people is a demon of the sword. This guy, like a bear, is a member of the Alliance Murim, but he did not recognize the man. He commands subordinates and is well aware, but the main expert of the Alliance Murim does not know him. This means that he holds some kind of post in the government and belongs to the secret organization. The young man believes that the man left the transportation service to solve this problem. He asks how close he came to the truth. The interlocutor is shocked by his insight and can no longer hide the true state of affairs from him. Chani P hopes that he will say something sensible. He is interested in what a man wants from him, and even mentions the sect of the Flying Dragon at the same time. Samguan tells the warrior Donho to rations the surroundings. The man rushes to fulfill his order. The young man says that he has amazing subordinates. No one has ever stepped on his sword. Chon Bi believes that if they work together, they will be able to make his bear with a sword sweat. The man notices that the guy holds on a detached one, and it is surprised that the interlocutor has such an ironic side of the personality. Samguan says that he made certificates not only about him, but also about the demon of the sword, and about the girl with Gen. He heard that she alone destroyed more than 10 killers from the Black Veil. There are also rumors that they killed 3 old masters, known as 3 northern demons. They say about the young man that he defeated the forces that overthrew the bureau in Hanama. And recently, he tracked all the members of the Black Voya, who hunted for Go-En, discovered their base, and erased their powder. And all this in a few months. He believes that the actions of the young man only in his hands. Chonep, chewing, asks, does the man want him to become his subordinate? But, although he travels alone, he manages to collect the information he needs. The man says that on the contrary, he wants the young man to command them. He invites him to take the patronage over the 4 warriors with whom he fought. Samguan believes that the Flying Dragon is certainly following him, and while they are doing this, the man will be able to collect more information about them. The young man asks, does he really think that his warriors, and especially the woman who reacted to him as an enemy, will obey him? The man replies that he argued with them. If they defeated him, he would cancel everything. Their pride is hurt, but they understand everything. The Chon EPU doesn't like this idea. He asks to call the soldiers to be able to tell them about his refusal. Samguan says that he heard that the young man is looking for salt. He believes that it does not matter how good he is, collecting information alone is always more difficult. Donho warned him about the attitude of the EPA Chan to Chan Sanmi, and he understood a lot of this. The young man asks, "Does the man blackmail him?" But he says that he simply shows that you can find out when you work not alone. Samguan Jingle calls Donho. The warrior brings a bundle. The man says that in addition to food and sleep, the young man is busy only with a sword training. With such mysterious energy and the ability to create author's technology, he may change his mind if he was offered something. He lays books before him. The man says that there are 4 volumes of secret martial arts, known as 4 powerful strange skills of martial art from around the world. The first is a heartbreaking demonic combat equipment. Its author is a monster musician Song Chogai, capable of using a flute to drive hundreds of combat masters crazy. Next follows the immersion technique in the water, left by claws from the island of the Golden Bell, which in the underwater voyage is comparable only with fish. The third book is the recordings of the demon Mao-san, created by the martial artist of Dancy from the Mao-san sect. It contains its bizarre and non-traditional techniques. The next is the secret technique of 3 deceptive demonic secrets. Its author is a demon prisoner of Jongi. The man says that she recently fell into their hands, and he is not sure of her content. He notifies that books from the archives of the Imperial Palace. If the young man accepts his proposal, then any of them can become him. Looking at the interlocutor, Chon-ep thinks that his proposal is tempting. Does he really want his participation so much? The young man believes that the flying dragon will really begin to send stronger masters, so this can come in handy. He knows that once with him there will be no Omkan Pilya and his sister. Therefore, he needs to become stronger. Chan Be accepts an offer and chooses the book 3 Deceptive Secrets. Samguan Jingol is surprised by his choice. He believes that the rest are much easier to study. The young man explains that she was left by the demon worker, and this means that there are no catchy techniques in it, which distinguishes it from the orthodox. The man does not stop being amazed. If the young man took any other book, he could reach the heights in the chosen technique. He is wondering if he can choose the right path, like Youngma Hep, but the promise is a promise. Samguan Jingol passes the knife to the young man, saying that he guarantees him authority in the eyes of the 4. If the young man holds a yellow dragon dagger in his hand, then any of his orders will be considered as if they come from the imperial family. A man warns that the CEP of the EP should not use it to the detriment of the ruling family, government, or ordinary people. Everything else depends on him. The young man asks to call the 4 warriors. He turns to Donho wondering, is he the main thing? The warrior replies that including himself, each of them has 4 subordinates who also have 4 people in subordination. Chan B says that he thought so. He asks to call them all here. He meets his subordinates. The woman's name is a letter. The other 2 warriors, Soko and Namhuho, he seems to be, and he says that he already has the first indication for them. The young man notifies that he does not need them, and he orders not to interfere under his feet. He says that they are all on vacation while their boss is on the departure. The guy believes that Samgvan Jingol has many subordinates and his intelligence network is probably excellent. He does not suit him that he receives information first of all. Therefore, he tells him to rest. His third order, during their vacation, all questions are transmitted to Donho. With these words, he throws a dagger to a man. Chonbi says that he will be busy studying secret techniques, so that's all. He asks not to worry. He will hold back his word when the time comes. Until that moment, he tells his team to rest well. Samguan Jingle laughs. He did not expect him to be inflated, but the man tells everyone to disperse. He believes that since the young man said that he would hold back his word, then they can only wait. A man with bracelets on his hand, sitting in an armchair on an elevation, is interested in the man standing in front of him that he managed to find out. He replies that the servants of the Imperial Court and the Alliance Murim have recently been very active. The person believes that the meeting of the family Namgun was organized by Samguan Jingle. The Murim Alliance most likely acts through the Elder of the Poor, the master of collecting information. The man agrees with him. He continues to argue that, although the Emperor put a smart person on this case, he is unlikely to openly advertise his connection with the authorities. Now, the poor are much greater, who are freely walking around, anywhere. The postal services of the provinces of the Khans earned again. And this means that now a noticeable part of their alliance is the heavenly gates of the dragon. The Seas and Chu families will try to track them down and weaken the positions of their fractions. Sochi Yalsag Ang believes that they can deal with the emperor later. The first thing is the elder of the poor, Mon Singe. The current head of the martial arts alliance tells him to convey his words to the elder, M. Sol B. He believes that the time has come to hunt Moen Singe, whom he hates. If they are so striving to find out about their alliance, let them come to them themselves. Chonep is trying to master the illusory demonic technique. To do this, he needs to make breathing and pulse abnormal. A person cannot live a second without a heartbeat. But it is this healthy breathing and pulse that are shackles that limit human capabilities. If you completely free yourself from these shackles, then you can become a similar celestial. He will be able to surpass all restrictions. Overlading various energy channels of the body and controlling internal energy, you can achieve unprecedented power. This is the whole essence of illusory demonic technology. Chon EP is trying to fulfill the read in the book. He understands that this is completely different from the respiratory technique of Tam Tonapogen. The book states that you need to reject everything human and gain power, becoming something superhuman. He likes this technique, and he decides that he will necessarily master it. He is again accepted for training. The young man thinks that he exercises only an hour and is already so tired. He just tried to repeat what is written on 2 of 3 pages. If the energy of Tamtonapkin did not protect his channels, he would have gone to the next world several times. He is interested in what is written on the last page. He reads that if you comprehend everything that is written above, then you can achieve the state of Sim Chaikdon, the unity of the heart and movements when the body moves simultaneously with the thought. And then you can get the nickname an illusory demon. Chon B believes that if the trajectory of his technique of the bloody butterfly follow his thoughts, then he will be able to create techniques that are much superior to the current ones. The young man completes the training, and at that moment Donho appears on the threshold. He does not have time to open the door as the young man asks, "What is he doing here?" He told them to take a vacation last night. The warrior is impressed by his reaction and how he quickly felt his presence. When asked by the guy why he is here, Donho replies that while he has a dagger of a yellow dragon, he can be where he wants. Breathing heavily after grueling training, Chani P is interested. What happened to the man during the day? He thinks that the consequences were more serious than he thought. The warrior asks him to help save one person. The young man says that under his leadership dozens of people. Why does he need him? He replies that everyone has their own responsibilities, and it is difficult to collect them in one place. The man says that he heard that the alliance of Sochi was pursuing the elder of the alliance Murim. He must go here after about half an hour. Now their master is absent, and he asks to take his friend with him. The young man believes that he does not need this bear. He has recently been too actively trying to find something about him. Donho thought they became friends in an illegal gambling house. The young man replies that everyone has their own hidden motives. Chon EP is interested in why the warrior thinks that he will act at his request. He has already received a secret technique that he wanted and can escape at any time. The man says that when he studied the information about him, he thought that he appreciates loyalty and promise. He believes that he was mistaken and asks to forget about his request. Donho unfolds to leave. The young man looks after him and thinks that he surrendered unexpectedly easily, although he seemed to think for a long time his request. But he doesn't care. Let Sokin and those other guys fight. The more they weaken each other, the better for him. He intends to go and prove that he is not guided by stupid things as loyalty. In the night darkness there is a battle. The books ask the associates to hold out a little more. They protect Muen Singe. He believes that although his defenders are strong, they cannot defeat people who are subordinate to the demon. The elder of the poor tells the soldiers to get ready to die with the enemy. In no case should he get alive into the hands of enemies. A man with a demonic appearance is approaching them. He says that he is very interested in whether the elder will remain silent when he caught him, and he will torture. I eat salt by, an exciting soul of a demonic sword, recalls how many problems Moen Sinjin delivered him with his arrows. He longs to take him alive this time. He lifts the sword and tells the soldiers to get out of his road. This time, neither the Imperial Court nor the Alliance Murim will interfere with him. He attacks, his warriors follow him. Donho rushes over him. He did not expect them to catch up so quickly. I eat salt by, laughing, calls him a daring boy. He applies a technique to him, an exciting demonic sword, but the third technique of bloody butterfly falling blood petals, stop it. The Chon Ep asks Donho, is he really going on vacation to the next world? He believes that when it ends, they should talk. The silence of the night forest is disturbed by the sounds of the battle. Chonep is opposed to the salt of Bai. Warriors are fiercely fighting, protecting the elder of the poor. Mo In Jin puts the enemy on the ground with a strong blow. He is trying to hide. Aang Solbi asks the young man, "Did he kill the ZBCiasi?" But even if this is true, then this is not enough to stop him. He says that he would love to deal with him, but he cannot miss the prey that he must catch today. Fighting. The young man thinks that the old man can't even run away normally. Mu Yun Sin-ge, looking around, admires his powerful blow of the sword. Books look after him. She says that their goal is to protect him. And what should they do now? Donho says she leave him. If they can at least a little delay, eat salt by, this will be enough. The exciting soul demonic sword considers the enemy strong enough. He decides that it is time to stop games, and threatens to crush them with all one blow. Chan EP bites the lower lip from tension. It is quite difficult to resist the powerful energy of this person. Donho gives a command, and its warriors bring down the formation of 10 deaths to the salt. The young man believes that this technique is not strong enough. He thinks that the enemy is the strongest of all he met, and believes that he must defeat him with one blow. Due to illusory demonic technology, his body behaves strangely. Aang the Salt of Bai breaks to rush after the fugitive. Warriors are not able to withstand him. Chan EP decides to try to use the acquired knowledge against him. Father Sleep Ju coped with poisonous energy, which means that he can also. The young man tries to use the respiratory energy of them Tonappen. He uses the fourth technique, the spirit of a bloody butterfly. He makes an incredible somersault, stroking with a sword. On the mouth, I eat salt by flowing blood. Book, bending over the young man lying on the ground, asks him to wake up. Donho believes that something is wrong with the guy. He carefully looks at him. The warrior believes that this is a coming from the path. The girl looks at him inquiringly. She lifts the young man and tries to pour her energy into him. The girl believes that they cannot just stand and watch how he dies. He tried to help them. Donho calls Soko and Namho. The man believes that if not for the young man, they would have been dead. They cannot let the girl fight for him alone. The guys support him. Together they pour energy into the body of the Chan EP. The girl believes that he is a little better. But if this goes further, then they will all come out of the way. Samgvan Jingle joins them. He asks them to concentrate. The man believes that something more serious happened than he expected. He returned because contact occurred earlier than he expected. He thinks that if he goes further, then the whole four will come out of the way. He cannot let them die all. The young man seeks to survive at all costs. An unusually bright glow floods the whole clearing. Chan EP recalls all significant people in his life. He sees Khan Pilya, who says that he loves to wave his sword and invite E to go with him. Then he sees Samgwan Jingle asking him to look after the four warriors. Someone takes his hand and calls his bastard. In front of him is Subam, who believes that he pays for his arrogance. The great master tells him that no matter how smart he is, not everything in this world happens as he wants. He thinks that the young man's mask was asleep when he met someone who has a similar insight. Subam asks what he will do, and will he be able to find Su-an. Chan EP carefully concentrates energy in himself. Kanpil stands thinking. Sleepy Ju asks him, "What happened?" She says that she had not seen him for several days. He again waving his sword somewhere. With Go En says that recently he again entered the room with some book. Kanpil decides that let their friend rest yet. After all, they are very close to the residence of the Namgun family, so for now they leave him alone. Chan EP comes to his senses in bed. The young man asks, "Where is he?" Books asks him not to worry. She explains that this is one of their huts. The young man says they saved him. The girl replies that due to the fact that he defeated the demon, they also remained alive. Samgvan Jingle enters the room. He says that Donho briefly told him about what happened. He informed the dream that the young man is absent at his request. The man allows him to return to his room when he considers it necessary. He adds that they will go to the residence of the Namgun family tomorrow. Chan EP thinks that when he took a dagger of the yellow dragon, he did not think that they would help each other. Samgwan Jingle reports that the girl pressed on his acupuncture in time. Boko says that he decided all at the end, and leaves. The man believes that the young man almost got out of the way due to illusory demonic technology. It was very dangerous. He is interested in the well-being of the guy. He replies that if the old man Moen Singe did not begin to act so unexpectedly, he would not have to strain like that. Samgwan Jingle says that the man carried information to the residence of the Namgun family. He tried to use the bustle to get to the destination. Samgwan Jingle explains that he simply did his job like them. Thanks to his choice, he probably got on time. Chan EP believes that 6 people almost died because of him. He thinks that such things are not for him. He will help them in gratitude for the salvation. But the dagger of the yellow dragon belongs to Donho, so when the time comes, he will just leave. He thinks that he will quickly pay with these people for his duty. The letter goes to his team. She is interested in what happened and why are they all gathered here. Donho says everything is in order, and even better than before. The girl asks what he has in mind. One of the warriors explains that he had a painful knot on his neck, and now he has disappeared. It seems that the energy of the Chon EPA, about which Mr. Samguan Jingle spoke about, also influenced them. The young man is meditating. He is surrounded by a blazing aura. Even though he completely stopped his breath and blocked the blood circulation, unlike the last time, the body naturally absorbs energy. He really almost got out of the way. It's better to travel around the world. He chuckles at himself. There are so many interesting things in it. Central Lands, the residence of the Namgun family. Family Tan and Zhengli Jekon got to the goal of their journey. They are greeted by the honorary head of the Namgun Song Yu family, and the head of the family, Namgun Weijun. Tan Southwing listens how old people jokingly swear. Elderly men continue to bicker. The girl coughs, trying to attract attention. Her grandfather decides to present Zhengli Jekon because he is not known here. He adds that this is a very important person for their family. Namgun Song Yu believes that the Tang family finally found someone who will help them achieve their old goal. Very soon their influence will become even more. He asks the girl how they met. She replies that this can be called a successful combination of circumstances. She was lucky to meet an indispensable person. He will also come to their residence, and she will introduce them. The owner invites them to go to the house. Guests are sent to the residence. Two old men are left alone. Tang Moonjung asks how the situation. Namgun Song Yu replies that yesterday Muengege arrived. Their fears were justified. They need to prepare for the worst. Tang Moonyoung says that their enemies finally began to act. With Gi En, he admires a luxury on the streets of the city decorated for the holiday. She believes that it is even better here than in the postal service of the Golden City. Sleepju supports her. She also thinks that the magnificence reigns around, worthy of one of the most influential families of Central Lands. Khan Pil talks to the Chonep standing next to him. The young man says that his friend is a celebrity. He believes that the guy must go to the residence of the Namgun family to present the lady and strengthen the prestige of the postal service. Khan Pil is surprised that he is entrusted with such a matter. Sister advises him not to be a bear. The guy approaches the dream of Eju. The Chon and with Ji Yen stand aside. The girl thinks that her brother is a good guy. Chon Bi says that she will go with him. They must look after the environment. He believes that you need to be vigilant, because different people gathered here. The girl hears familiar voices. Looking around, she sees Youngli Jeshon and Tan Yuva. Chon Bi considers all this turmoil. He decides to say hello and go to another place. Weichi John Hyun from the Weichi family from Habe walks along the street. The young man thinks that a lot of people gathered here. He suggests that they use this as an occasion to discuss important matters among the heads of families of Central Lands, and hopes that nothing bad will happen. Suddenly, Pan Yun Li from the Habe Pan family entwines him. The young man joyfully rushes towards her. He is delighted with a meeting with the youngest Yun Li. The girl replies that her brother, as always charming. She is interested, he is not accidentally looking for Tan. The girl says she saw her with an unfamiliar man. They talked with some pair. The young man thinks about her words. He believes that Tan Yukva may have a lover. He says that you need to say hello to her. And he asks the interlocutor, does she conduct him? His companion notices the En and gloomy Chan EP. She recognizes them. They talked with Tan Yuva. Waiter John Hyun carefully looks at them. He welcomes them and asks, are they by chance not guests of the Tang family? Chan B says they are guards from the postal service of the Golden City. It turns out that his interlocutor has already heard about them. He says that he did not expect to immediately get acquainted with such important persons. Chan EP replies that he is probably looking for Madame Tan. And he adds that she is now in the Eastern Outbuilding. The interlocutor is amazed. He is interested in how the young man knows such details about him. Chan Be explains that he asked whether they are guests of the Tang family, so he is looking for someone from this family, and he is interested in learning about the joyful event that happened to the mistress. Waiter John Hyun says he heard about his delightful combat abilities, but his insight is not less impressive. Thanks to the young man, he approximately understood the situation in the Tang family. Now it's even more interesting for him to learn more about the interlocutor. He asks for permission to conduct a young man at the residence of the Namgun family. He believes that such an insightful person is probably here on the order of the master to collect information. The guy believes that he can help him. Chan EP thinks that the interlocutor also has good intuition. He thanks Weichi Jonghyun and accepts his proposal. The guys go to inspect the residence. Weichi Jonghyun says that Sleep Jew had already greeted the Namgun family members, but the young man also needs to do this. Chan EP sees a string of servants carrying dishes. He thinks that there are much more of them than in the family. Apparently this family is much more influential. He sees a small maid that her adult friend clearly takes care of and recalls his childhood. The young man watches how guests are approaching the owner of the house with a greeting. The young man, accompanied by two. Grommel says that he could not miss the 80-year anniversary of the Master Namgun as the head of the friendly clan. He was simply obliged to come. Namgun Huijun, smiling, thinks that it is rather the den of bandits, and not a friendly clan. But he says aloud that their family is grateful for the kindness of the family of Gun-E. His interlocutor replies that they will be happy to join the celebration. Chonep asks his accompanying person, "Are they really robbers?" He chuckles in a fist. He explains that the thug with two axes is Chkok Bal Si, known as double axes that destroy the mountains. He has incredible power and practices the external styles of Qigong. Therefore, he can't even apply a scratch with an ordinary sword. Thunder with an iron mace, Mach MV, known as the king of the iron bulava from the underworld. He is also a master of external styles. They say about him that several dozen people had already died from his rough iron mace. But the worst of them is the head of the family of Gun-E, Gun-In Nok. His nickname is randomly flying double rings because he uses two rings the size of a hand in battle. It is impossible to even imagine a strange trajectory of their flight until you are faced with them personally. Chan EP thinks that this is not at all like a master of light steps or that demon. He is interested in how masters of external styles fight. With Guy En standing behind, says Pan Yun Lee that this guy was always interested in other people's martial arts. Chanep asks his accompanying person, is he familiar with these people? He laughs. It means that the young man has preferences. Suddenly, Weichi Jonghyun notices someone in the crowd. The person who interested him says that he did not expect to meet his brother Weichi in this wilderness. The guy hurrying towards them asks for permission to join them. He says that besides him, no one will take care of his brother. Weichi Jonghyun replies that they had not seen each other for a long time, but he will be annoyed mentally. In front of them is the third son of the family of Shiman, Shimen Pake. He cannot be called a pleasant person. The guy uses the power of the older brother of Shimen Dakyana, who is serving at the court, and clings to other families using the dirtiest methods. The guy continues to express joy, noting that his interlocutor was not enthusiastic about their meeting. With Guy En, he recognizes in him the person who molested her in the tavern. The girl says that he sent the murderers on her trail. She scolds for the fact that he wants to kill her because of some trifle, and threatens to deal with him. Shi-Man Po barely restrains anger. He unbearable such a shame in such a crowded place. He says that he was drunk then, and now he is sober, and attacks the girl. She is not going to give up so easily. Between them stands a Chon Bite. Raising his hand, he strokes with energy right in the chest of Shimen Pai. The young man thinks, how can you rush into battle without appreciating the strength of the enemy? Shimen Pek falls to the ground. Chkok Bal Si, known as double axes that destroy the mountains, mocks the guy. Then he turns to the Chon EPU, reminding him that he was interested in, are they the robbers? The young man is surprised that the man heard him. He spoke quietly, and the distance was quite large. He replies that the interlocutor has good hearing. He replies that he guessed his profession of 10 years ago. He believes that the young man just has incredible insight, and he also likes that he does not hypocrite. The man offers him a drink with them. Chon Be considers this a great success. He has a chance to get first-hand information and agrees to go with them. With Go Yoon looking after them, he asks, but what about her? Weichi Jonghyun replies to her that he seems to be closer to those guys than to them. The young man thinks that the Shiman family is unlikely to leave it just like that. This can result in great troubles. In the tavern at the table, Gromley was drunk with a Chon Ep. One of them says that they do not often drink with strangers, but they liked his fight. The second adds that a man should act with fists, not his tongue. The young man thinks that his new acquaintances are not as simple as it seemed to him first. He believes that in addition to his name, nothing else is interested in them. He is pleased that thanks to the wine tincture of the Tang family, he does not get drunk. But in this situation, continue to drink, a waste of time. He thanks men for their favor, and says that he would like to consider them his older brothers. In this regard, he has a request for them. Men are interested, and the young man continues to speak. He also wants to practice external styles, like them. But he has no experience, so he would like to ask them to give him several lessons in sparring. Chkokbalsi laughs and says that he is forced to refuse him. He invites him to look at them. If they arrange sparring here, then gossip will go about the family of Gun-E. He is already full of their throat, and does not want to hear them anymore. But if the young man insists, then let him come to the residence of the family of Gun-E. Chon EP believes that men perhaps is easier than he thought. He raises another glass, resigning to the thought that he will have to retreat. Men want to argue who is the first to fall from drinking alcohol. The young man thinks that he needs to be touched a little now, so that later it is easier to cope with them. In the morning, rumors are crawling around the city that the Golden City security guard drank 2 thugs from the Gun-E's family. The men got so drunk that they fell without feelings. The young man thinks that he does not even have a hangover. So, the wine tincture of the Tang family was not a fake. He hears his voice, whether he woke up. Turning his head, the young man sees Omkanpilia. He asks, what is he planning? He does not want Madame a Dream to attract attention and become the object of gossip. The Chonbi says that this is why his friend is with her. What is his work before he does? The guy believes he is strong, and this is very dangerous when a person like him is associated with people who stand outside the law. Omkanpil says that he, of course, does not think that the young man will remain with them forever. But if he gets on the wrong way, the guy, without hesitation, fight him. The young man replies that he is not going to live according to his bare concepts about good and evil. Omkanpil says that to win the trust of other people and be with them, you need to share their values. Their lady will find her place and will do what he should. The guy asks the Chani PA, who is he? And he asks him to think about it well. Omkanpil leaves, leaving the young man alone. The Chonbil looks thoughtfully after him. He believes that a friend and his sister act for the sake of Murim's good. They are not like him. The postal service of the Golden City will no longer be attacked. The young man decides that he should leave. He admits that his friend made him think. On the windowsill sits the elder of the poor Monsin Jae. He says that Chani P is a really dangerous guy. He recalls the fight with Shimen Pen. Thugs, obviously suffering from a hangover, ask for forgiveness. Gun in Nok is furious. He scolds them for drinking with a young man, not even knowing his name. And at the same time, they manage to lose in a drink. He believes that this is a shame. The man says that he found out something about their nobility yesterday. It was he who revived the postal service of the Golden City, which was on the verge of ruin. On the table in front of him is a glass, but, not paying attention to it, he continues to say that the young man came here as a relative of the Tan family. He put on the shoulder blades of one of Shimen. Now this family will definitely not leave him alone. But he believes that getting to know him is not at all bad. Gun and Nak is sure that this guy will ever come in handy for them. He offers to observe what will happen next. At the head of the table are the honorary head of the family Namgun Song Yu, and the head of the family Namgun Hui Jun. The guests are located on both hands from them. The man entering the room asks for forgiveness for overshadowing the family Namgun with his unpleasant visit. At the table sits in Shimen Dokzo. He says that yesterday his nephew was attacked by one of the guards of the postal service of the Golden City. He believes that this has damaged the reputation of their family, and asks Hui Jun to help them restore justice. The man says that according to rumors, this guy is somehow connected with the Tang family. The Wei Chan Hyun, who is at the table, objects that the cause of the fight was a young Mr. X, men, not a guard. He considers it inappropriate to draw a Tang family here. Shimen Dokju says that this is not all. He heard that even another guard who was with this guy has some old scores with his nephew. He cannot say that his relative behaves flawlessly. But what is the likelihood that he accidentally came across 2 guards of the postal service related to the Tang family? He believes that it looks like a planned action against their family. The man even blushed with anger. Pointing to Wei Chujan Hyun, Shiman Dokju says his family is also friendly with the Tang family. Seeing how he zealously protects the guards, the man believes that his suspicions are not groundless. Tan Moon Young thinks that the young man is stuck in history with very unpleasant people. The head of the Namgun Hui family, Jun, asks what he can do for him. The man replies that he does not ask him anything complicated. He says that in the world of martial arts, all disputes are decided by a fight. He just asks for permission to conduct it. The Seamen family wants to take revenge for yesterday's defeat, so they call the same guard from the postal service the Golden City to the duel. Chan Bi is surprised by the visit of Muon Sin Ge. The old man asks, was he really a servant of the family of Gansu? The young man replies that he had heard that he knows about everything that is happening on the White Way of Murim. He is impressed. The old man says that he knows no less than Samgwan Jingle. He remembers how the young man helped him and wants to repay the debt. He will give him information that may be useful to him. He reports that the second son of the family of Shimenju, will come for him to take revenge on the humiliation of his brother. The old man advises to be careful because he is a master of secret technique of a glass sword. He is able to make the sword blade transparent like glass, which blinds the enemy. This is a very insidious technique, and many masters have already died from it. The moment of changing the position of the blade is especially dangerous, from horizontal to vertical. The young man replies that the interlocutor is talking with him down. His favor is unpleasant for him. He is interested in who is Samgwan Jingle. The old man asks what he was talking about him. The young man replies that he spoke about him as a person from a shadow who controls all the information, and that he organized this meeting in the residence of the Namgun family. Moen Singeg says that he will also say to him only what he considers necessary. Samgwan Jingle is the head of a secret organization that acts by order of the emperor. The dagger of the yellow dragon, which he gave him, is evidence. The old man says that now they work together to expose the dark forces that penetrate the central lands. And this meeting was later convened that they received information about one of the key members of this organization. The honorary head of the Sochi Alliance, known as the villain from the Milga sect, Kama Rip, is behind all this. That's all that the old man can tell the young man. Chanbi says that since he knows who he is, he has another question. He is interested in what he knows about a man named Sol Subam. The old man replies that he cannot tell him about it, but he can say that he certainly does not stand on the side of good. Moen Sinjin leaves the room as it enters it, through the window. The Chanbil thinks, is it really an older brother, one who was always adamant, like a bamboo, has left the righteous path? The young man believes if he with such a character takes on the path of evil, then it will be scary. A lot of people are sitting behind the tables covered right in the square. The honorary head of the Namgun family Sleep Yu admires a wonderful day. He says that so many guests from the world of martial arts gathered at his anniversary that it seems to him that he had returned 50 years ago. He was lucky enough to live up to 80 years, so today he asks the guests to close his eyes to his pranks. The old man invites guests to start fun. The head of the Namgun Hui family, Jun, thanks everyone who came to the holiday. He says that he was thinking about how to treat them for a long time. He prepared the best wines, dishes, and music, almost ruining his family. But is this entertainment for martial artists? He cannot ask guests just to fight, and here he was helped out by the family of Shimen, who asked to arrange a duel. Guests are perplexed. Are these egoists capable of something? The honorary head of the family, Namgun Sonya, says, if they had not offered to do this, he himself would challenge Tang Moon Chong and end the duel of 50 years ago. Kanpil freezes with amazement when he hears the names of people called to the arena. The security guard of the postal service of the Golden City of the Chon EP, and the young Mr. Si Manju from the Men family. Tang Moon Young mentally asks the young man forgiveness, but only in such a crowded place the family of Shimen will not do anything bad. Shimen Dokjo carefully watches what is happening. Kanpil asks what is happening. The young man thinks that he expected an attack at night, but everything turned out to be quite simple. He believes that the family of Tan, who is friendly with the Namagun family, should thank the family for this. The young man does not like to be a debtor. While Chonbi slowly approaches the arena, he hears the conversation of the girls at the table. They believe that the family of Shimen from revenge forced him to this duel. Girls recall that he also won a drinking dispute at two thugs. They are sure that his opponents are plotting something. Going to the arena. Chonbi recognizes the correctness of the friend when he said that the stronger a person becomes, the more people say about him. Now that the postal service of the Golden City is connected with the Tang family, gossip will not lead to anything good. His thoughts that you need to leave immediately after the holiday interrupts the voice of a man asking his name. In front of him stands Shimen-ji from the family of Shimen. He says that his brother is in debt. The young man believes that you should not spend time with gratitude. Soon the guy himself will be in debt. Shimen-ji drills his evil look, sounds a signal notifying the beginning of the duel. The representative of the SI Man family rushes on the attack. He uses a glass sword technique. The young man manages to reflect the blow. He admits that the opponent is really strong. Perhaps it is not even inferior to the three demons of the North Path, but nothing more. After he almost got out of the way, it became much easier for him to control the respiratory technique of Tem Tona Appen and illusory demonic technique. He is not afraid of the enemy. Shimen-ju again attacks the Chon EPA. The young man, standing with his back, hears alarmed screams. He is surprised that so many people are worried about him. He believes that there is too much stories. He thinks that the one he calls his older brother was the same. Did he feel that too? The enemy's sword is already listed above his head, and the young man decides not to wait for the end of the holiday. He uses the fourth technique of a bloody butterfly, the god of blood. His opponent falls to the ground, the honorary head of the family. Namgun Song-yu and the head of the Namgun Hui-jun family stand like a thunder amazed, unable to say a word. Shiman Dok-ju jumps up from his place. The Chanbel stands, lowering the sword, near the defeated enemy, and thinks that it is necessary to leave now. The young man looks at the elevation from which the owners of the holiday and their high-ranking guests watch the battle. He sees the face of Shiman Dok-zo, struck by Wei Chon-hen, who did not believe his eyes, Omhan Pilya and his sister. With Gi Yen, he believes that their friend has become much stronger. Her brother thinks that he has mastered new equipment. The guy understands that the Aura-chan EPA is completely new, is not like the one that he had seen before. The head of the Namgun Hui family, Jun, announces the name of the winner, security guard Chan B. He thanks both sides for the battle and asks them to return to their places. The young man listens to how people are talking around him, admiring his sword and technology. He thinks that everyone now feels not at ease. He bows to the head of the Namgun family and thanks him for the opportunity to demonstrate his skills. He adds that he was a little boring. The young man believes that the difference in strength was very great, and he advises the SI Men family to train more. Shiman Dok-jo cannot hide rage. Jung Lee Jehon is upset by the behavior of his brother. Chan EP wants to enjoy the rest of the banquet. He leaves the arena with a decisive step. Sleep E-ju asks where he is heading. Khan Pil, wanting to calm the girl, puts his hand on her shoulder. He says that you can't follow him. He does this so as not to harm her. Young Lee Jechon is trying to rush after him, but the head of the Tang family stops him. The head of the poor is watching from afar, carefully hiding his face with a hood of cloak. Weichu John Hyun asks Khan Pilya, why does the young man so rudely provoke? Really not to harm others? He adds admiringly. This is a free person. Chan EP leaves without looking back. The young man sits on a tree and listens to birds. He thinks that it is getting colder, although it seems he no longer feels the cold as before. He hears a female voice that he is naughty from below. Standing below, the letter asks him what he is doing here alone. Looking at her unusual outfit, the young man is interested in what was she entrusted with? He jumps to her. The girl replies that she does not always act at someone's pointer. Now she just came to look at the banquet. He thinks she looks like him. Chan EP believes that she also has nowhere to go. The young man says that he was informed that she was the first to rush to his aid. He thanks the girl. She replies that they also received help from him. So everything is in order. Chan EP asks, why did she still come here? She angrily repeats that she just wanted to look at the banquet. For some time they stand silently. He asks her name, actually. He believes that since she really came to look at the banquet, then she is now on vacation, and it should not be called the nickname. The young man says that if she has no other name, then they can come up with her together. Birds continue to twitter on the tree. She asks what name he offers. The young man says barely audible, Northern Beauty. He believes that she used her nickname for a very long time because the book is the Northern Fox, and it became part of her personality, and Beauty is a suitable addition. She replies that if he wants to call her so, then let it be so. The girl asks, is he all right? He finished the battle so that it is now worth expecting troubles. The young man recalls Salt Su-un. He says that he has long been looking for one person, and he should go in search. They met as needed, and the young man believes that it would be better if he leaves. Saying goodbye, he leaves. The girl asks, is he really looking for Salt Su-en? He rushes to her with the question, what does she know about her? The girl says that there is such a place, Divine Gates. She herself once lived there. Homeless women gather there to study martial arts and sciences. Their master believes that she is there. This place does not have a permanent refuge, but now is winter, and they must stop somewhere to wait out the cold. So you can find them. For a while the young man looks at her. Then, thanking, he leaves. She looks after him. He thinks that it was not long, but here he saw the world, met smart people, studied new martial arts, and even felt a soulmate. The girl looks after him. Sean EP believes that if Madame Sui-en meets, then they will have something to talk about. The holiday continues. Girls dance in the square. Grimmels Mok MD and Chok Balsi drink and have fun. In the great hall of meetings of the Namgun family, eminent guests led by the owner of the house gathered at a large table. The honorary head of the family Namgun, sleep, thanks them for finding the time to come, despite their employment. He believes that time is expensive and offers to immediately get to the matter. He gives the floor to the head of the poor Mon-Sin-jae. Some old man is interested in where is this person. Gun-in-nak answers him that he is here. Muengeji rises from his place. He says that they spent a lot of time and lost many brothers, but they managed to partially reveal the conspiracy and the scale of the dark forces that are trying to penetrate the central lands. The name of this organization is an alliance of Sochi. On the front edge of this alliance is a new school from Gansa, which is called a Flying Dragon. He believes that they use this school in order to increase their influence within the Murim alliance. The structure of the alliance is as follows. The villain from the Milj sect. Kama Rip is an honorary head, and his senior student takes the post of chapter. There are 4 detachments under them. A azure dragon, a white tiger, a red bird, and a black turtle. All of them are the students of Kama Ripa. So far, only the name of the commander of the squad of black turtles is known. I am Yul Sakan. He is the son of the head of the Sochi Alliance, and the last student, who was personally taught by Kama Reap. People sitting at the table consider the situation hopeless, and they complain that they were so blind, and that the world of martial arts is on the verge of death. Mon-Sin Gang believes that it is better late than never. He wants to share with them one of the plans. He says that several decades ago the previous generation of masters, fearing the Milj sect, hid something in the 3 jade statues of the Buddha. 2 statues have already found. He says that now he cannot tell them everything. But when all 3 statues will be with them, the head of the alliance will announce this. But there is another problem. This is the strongest master of martial arts, 4 heroes, and the second, a righteous demon. Their existence is a large obstacle for the Sochi alliance. They still did not dare to act, because they were not sure that they would cope with them. But now, they have intensified, and, quite possibly, a great war will begin soon. He adds that they already penetrated even into the fortress of the heavenly demon. Namgun Song-yu is amazed at what they heard. He believes that they want to sow discord in the fortress. This will be the biggest threat to the world of martial arts. He is surprised that the righteous demon does nothing. The head of the poor says that they also noticed some oddities that were happening there. The righteous demon secretly teaches the student. Some guests consider it strange, others on the contrary. I think that for the old master is a completely natural desire. But the greatest technique of the demonic sect Sura Huanjin is very complicated in development. If he transfers knowledge to an unworthy person, then he can be killed, and no one will even know about it. Moen Sinji. He believes that this genius is difficult to understand. But one thing is clear. In the world of martial arts, great chaos will soon begin. The fortress of the heavenly demon. Gal Min Ran stands, looking into the distance. She thinks that it is very stuffy here. Previously, she considered the fortress very comfortable, but now she seems to her a prison. Complete intrigue and tension. She cannot get rid of this feeling since her grandfather brutally rejected the person with whom he was so kind for several days. Then she realized that the fortress of the heavenly demon is just a place where they are hiding from danger. Since then, she decided to act independently. She wants to protect her fortress herself, not relying on anyone's help. She cannot understand and decide her grandfather. To reject such an honest and talented young man? Is this really the weakness of the fortress of the heavenly demon? From afar they are watching the girl. Mienagu Hahai and the son of the Higher Attestation Commission believe that the girl was hardened after they expelled Subom. Warriors are suitable for them, and one of them reports that by order of the owner of the fortress, an emergency meeting is announced. All the elders were ordered to gather immediately. Men are alarmed at them. The surroundings of the fortress of the heavenly demon. Mount Songam-san. 2 warriors go along her slope. One of them believes that the owner of the fortress has its own reasons, but he does not understand why they so persistently need to patrol this mountain. The second thinks that they received a task at a time when the security guard was strengthened, so it should be important. Subom is approaching them. Guys grab onto the swords. They are surprised by his appearance and are interested. Why did he return? Did you really come to take revenge? The young man replies that he wants to see the owner of the fortress. They believe that a dangerous aura comes from him. They say that at first he must defeat them, and they rush on the attack. They use 2 forming. Subom is opposed by Sura Huangen and Sura, the step of the cold shadow. The guys freeze in confusion. They will recognize the technique of movement from Sura Huanjin. They are interested in how he can own it. because only the owner of the fortress can use it. Subam was worried that Surah Huangin could not have been able to correctly master, but their words reassured him. He insists that he needs to talk to the owner of the fortress. The young man assures that the conversation is very important and asks him to lead to him. But he warns that this must be done secretly so that no one in the fortress knows about it. In front of the house of the righteous demon, warriors were built on the square. Mianaguha Hai and the son of Hanga are here. Gal Min Huk thinks that they are surprised by the sudden convocation of the council. He says that he collected them here to discuss an important issue regarding the fortress of the heavenly demon. He is sure that they know that he took this post thanks to Surah Huangen. He received an instruction from his teacher, but this technique is so powerful that he cannot say that he completely mastered the rules. Therefore, he could not find a worthy person who could convey this knowledge. That is why he still did not have a student. Until this day he kept everything secret, but he has a plan. This is Yuen Ren and Pun Ren. 10 years ago he began to teach them Surah Huangen, dividing the equipment into 2 parts. Today, a man wants to officially recognize them with his students and teach everything that he knows. 2 guys become behind him. The son of VAK congratulates him. He says that they were all waiting for this for a long time. He is glad to hear this news. The rest of the men support him. They believe that now they can be calm. If this technique is passed down by the next generation, then their fortress will become the world's strongest martial arts. Elder John is enough sleep. The oldest member of the fortress of the heavenly demon believes that Gal Min Huk has something on his mind. The old man thinks that he is a cunning serpent who had pretended for decades, which is only interested in chess. And now I felt that rats had been started in the fortresses. Watching how the students are inclined in front of Gal Min Hek, he is perplexed. Why announce who will study Surah Huange? The owner clearly conceives something. The night corridor is drowning in the twilight. Subam settled in a room on a small carpet, as he expected, as soon as he demonstrated his abilities, and he was immediately missed. The owner knew that he would return, and was preparing for this. An extraneous voice penetrates his thoughts. He also mentally answers Gal Min Heku, who is behind the wall and playing his favorite game. The old man says that his students told him about the successes of the young man. He asks for forgiveness that he is forced to meet him in this way. Gal Min Hake is sure that rats started in the fortresses, and he wants to hide it from them. The guys declared by his students will become a cover for the guy. He asks Suboma to complete one task. The young man is puzzled by his words, when he says that perhaps this will become the beginning of his revenge. He replies that Gal Min Hek knows that he brought him to the fortress. The old man asks, does he know the Chon EPA? He says that in addition to him, there is another person looking for those who are behind the flying dragon. This is a Chon B. There are rumors that he amazes everyone with his incredible skill. The old man believes that unlike this guy, Subam should secretly fight the threat hanging over the world, along with him. Gal Min Huk asks if he is ready. The young man recalls the Chon of EPA, a cheerful, perky boy, and expresses his consent to the teacher. He says that he will do everything, even if he will have to embark on the path of the demon. The sun shines brightly over the residence of the Namogun family. Khan Pil welcomes Muen Sin Gay and is interested in why the head of the poor called him. He replies that there is a case that does not tolerate delay. He says that Chon EP will soon become the target of the Sochi Alliance. To catch it, they will have to use at least one of the 4 commanders of the detachments. The old man says that the guy should focus on finding the last jade statue of the Buddha. The collision of the EPA and the Alliance is a good opportunity to evaluate their strength. He orders to carefully observe them to the very end. Khan Pil agrees with him. Sleep E Ju raises his hand to catch a snowflake. With Gen, he worries about the young master who has set off. The head of the Golden City asks, where did he go? The girl asks her not to worry. He will not be lost. He is not such a person. She herself thinks that Chon B did not even leave a note, and he considers him heartless. She thinks that perhaps her brother knows his whereabouts. She hears how they are olding and turns around. Shonri Jerchon and Tan Sewas say they came to spend them. The dream of Ju thanks them for everything. But the representative of the family of Tan believes that she needs to be grateful to them. She says she heard about the departure of the young master. The dream of Ju complains that the young man saved her life, and she did not even have time to thank him. How to thank him? South Wu believes that this is in his style. They laugh. Shonri Jekon says that his brother always did everything himself. They can only hope that they will still meet. From afar, Weichi Zhonghin is watching them. He thinks that in vain the young man does this with people who are so worried about him. He believes that, it seems, he still early understand the life of noble people. Chon Ep runs away from the soldiers pursuing him. The young man is trying to break away from the pursuers. 10 days have passed, and their number does not change. Although he has already killed a 50-man. He does not understand how they could find him so quickly, because he was hiding half a day. Chani P takes a sword and turns to the men running after him. He uses the first technique, the dance of the blood butterfly. His opponent fly back, but immediately another warrior attacks him, with an unusually strong aura. He waves his, no less flexible than a young man, with a weapon covered by a greenish energy glow. The young man is opposed to the side by the sun, so the poisonous whip of 9 bends. Before Jean, a demonic melody of a jade flute says that he was wandered out of the wrong place. Chani P believes that they are here to end him. Tujeon brings a flute to his lips. Very strong energy comes from his instrument. But the young man is protected from her influence with the help of his sword. Fury flashes in the eyes of the enemy. He says that he heard about the mind and dexterity of the young man. It is poured with demonic laughter, from which goosebumps run around the skin. The sun is rushing into the attack. The young man manages to reject the blow of the whip with a sword. But the enemy does not retreat. He again rushes to the sequel EPU. The young man thinks that the man's whip moves along the same path as his sword. But his weapon is harder. Therefore, it is better to evade than block. The enemy understands that he cannot run away. The Chanbi is surrounded by enemies, approaching him closer and closer. The old man again brings a flute to his lips. The Chanbi performs a dizzying somersault. He concentrates in himself incredibly powerful energy, and then he splashes her to the opponents. Having landed, he exhaustedly sinks on one knee and rests on the sword. The young man is in the center of the extensive deepening, on the edge of which his enemies stand. Tujeon is impressed by the fact that he withstood his sound attack. Looking at an angry, grinning old man, the young man thinks that the pursuers use completely different styles. If he reacts to each attack separately, as just, then they will drive him. Chan EP understands that the only way to defeat them is to use all its inner power, accumulated thanks to the respiratory technique of Tam Tonepgin. In the next battle, he wants to give all the best. Tujeon says that the stupid old man Emi Sol B decided to catch such as a young man, alone. He believes that he himself asked. Opponents again begin to surround the guy remaining motionless. The young man is preparing to strike. He uses the fourth technique of a bloody butterfly, the god of blood. Broken warriors fall to the ground. The flute breaks down into several parts. He hears someone's coughing behind. An attack is being prepared again. Chan EP blocks its acupuncture points, using the first level of illusory demonic technology, but his body does not withstand. Behind the tended cup of EPA is a man with a sword brought. The young man regrets that he does not have time to restore his breath. The enemy's chest permeates the sword. Looking around, the young man sees a girl with a blade. With her body, she covers his back. He is amazed and cannot believe that this is really Madame Su-eun. The girl offers to talk later, and now the main thing is to get out of here. She holds out a pill for him and orders to take it quickly. Opponents are already rushing right on them. The girl, taking a fighting rack, orders him to hurry. She uses the technique of white crane. The young man throws a pill in his mouth. He feels an extraordinary surge of strength. He rushes on the attack, resorting to the technique of a bloody butterfly. He uses the first technique, the dance of the blood butterfly. After that, he and Mrs. Swan are fleeing. Someone's voice tells them to pursue them. The girl, putting her hand on the chest of Ipa, is trying to help him. Hearing a young man lying on the ground, she says that she put a barrier. This will give them a little time. The young man understands that this is a temporary measure, but he needs to restore strength. He covers the girl's hand with his palm. The Chan EP asks, "Is he not sleeping? Is this really?" The girl says he matured, even more than she could imagine. The young man continues to hold her hand. She says she missed him very much. Chan EP thinks that thanks to the tablet, he recovered a little. Now you need to figure out how to get rid of enemies. The girl asks if he can go. The young man replies that only thanks to her. He believes that Su-yun defeated strong opponents, and now they will go to Vabank. He says that of course he could be wrong. He asks her to leave. When he seems, they will rush after him. Then she will be able to break out of the trap. Chanbi says he is a bait. The young man is not going to help the Murim Alliance or the Emperor. He wants to deal with them himself. He believes that since the girl found him, he will be able to find Suboma. He asks her to find him, and he will definitely find her later. The girl hugs him tightly. She whispers that she had been waiting for him for 3 years, waiting for his name to become famous. She had been waiting for their meeting for a very long time. A group of armed men appears in the clearing. The girl says that their enemies are already here. The young man waves his sword, preparing for a fight. The man with a scar says that he had to sweat to find them. He is sure that for Suyen and Chan EPA it's all over. Feeling his aura, the young man thinks that this cannot be. The battle is tied. The young man is successfully serving the attack. A man with a scar extends a hand forward, forming an energy blow. Chan EP believes that he is strong enough, but not so much that he could not cope with him. A new opponent appears. There are several bracelets on his hand. He rejoices that they finally met. Warriors bow respectfully to him. A guy with bracelets, laughing, says that sometimes fate throws such surprises. Su-yun cannot believe his eyes. The guy pronounces her name and then looks at the young man. He says that in front of him, probably, a Chonep. The guy seems to be Yael Sa'an. He is glad to meet both of them at once. Yael Sa'an says that they seem to be specially come together. Hearing his name, the young man understands that there is a serious battle. He asks the girl to leave. He says that she is smart enough to understand what to do. Su-yen also feels a powerful aura. She thinks that it will be difficult for a young man to fight him, protecting her. Looking at the Chan of the EPA who prepared for the battle, she thinks that is it really the best that she can do is to quit him and run away. The young man asks her not to worry. He promises that he will certainly find her, wherever she is. The girl dares to run, and the Chanbi remains standing, waiting for an attack. A warrior with a scar is trying to pursue her, but Yul Sagan stops him. He tells the man that they will overtake her in half an hour, even if the cup of the EP will interfere with them. He had been waiting for this meeting for so long that he wanted to talk calmly. The guy tells the young man that he managed to hold out for 10 days against their alliance. He believes that when the sequel is falling, the girl will also give up. The young man silently listens to his speech. Souza rushes through the forest from all legs. She thinks that since she left the heavenly gates, she has been persecuted. She believes that she needs to contact someone so that the young man can leave after the battle. Suddenly, a man with a sword rushes at her. The girl does not have time to recapture the attack. A young man appears between her and the attacker. He calls on 2 more warriors, Soko and Namho. They successfully fight off the attacks of opponents. Donho says he will protect her. Chon Ep asked him to help the one who would escape with him. He says that Salt Su-en is a man whom even the imperial court must defend. He asks to follow him. Yul Sag-av releases a powerful flow of energy towards the young man. He tells the Chan to EPU that he heard that he had not studied martial arts until 14 at all. He is impressed that the young man has reached such a level in 3 years. He raises his hand, and the shock of the sword is right on one of his bracelets. The guy says that he was always curious how many people, besides his teacher, Kamama, can scratch this bracelet. He is interested in what the young man is capable of. With these words, he rushes forward. But the sword of the Chan EPA stops him. Boko appears next to the young man. She helps him to recapture the enemy's blow. The girl is quietly cursing. She becomes shoulder to shoulder with a young man. Yaul Sa-ayen believes that he is lucky, since even in such a situation there are people who are ready to help him. A warrior with a scar attacks on them, but the girl successfully reflects his attack. Chanbi barely manages to beat off with a sword, bracelets thrown into it. The enemy demands that he be more courteous. After all, he recalled his people in order to show more respect for their duel. The guy assures that if he does not win him, the outcome will still be alone. One of the blows is a girl. Yul Saang promises that the young man will end his life in the same way as the old man who remembered him. Chan EP believes that he is chatting too much. He knows what he did with the old man, Khan. And if he so wants to see this, what he is capable of, then he is ready to show him. The young man rushes at the enemy. He releases all the inner power accumulated with the help of respiratory technology by Tem Tanapkin, and instantly connects her with the breath of illusory demonic technology. His whole body is tense to the limit, and explodes in an instant. He uses the 5th technique, the zipper of a blood butter. The enemy closes with bracelets. The girl, fighting with a warrior, turns around with fright. Yul Sag Angus looking at the cut on his hand. He tells the young man that he not only scratched his bracelet, but also made him bleed. He wants the Chanbing to continue in the same spirit and show everything he is capable of. The young man is again forced to defend himself. His opponent sends in his direction bracelets one by one, strengthening them with his own aura. Chan EP is forced to move at maximum speed so as not to miss a single blow. The enemy says that he liked his sudden attack. He believes that the EPA Chan is an outstanding warrior. Few of the living masters could withstand his blows. The guy thinks that the young man is still far from him. Who knows what would have been in 5 years? But for today it is. Yul Sag Angus is preparing to deliver a decisive blow. He says that he was pleased to meet him and forgive him. He hits with all his strength that he was able to collect. A man with a scar tells everyone to hide. A strong energy wave rushes through the clearing, sweeping away everything in its path. Yalsag-ang is looking around in search of a defeated enemy, but he does not see him anywhere. He believes that he escaped. He tells Hamjin Gun, a warrior with a scar, to pursue Sol Su-yun. He will remain and deal with the young man. The man is in a hurry to fulfill the assignment. Yalsa-a asks, did the Chon Edi waited for him to use his secret technique to hide? He does not like it when he is so circled around the finger. The young man helps the wounded girl run. He asks her to hold out a little more. He already hears the noise of water. He walked here on the way to Henan, if he was not mistaken, of course. He stubbornly moves towards the goal, and finally sees what he needs. The Chon EP helps the girl climb into the boat. They rush to set sail from the shore, but suddenly they hear a voice that orders them to wait. The young man turns face to the enemy. He thinks, what will he do now? Yal Sa-an, heading for them, says that from birth he accepted all kinds of miraculous elixirs to become a strong warrior. This is an advantage that is difficult to overcome. But the young man, having passed such a short training, wounded him and scratched his bracelet. Yul Sag-anga looks after the floating boat, and says that he cannot believe that an ordinary orphan servant is capable of this. He is also surprised by that sudden attack in which there was a very strange energy. The guy asks, where did he get this power? If the young man tells him, then he may think about sparing him. Chon Bi says that he himself does not know, but even if he had an answer to this question, there is still no time to explain something. The young man raises the sword and continues to say that he, like the old man who gave him this power, must survive. The enemy forms in his hands an energy sphere. They attack at the same time. Yul Sa'an says that now he is really interested to know who the old man is. A girl with wide-open eyes watches the battle. She sees how the young man weakens under the onslaught of the opponent and rushes forward to protect him. The young man mentally turns to the enemy. He thinks that he lived in this world as it is, between those who tried to understand it and those who simply watched. Even if those who understand it are very few, this technique of a sword, its trick. All this is so that he can live with his head proudly raised, not what can be achieved by sacrificing or using others like him. Yaul Sa'ang is amazed. These are 4 heroes that the teacher spoke of. Aura of the strongest master of martial arts. Having understood everything, he is not going to spare the young man, and attacks him. Chikok Bao Sli is staring at something. His friend of the IOMEMTHE stands next to him. They notice someone in a boat approaching the shore. Thunder people recognize the young man who was seen in the residence of the Namgun family. At the bottom of the boat, a young man lies unconscious. A wounded girl sits nearby. The thugs are perplexed. They hurry to the aid of Chon Epu and his companion. The young man continues to lie, not showing signs of life.